Hey, Internet, we're back for another exciting installment. Or at least something that you can put on in the background while you're doing other more important things. Either way, we're going to have fun, and you'll probably never see this. That's okay.
All right. So where we start this scene is in the forest of the Order of Recovery, with the sun coming in through the canopy, hitting Arthur's young, supple face, and rising him from whatever dreams he was having that night. An empty house, just him in it, and nobody else. We swear.
Ah,
Sure, sure. Absolutely no one
on
else.
account of all the harlotry inherent in his bloodline.
Now Arthur has remained chaste to this day, disturbs his father's ghosts.
It's honestly a real fucking mystery, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna stop criticizing my man for not being a manhole.
Yes, it's your
No,
duty in the new age to fuck so that there's more humans to fight the war. You're a prime bloodline candidate. You're very fertile. This half-assery can't be born.
this is true.
Hmm?
There are laws in the books that do declare that every male must have at least one offspring.
Hmm.
Right,
It's
and
the
we can cross that
law.
bridge when we cross it.
So, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
we probably first things first. I'm gonna look for that darn fox. Make sure that that fox isn't causing any more mischief than it already has.
That darn fox
I mean,
again.
that's a big ask.
I I just asked that it hasn't set fire to something. That's all I ask.
It has not set fire to something.
How many things does it set fire to?
This morning, nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday,
Progress.
different story.
Um, but yeah. Um, Beyond that, one of the druids would come up and see you and like, remember your order would come up to see you and inform you we had a guest here for you.
Oh,
Yes.
is the guest still here?
Yes. Why would the guest
Yeah,
not be here?
that's fair. Just
I guess just ventured a long way to see you, and we didn't tell him that you weren't here because you were here.
no, that's entirely fair. I'm going to would it be correct to assume that they're just waiting in the guest area?
Hmm.
Okay, thanks. I'll head there now.
Upon arriving, you'll notice you actually have two guests.
Oh gods.
One, Aurora's there.
Mm-hmm.
Who looks immensely uncomfortable as this person's there.
Hmm. This can't be good.
Whatever do you mean? They smile at you.
Okay, well, quick question. Did I get this person's name previously? Because I feel like I got this person's name previously, but I can't say for certain.
You know, who can say that it was like months ago at this point? So much fighting, getting hit in the head.
Because I'm pretty sure that Farrakh or Ross, either Farrakh or Shadow did meet this person. I'm not sure if I did.
That's a good question. So what do you do, Lee?
Okay. Um, I think in this particular case, I'm just going to greet the both of them as friendly as I possibly can. Um,
Uh, Aurora will smile at you and go, Arthur, how have you been?
ah, busy.
Oh,
Hope I
that's good.
didn't keep you waiting too long.
Only a few hours.
Did I really stay up that late last night with studying?
Probably. Arthur, you're kind of a nerd.
Damn, that's a lot of shade for this early in the
Yeah.
morning.
Eh, no, honestly, at this point, I just want to tell me something I don't know.
Person next to her smiles and goes, Arthur, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine, and you? I hope you are well.
I'm I'm here having to discuss urgent business with you and Aurora.
Oh, is something the matter?
I've already talked to Vivian about it, but there's going to be a meeting very soon. So I'm going to need you and Aurora to come with us. My dear apprentice told us some very interesting things that happened on your guys' mission, and we need clarification on those.
Okay. Well, how long will it take to get to your headquarters or your orders base?
Oh, don't worry, we won't be going to our base. You'll be coming with us to the General Assembly chambers.
Can I trust that our squad leader and the rest of our squad have also been informed of this?
Of course. One of your squad members has been found and told to come.
Okay, then if you would just allow me 5 minutes to pack, then we can leave. Leave then.
Of course.
Um, by the way, Aurora, um, why don't you come and help me find that one book that I borrowed from you?
And she nods, and the three of you begin walking off.
Mm. I I specifically only invited Aurora. I
Oh,
mean
you
that.
did!
I'd like to be
Fancy that!
clear, the fucking Spanish Inquisition is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, right now I'm just having a point of what in the absolute fuck?
The
So I
smile
know
has
exactly what
never
it's.
left this person's face.
Mm-hmm.
I would also
I
like to
figured.
say that not only do you have the Spanish Inquisition at the door, you have the equivalent of Ferdinand II
Mm.
at your fucking door.
As a note, should I tell you who Aaron the Silent is, or should I keep my trap
By
shut?
all means. By all means.
Okay, Aaron the Silent's the head of the Night Watch. They're the order head of the Night Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. So I was right. You are the one that met them, not me.
No, we all met them because you were at the same the previous general conclave.
Well, meet and saw at is relative.
Yeah, because the last general. That fuck brain. Is it correct to say that the last general conclave was the thing at the start of session? Oh, at the start of the campaign, where they
Yeah.
were introduced. Thank you. Yeah, so that's the point of like I'm aware of their existence.
You're also aware because they were there when Pumpkin was sparring.
Okay, then my brain is an absolute fucking sieve when it comes to this person for some reason.
Mm. They were the one that was like, "Hey, Pumpernickel, maybe don't assassinate everyone."
Also, I would like to say that's absolutely within that guy's power set, anyways, so don't feel bad about forgetting his existence.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably just going to make a point. Because I kind of wanted to try and get a moment with just Aurora to have that had sort of like the equivalent of a blink twice if you think we're in danger.
Blink, 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 blink,
Oh,
blink, 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 blink.
I mean, Aaron very much knew what you were wanting.
Oh yeah, no, that's entirely fair. Like if they're making a point to come along, it's one. Yeah, no.
We're in danger.
Mm-hmm.
We are actively in trouble now.
Goose is cooked. Gig is up.
Yep. Can I attempt to basically try and hand off the 3 books that I got from the place over to the Archdruid? Basically make a point of like wrapping them up in like some form of cloth and having a point like, hey, someone please take these to the Archdruid?
Of course you can.
Right, now what do I have to do to help make sure that she doesn't realize what they are?
I need you to roll me a stealth test.
Mm-hmm.
And then a sleight of hand.
Is sleight of hand is a thing. I forgot
Yes.
the sleight of hand existed.
It is a thing. I would buff.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just completely forgot sleight of hand existed, otherwise I would have invested in that with the trading time, but I forgot it existed, so I guess fuck me.
Most people forget sleight of hand until the grenade's in your pocket.
I mean, you're not wrong, but this ain't Fallout. But also, I have sleight of hand.
Yeah,
Like, just throwing that out
yeah.
there.
Okay, so I need the Western Frontier character stuff. And, okay, so, stealth, first and foremost. I'm going to assume I don't get that. I will probably not get that either. I know that I had something for agility. Where the fuck did it go? No, it appears I'm blind. Okay, so we're just gonna go with Clever Savant because this is the first time I'm trying to smuggle books out. And then sleight of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going to assume I can't stack something like team player into this.
You have nothing to sock team player with.
Guys, I think we are in, as they say, the butter zone.
Yeah.
All right. Arthur, go ahead and roll me an awareness test as well.
Oh, an awareness? This is going to be fun.
Aren't you good at those, though?
Yes, that's part of why I'm saying this is going to be the fun part. Because this is the part whereby I hope for a 1 so I can get mastery. And hopefully the
Do
dice
it.
don't say, fuck you.
Do it. Roll a 1 right now.
1 ding, go.
100, go.
1 ding.
Okay,
Go.
so cunning works for perception base. That's plus 30 from that. And I'm going to assume Char's not going to let me put Clever Savants into this because I know he's been getting frustrated with me in that one.
Because it's not your first time using it for that.
Mm-hmm. And then I also have empathetic listener for it also works for awareness, so that
This is not
also it's
empathetic
another.
listener applying here.
Ow.
Okay, then it's just the 30 from cunning then. Fucking hell!
Yes!
Bro, why did you put that evil on me?
Yes!
No!
Yes! Yes!
What do we got?
All
Please,
right,
somebody,
Lee.
everybody, anybody.
You
Babe, you're evil.
successfully pass off the books.
But
You
go with
hand
the
them
but.
directly to Aaron.
You successfully pass off the books, Lee.
To whom?
To whom?
That's a good question. You successfully pass the books off, Lee.
Answer the question. to whom?
To a person with 2 hands, 2 legs, and a face.
This is a booty hole. We in the booty hole zone.
Sure.
You are very busy and very nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you nervous if you have nothing to hide? Because you're terrifying!
Yes, that is fully the point. It's just fully the point of because you are a terrifying person and this is a terrifying prospect.
Don't worry, you pass it off to a human. They have 2 hands, 2 legs. They have a neck. Look, no bite marks. Human.
Yeah, no. The main thing with that, I feel like I'd be more comfortable passing it off to the archdruid myself.
Yep, 2 legs.
2 legs. We're screwed, you guys.
Oh my fuck. Okay. Is there anything? So aside from the 100 fucking me over, anything else?
I don't know
What
anything
else
else.
goes wrong?
Nothing else.
I think
Okay,
else
because
the
last time
DM
I
will
rolled
tell you.
100s, my legs turned to wood, so I'm a little scared. Ah, fuck. And you're seriously not going to give us any information as to who I'm passing the stuff off on to?
Absolutely not.
I'm sure we'll find out in the worst way possible.
I don't like this. But okay, if that is done and it is technically a success,
If that's as good as it gets, I'll have to live with it.
yes,
I will accept this
yes,
role, but I'm very offended by it.
yes, exactly. Okay, then I guess say some quick goodbyes and head out because I don't want to try and roll any more shit.
Don't worry, Vivian's also coming with you.
Oh, great. But that is simultaneously reassuring and concerning.
It should be.
And you guys are teleported away.
Who blew penis?
Wait, the fuck? What? Huh? How?
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, Ghost Rider, break this down for me. How? By
Uh,
whom?
It costs about
Aaron
10
places
points
a
of life.
hand on all your guys' shoulders.
By a person with 2 hands, 2 legs.
Shush!
And
Shush!
they go,
I'm trying to get stuff from the DM.
all right, let's go. And they take a step. And then you guys are back at the General Assembly building.
Right.
You do step out of a shadow if it's for what it's worth.
Shadow travel. Should have known.
Yeah, it's pretty convenient.
All I'm gonna say, if they can shadow travel, I'm gonna better plant travel.
Mhm.
Just step into a tree, step out into from a bush somewhere else.
And I said you couldn't do that. I just said it'd be hard to do with light magic. Be that as it may, we're gonna go over to our next person. which is going to be our dear Ross.
Oh, hello.
Ross,
Hi.
it is early in the morning. You just had a long night of intense mind training.
As you do.
Mhm. When there's a knock on your door.
Gonna check the peephole.
It's one of the members of your order.
Open the door. How can I help you?
The Archmage would like to have a word with you in their office.
Oh, of course. Do they want me to bring anything?
They say to be prepared to travel.
I see. Very well. Go back, pack my bags,
Mhm.
and then make my way to the office. Knock.
Come in.
Head inside.
Inside is the Archmage. There is Vincent in there. And there is this person.
Now, I definitely don't remember that person.
Go ahead and make me a willpower check here.
I don't like that when I enter a room.
All
Uh,
I'm gonna say, at least yours isn't actively scary.
I
you
mean,
do have to make this check at a minus 50.
I see. Hmm.
Again, at least
Concerned.
yours isn't actively scary.
I'm still concerned when I walk into a willpower check. We're gonna use 2 points of inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be at a minus 30. Yeah, all right.
You know, you've just seen literally one of the most beautiful women you think you'll ever see.
I see. Well, I'm
Good
going
thing that your
to.
father wasn't a whore or anything.
Good thing. Uh, just going to walk in and be Archmaid, Vincent, and to who do I owe the pleasure?
Oh, I am. I am the High Interrogator.
Ah, very
Uh,
well.
Scenaria.
Scenaria. Quite the beautiful name. Very fitting. Beyond that, though, Archmage, I was asked for a meeting.
Oh, yes. There's been a General Assembly called, and you and your friends have been requested to speak.
Ah, I see.
And she's gonna look at, and the Archmage is gonna look at you. Any books or information you feel is relevant should be brought.
Hmm. I suppose then it would be beneficial if I knew the nature or the general topic of this assembly.
Uh, the High Interrogator will look at you and go, there has been questions on what happened on your last mission that Pumpkin gave us. There is hope that it can be clarified whether or not you brought heretical teachings back with you.
I see. On our last mission?
Yes,
I see.
where you went and cleared the Briar Hearts.
Very specifically on that end. I see. So not so much specifically the ordered mission, but as the last task we committed as a squad.
Yes. He said that you guys found and brought back books. He gave the order some books that you guys also brought back. And we are wanting to make sure that these are known and well documented to the other orders, in fear that any of this could be heretical.
I see. I imagine you are well aware, as I imagine you're as intelligent as you are beautiful, that the nature of my order does involve topics less understood than from other orders.
This is very much considered, which is why, she suggested to the Archmage, we have sought appropriate measures.
Of course. I just felt the need to make sure all what's the fucking word I'm looking
Concerns
for?
are addressed.
Yeah, that works. All concerns are addressed.
Of course. As a note, this is a meeting of the General Assembly, so all heads of the orders shall be present.
I see. Well, that being the case, I was informed prior by the messenger that I was supposed to prepare for travel, and not to the nature that I was supposed to prepare for this assembly. So, if you wouldn't mind, I could acquire said reading material.
That would be highly appreciated. For if you had to come here and make a second trip, we may assume that your order is trying to hide something from the larger audience.
And that would be the most unfortunate mistake to make.
She'll
To
give
that
you,
end.
she'll give you like a head nod.
I'll give a little bow and make my way back to my room.
Mhm.
Now, Char,
Mm-hmm.
now that I'm no longer under their influence.
Oh no, you don't understand. It's still there a bit. Just
Okay,
the faintest ting of it.
gotcha. Okay. Well, they're still pretty,
Mhm.
I think. Um, in that case, though. Oh God, I didn't prepare for this ahead of time. Fucking doctor's appointments. I fucking swear. Right. So, Char, I know previously we had discussed that basically making an alternate dimensional space. And I'm scrolling up my notes to get the exact amount of light points because I remember it was fucking stupid.
200.
Was it 200? I know it was a
Mhm.
lot. It was
200.
probably 200.
It was a fuck ton. It was so spicy.
I kept note of it because of the fact that it was put out. That would be useful. Oh fuck, we can't have it.
Yeah,
That's
there's a lot of that
basically
going around.
that's the majority of my notes. Is that would be useful as fuck? Oh, that's expensive. Fuck. Now Char,
Mhm.
I has 2 questions.
Mhm.
First, if I tried to do the same thing but fueled it with darkness,
You're still looking at a pretty big mount.
okay. Second question, I would like to devise a sigil of Earth to make a fucking cubbyhole underneath my general area.
And that's not that hard.
Good. All right. What would that cost to just earth shape a fucking space underneath my area and then recover it undisturbed?
About 5 light.
5 light? That's easy. We'll take that. So in that aspect, I will all the books that are in my possession, minus I have to make sure very specifically. The ancient history book.
Mhm.
That one I will be bringing with me.
Go ahead and make me a logic test here.
Okay. Nine.
All right. You know Pumpkin well enough.
Mm-hmm.
You know he spoke about the books you guys received. Very specifically, the big books.
God damn it. But that's the thing, though. He couldn't read the covers.
Yeah, I could.
How could he read the covers? I didn't teach him how to read it.
No, but the king made it to where he could.
God damn it. I thought the king could only make it so that we could speak.
Mm-mm. I
Nope,
never
we
said
were
that.
proficient in the language.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now, if you don't want to bring it with you, that is up to you.
I mean, that's fair, but I only really have the one. The rest is in Joan's possession.
Yep.
Exactly. That's not true. One's in Vincent's possession,
Oh, yeah, he did take one. Yeah.
and Vincent's with you.
Like, Vincent's here. We can assume that they took that shit from him, and we're like, we are taking this now.
Yeah. No, that's entirely fair. I'm just. Because unfortunately. Fuck. God damn it, Char.
100% how you want to handle this.
Okay. I have additional questions.
Mm-hmm.
How much light points would it cost to clone an item?
All right. So it's going to cost you a point per page.
I don't like that answer, Char. That's a bad answer. Right. So, how many points of light would it take to stitch these pages like a CVS receipt and then clone the one singular page?
That
All
would take
right.
more time than I think we have.
That'll take a lot of time.
Yeah. Fuck. All right.
I mean, here's a question. Can you just build a quick blessing to go, all right, cool, I've just transferred this one item wholesale?
Yes. And I told you what the cost was.
Yeah. It's but. Okay.
Yep, it's get fucked cost.
Yeah, it fucking is.
Why
It
didn't
really is.
anybody else spend downtimes to make copies or distribute the books so that other people could make copies?
Because mine would have taken that entire month, if not longer, to copy.
No, it wouldn't have. You give it to a person and you're like, copy this word for word. Because you weren't planning on
Yes.
hiding this from your own people, were you?
As a reminder, their order doesn't write.
Exactly. You give it to somebody who's like capable of writing.
I mean, then the fact that literally just study it takes 2,000 research activities.
Right, but I mean, if you're literally like copying something takes like a fifth of the time.
That's still like 400.
That would have been somebody else's problem, though.
Yeah.
And those times where he wouldn't be able to use it to research.
Well,
That's fair. I'm not saying that there were exclusively good options.
okay. The only other thing I can think of is what would it take not to copy it, but to make another book look like it, to spoof it?
Less than the original, more than what you're wanting to pay.
Here's an idea.
Uh-huh.
Also,
Shadow, you have a mind palace, don't you?
I do.
Keep a copy in your mind palace, and then
Well, the problem with that, though, is the fact that my mind palace is currently taken up with that theory on how to make darkness and the difference between light and darkness.
And I would point out, I have already told you that I have hidden those books. Because my order can write.
Right. Okay. Can I do that then?
you can put it in your mind palace.
Okay, we will delete the theory of darkness and light to darkness.
Darkativity.
Darkativity. We'll have to get that back, and we will put this book in its place.
All right.
I'm not happy about it, but I'll do it.
Understood. As a note, this still takes up a lot more space, but not as much space. This is like a 25% intake.
Okay, so at least now I get a little bit more wiggle room.
Yeah.
It's just the other one had me at full fucking capacity. I'm like, nah. All right. Very well. With very
I mean,
long
more like
stuff.
15%, but still, it's still a lot.
It's still a lot. Yeah. With that, though, everything else goes in the cubby hole. Cover it up. Make sure there's no seams, nothing undetectable. Put the elements of all into the bag. Be very sad about it, and then come back to the office.
The high interrogator turns and looks at you, gives you a smile, and goes, "Did you get everything you needed?"
Yes, it's, well, I mean, you'll see well enough. It's a very thick book.
Oh, really? May I see?
And just sort of, open up the knapsack well enough to show the fucking tome.
How interesting.
Yes.
All right. Shall we be off?
I believe that there's nothing else of me.
You guys begin walking. Vincent is going to kind of pull you back a bit and is like,
Mhm.
Are you bringing a copy of your book?
In a sense, and he sort of taps the side of his head.
Okay, because I'm just bringing my book.
Right. Thanks for letting me know, Vincent.
What? I'm telling you now. When could I have told you beforehand?
No, that's entirely fair. Also, if you don't mind, if we get a moment of peace, you're gonna have to let me look at that book real quick.
I mean, no, that's fair. Also, I wasn't really. My order head told me just to give the book. Do you know how these things work?
How books work?
No, the General Assemblies for heretical shit. Please
No,
tell me you at least know your own history.
I know, just sort of like, because I don't think that Ross has physically been at one, but he probably has read about one.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an int test for your memory palace.
Okay. Well, you want my memory palace or you want an int test?
Your memory palace test. I believe
Okay.
it's just a raw int test.
It's at -30 because of my flaw.
Yeah.
Okay, 4.
So the last time this happened was when your order brought in your guys' staffs.
Yeah.
It was considered we want to make sure these aren't heretical items because you've never seen technology like this before within any of the order's histories.
Mm-hmm.
So these staffs were brought forth and examined by the heads of the order.
And then everybody sort of takes a collective opinion and then votes.
A collective opinion is formed, and then if there needs to be a vote, there's a vote. In order for something to be considered heretical, it does require 3/4 of the orders to approve that it's heretical.
Okay. Now, is it purely just the heads sort of talking amongst themselves, discussing and then determining, or is there any sort of debate or discussion?
There is debate and discussion, and sometimes they even bring in people of knowledge.
Okay.
When your order was brought in, very famously, the mechanized order was brought in to examine it. During this process, the destruction of the destruction of objects is forbidden during this.
That's good.
Along with the sabotage. That being said, if it is generally considered that if something's hidden from the General Assembly, it will probably start being deemed heretical.
Yeah, because they just basically assume that if you're hiding it, then you're guilty by
The fact that you're hiding it.
Yeah. So,
Um,
do I remember what the defense was for the staff?
the defense for the staff was that this was something lost to time, and that we have found them. We can't even. The order is generally studying how to reproduce them,
Mm-hmm.
and as such, it has been deemed a weapon of the order until it has been fully researched and is reproducible.
Gotcha.
Now, your order has become very slow in that research and reproduction efforts.
I was gonna say we've been fucking dogtailing that stuff. Like, mechanized order comes over. Can we get a look at that? Oh no, we're still working on it. Whew, it's a hard day at the staff
Sorry,
vacant
it's not
office.
ready yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. That being said, there is a binding oath that does say once it is reproducible, your order has to freely give the schematics over to the other words. They have to give those schematics freely over to the other orders.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I'll just generally explain the general information to Vincent, but I'm definitely going to keep remember of the defense
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like we might need to use that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, you're not. Your order head isn't wrong, Vincent. I have brought the genuine copy as well.
Okay.
It's a it's just one of those things. They have to be sure.
Mm-hmm. All right. And you guys heading off.
Mm-hmm.
Joan,
Yo.
you are summoned by Joan the patient.
Mm-hmm.
In that room, you're going to be meeting with Clayton.
Give Clayton a nod.
And this woman.
Oof.
Oh, hello.
All I saw was abs. Just
Yeah, I was
straight
gonna say.
abs.
I fucking zoomed in instantly on the crotch and abs there. I'm like, oh, okay.
Trying to tempt me with thoughts of thoughts. Hello, I don't believe we've met.
Yes. They're going to look at you and smile and go, no, we haven't.
All right.
I am here to escort you, Joan the patient, and Clayton to the General Assembly.
I see. The same General Assembly that took the head of my order in chains from our guild hall, or from our order hall, a day hence.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Just so that
It has
we're.
been
Go ahead. Go ahead, Char.
it has been requested that you bring forth any and all materials, written or otherwise, from your last. Oh my God, words. From your last expedition out to the Briarheart.
I see. To what end?
There shall be a general assembly held.
Hmm. And I know sort of the vibe on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Very well. I will need to gather them.
And you're let out of the room.
Okay.
Is there any funny business you're wanting to do here?
Yes.
All right.
I'm taking all of the core books, right? All of the
Mm-hmm.
actual original books,
Okay.
and I'm getting rid of them. I am doing a hiding for them, and I am
All
taking the
right.
copies that have been produced.
All right.
Because, yeah, fuck these guys.
Understood.
Like, they're the ones that started this adversarially when they brought my fucking order head in chains out of the fucking order hall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not happy with that.
Understood.
Um, but yes, the original books, which are in pristine condition anyway, so they wouldn't be able to tell the difference, are all getting put away.
Okay.
Um, and I'm going to gather up the other stuff, like gather up the recreations, and I will bring those.
Okay. So any book you're not bringing?
Um, no, because I feel good bringing the copies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like I'll bring copies of everything. They can decide what they fucking want. I'm keeping the originals. Fuck these guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of her mentality right now is like, you come into my fucking house and make demands of me after taking one of my people? Fuck you. She's Joan is doing her level best to stay calm in the matter because
Mm-hmm.
she's trying not to disgrace her order. Make no mistake, she is fucking livid.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so these guys don't get to decide what happens to the originals.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but other than that, yeah.
All right.
As far as that's essentially, I've said it 3 times now. I'm bringing a copy of all of the books
Okay.
so that they can peruse them because like I know looking at it, they're almost certainly going to go, all right, cool, these books are bad when they
Mm-hmm.
look at like the flesh crafting books.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I'm not gonna use them. And if these guys want to disappear them, fine.
All
But
right.
I'm retaining the originals. Essentially, do we need to cover how that happens?
Yes.
Okay. Um, I am going to give them to my Earth Elemental,
Hmm.
and I'm going to have him bury them deep.
Okay.
Um, the catacombs below this place. Essentially, I'm going to have him put them where Joan's martial arts scroll was, because
Okay.
that went undiscovered for a long fucking time. It's been what, several hundred years or more?
Yeah.
And the only reason I found it was because I knew to look for it and had a
Hmm.
general idea of it.
Hmm.
So we're going to put those in that space.
Understood. Anything else?
Um, da 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 da. I've learned Pharaoh magic, enhancement magic, battle magic. He has a feast for all. I'm definitely not bringing the sort of like Scroll of Jones Marshall style. So I would probably have him put that there, put that back as well if I can.
The martial arts scroll?
Yeah,
As of now, they really don't care about the martial arts scroll.
I know they don't, but this is a thing that she didn't want revealed yet. So if I'm
Hmm.
packing things up to move them, that's where I'll put it. Do I think that it's necessary to bring some of the acolytes or the teachers that have learned these magics and stuff yet? Should I point
As of right now,
keeping my trap shut on that is the way to go?
no.
Okay.
But I'm gonna put the but here, right?
Hmm.
You know they're probably gonna be called upon.
Okay. Then probably should reach out to them and get them ready for that, I would guess.
Hmm.
Ow, 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 ow. God damn it. Sorry, hurt myself. Because can I actually, better question, can I cherry pick a couple of them that have sort of the most even temper and excelled at this?
Yeah.
Then I would like to do that. I'll go find Sister Michael in order to sort of like pull the trigger on that.
Hmm. All right.
Because I'm trying to make I'm trying to make things as good for us as I can.
Yeah. The whole process only takes you about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And by the time you get back, they're sitting there waiting for you still.
Hmm. Um, yeah, Joan is in full kit at this point.
Hmm. And John, the
Um,
patient, looks at you and goes, "Dear sister,
yes, elder sister.
and what took you so long?"
I reached out to Sister Michael about bringing people for a demonstration.
I see.
As a note, the Terra Elemental shouldn't have taken that long to go hide the original books.
So from what it sounded like to me, you went down into the catacombs with the Terra Elemental.
No, no, no. I'm sending him down into into the catacombs.
Oh no, it would take him a while to get down there still.
Right, but that would be done independent of my process.
Yes. So you're not going to sit there and wait for him. Okay.
Yeah, no. It's I'm
'Cause
giving this to him and I'm like, this is super important and I'm trusting you with this. Don't let anybody see you and put them in this place and bury them deep.
originally it sounded like you were doing it, and then you need terror elemental. So I'm like, I want to make sure how long, because going down to the catacombs takes a while.
Takes a long fucking time. Yeah, no. What I'm doing is I'm gathering up the originals of all of the books I possess,
I know.
handing them to the Terra
I know.
Elemental. Okay. All right, I was just making sure because there was confusion.
Yes. And the person, your visitor, goes, I see. All right. When we need for them, we will call them. Shall we go?
Certainly.
And you guys gather up, and she places a hand on your guys' shoulders, and she slowly leans back, and you guys fall. And then you come upright, and you're at the General Assembly. Yeah. In the General Assembly.
Dicks.
All right. You're all brought to the same room. Into a waiting room.
Yep.
Ross, Arthur, Joan, Clayton, Aurora, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
But where's Pumpkin?
Pumpkin's in
Yeah,
there.
that's the
Pumpkin's in there waiting for you.
Oh,
Oh.
good.
And Pumpkin looks a little beat up, though.
Oh, does he?
Pumpkin.
Okay.
John's going
Pumpkin,
to
what
have
exactly
word.
happened?
Also, I need to make another note here for Joan.
Uh-huh.
Aurora no longer has a light pole.
What?
Yeah.
Mother.
They took her whole light pool?
Who took her old light pole?
That's what I'm asking. Her light pool is just gone? Does she have a different
Mm-hmm.
one?
Mm-mm.
Just nothing?
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay. So Joan's gonna clock Pumpkin. She's gonna look at Aurora. Her eyes are going to widen in like full fucking shock.
Mhm.
And she's going to like visibly like prioritize and compress. All right, we are repressing certain things for now, and I'm gonna walk over and use healing on Pumpkin.
Well, I was about to say, do you want me to maybe do that instead?
If you'd like,
In
yes, go for it.
Cool. I'm just gonna put a hand on Pumpkin and then patch him up then.
All right. As a note, Pumpkin, a lot of this is very more superficial wounds.
Do I get?
Wounds that were made to hurt.
They fucking interrogated him.
Mm-hmm.
I have interrogation as a skill. Presumably, I can recognize that this guy was tortured.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Not necessarily tortured. No, torture would be an apt word for
Tortured
this.
is the fucking word for it. Yeah.
It absolutely is the
Yeah.
fucking word to
All right.
describe. We just asked him some questions while applying pliers to his fingernails. I mean, what would you call that?
An ass whooping
Right.
waiting to happen, motherfucker.
As a
Yeah,
note,
that's
so for clarity here, this is more like being beaten with a soap bar and a sock.
Yeah.
Levels of torture, not fingernail ripping torture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
that's still
This
not
is-
okay. That's
this-
still not okay.
We're talking waterboarding, things like that. Doesn't leave a permanent mark.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How FBI treats U.S. citizens versus how the FBI treats non-citizens.
But yeah,
All right. Um, so first, going to check on Pumpkin.
Mm.
He's being healed. I am concerned as to his mental state, and I'm asking him what the fuck happened. But in a
Mm.
nice way, because he's just gone through some shit.
He's gonna look at you with like full calmness. He goes, "It was standard procedure for a post heretical interview."
Right. I am unhappy at the standard procedure.
I don't see why. It is the standard procedure after all.
Uh, and Joan is like,
Pumpkin, this is not okay.
this is wrong.
Mm, no, this is fine.
You may have been
No, it's not, my dude.
you may have been told this is fine. This is not fine. I am unhappy that this happened to you. It
And they're
did
gonna
not
look at
need
you.
to.
No, this is how standard protocol works. Honestly, it was very light. Could have been worse.
I'm sure it could have.
My training
I am
also held out. I had
I am
nothing to
severely
hide.
tempted to just hug Pumpkin right now. He sounds like a character that just needs a hug but doesn't know that he needs a hug.
Right? Boy needs a hug. Joan is far less reserved in that fashion. Joan will hug Pumpkin.
Yeah.
Ross is just sitting there looking like, oh, so that's how I look to other people.
It's like,
Like, this is what I look like.
Oh, now I get it.
yeah.
So does anyone know exactly what's going on? Because I was just told they wanted to ask questions about the last mission.
Yes. They're going to take all of the things that we've discovered and decide if they're heretical or not. And they
Yes.
took my order leader in fucking chains first.
Yes.
That I didn't know about.
That is also standard operating procedure as well.
But Joan didn't attend our mission at all.
No.
No, but they are the order head of the one who did. In order to make sure that the order heads have not become corrupt. And they are taken away and extracted first.
But
Wait. Did they
wait,
take? I thought they took Joan the Lustful, not Joan the
No,
Sacrificed.
they took Joan the Sacrificed.
Oh, okay.
also,
My bad.
okay, I'm sorry. Did they only take Joan the Sacrifice? Because as far as I know, the rest of us didn't have our order heads caught off in chains.
Right. Again, they do this for the leader
Okay,
of
Yeah.
the head of the leader. That makes sense?
yeah, yes. You skipped the leader part the first time around.
I was pretty sure I said it. Anyways, but moving on.
I am unhappy.
Would it
Uh,
be better? Would it be better or worse to say that I don't have the books that I took on me? Because I was not told to bring shit. I was fully just told we have questions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from what I speculate, they're only really interested in the big four.
That's not true. They're interested in all of them.
oh, yes, they all represent a considerable opportunity to boost people's personal power.
I suppose.
Not only that, they're also interested in the histories.
I had a history, a theology, and a botany. The botany they probably won't care about that much, but the theology and the history they're probably going to care about a lot.
Why would they not care about the botany?
I said they're not going to care about as much.
Fair enough.
All right. As unpleasant as it is, I would like to ask you what information, if you are willing to tell me, did they seem to be most interested in from you?
They're interested in the theology book.
Mm-hmm.
And they are interested in the other forms of power. They were interested in the elementals and all. And they're interested in the primers.
So knowledge and power.
Yes.
Right. Pumpkin?
Mm-hmm.
I am glad that you're alive.
Of course it would be.
Your order has made a decision that has frightfully upset me.
And that is understandable. We make decisions that upset people.
Right.
But our decisions are for the greater men of mankind.
Are they?
Yes.
But you still didn't deserve all this.
It is a small price. It is to make it is so they can understand that I am truthful and honest. If I was to break under interrogation, then clearly I was lying about something.
Mm.
Why?
Clearly, I had been turned to the dark side, and Joan, in turn, would be considered an enemy.
But then why would someone lie about how stuff about the type of stuff that we had, about the stuff that we found? Because that is stuff that would literally put you on the radar of being deemed heretical. Why would you lie about stuff like that? If anything, you'd be lying about not finding it.
Because they've spent a long, long, long time ensuring that only the truths that are palatable are the ones that are shared.
Also, if I broke under interrogation, that means I was lying.
That is fundamentally not how torture works.
You clearly have never seen our methods. We always extract the truth.
You always extract something.
No, we
There
extract the truth.
there are also points whereby if you torture a person for too long, they'll tell you anything just to get you to stop.
Mm. He's gonna look at you again. It's like, clearly, you do not understand our methods.
I think this is a matter of their order's personal blessings and training.
No, that's entirely fair, but still, if
I guess
like
our. Go ahead.
short of just extracting the memories from a person's mind, which I'm pretty sure would be more Ross's orders area of expertise.
No,
No,
Ross doesn't do that.
I'm not aware of a sigil that allows us to do so. But if we had one, though, boy howdy!
See, that's the problem. Right there. And Jonah's like, that's the issue. And that if we had the ability, what would we do? And I am irate. because when they had the option to come and talk to us like people, they decided it was better to do things this way.
It is standard operating procedure.
It's wrong.
It is standard operating procedure.
The two things can still be true.
It is to make sure that no one runs. It is to make sure that people are not being controlled.
Again, that logic seems somewhat flawed to me.
It's the sort of thinking that ended us where we are now.
It's also the thinking that has been keeping us alive as well.
Has it?
Yes.
It didn't help with the Order of Nazareth.
We do not know why the Order of Nazareth left, or where they are.
It certainly hasn't helped against other threats. And I'm sort of cutting my eyes at everybody like, we're not really going to talk about that topic out loud right here.
We only answer the questions we are directly asked.
Yup.
Pumpkin will respond, but it has protected us from the enemies within.
You'll have to understand us when we say, Pumpkin, that we don't. Our orders are neither as elbows deep, nor have it constantly on the mind as much as your order does when it comes to traitors.
And that is true.
The fact that it is standard operating procedure is cold comfort when so many of my own have been harmed by it. And I'm going to turn and look at Aurora as well.
She just kind of looks at you guys like, what?
How are you feeling?
Joan.
Perfectly fine.
Joan, what's going on?
Do you want to tell them?
And tell them what?
Is she doing this on purpose, or is she literally not?
He's clearly doing this on purpose.
Okay.
Call my bluff. I dare you.
Pumpkin's not the only one who's lost something, is he?
Fine.
Oh shit, she called my bluff. Fuck.
Watch me, bitch!
Blue just went, shit through.
It's just like, yes, I am an elite. They'll never call my. Oh shit, they're calling my bluff. Fuck.
It's like, the woman who has been very clear about the phrase uncomfortable truths is not gonna call you on your bluff? What?
Who would have seen this coming? Oh, fuck.
It's like, if you didn't want to talk about it, that's one thing, and I would have accepted that and worked with it. But this shit ain't gonna fly.
It's like, all right, fine. I return my light blessings.
Why?
A gamble?
Raised eyebrow.
You want to try and see if you can encourage your god to be born sooner.
Not just me.
Oh, sweetie.
Our order head was the first one to do it.
Son of a.
Sweetie, no.
And it's been a slow process with returning members of our order and extracting their light.
How much? All right, can I run the math on this, DM, and try and figure out if their goal is gonna succeed?
There's a lot of missing variables for you to do that.
Right.
Too many X's, too many Y's that you don't know.
Right. Do I have a general idea of when those dreams would start happening to someone? Like, when did
They,
the Order of the Flame start, like, withdrawing in terms of, like, how long it took their god to be born?
so how to say? It's very difficult to determine that factor
Hmm.
because um the timeline there is not well known.
Hmm.
Um, so they also aren't doing what they're doing.
Or they didn't do what these guys are doing?
Yeah,
Okay. Sweetie, if only you could
these
open
guys are
my
making a
eyes.
gamble here.
Yeah, they are. And
And a stupid fucking way.
you're relying on the other orders to safeguard your god's birth?
No,
How do you intend to shield it without your blessings?
we have cannons, we have peaks.
And if a fortress attack repeats?
Then we'll have our cannons, we'll have our numbers. The other orders will come, and they have to.
So long
Standard
as
operating procedure.
we're all on the same side.
Yes. Also, I may or may not have told my order head about one of the books.
Which one?
The Ancient Powers.
So I would like to point out that she didn't. Oh, she did know it at the time. Yeah, sorry. Damn it. Same as Pumpkin. All
Yeah,
right. And they want that.
they want at least the information inside of it.
Hmm.
My order head has stated that if it's an alternative source of power to help protect their child, to protect the child, then he is going to most likely approve of it.
All right. I
Catch
do.
there, he's
Go
still
ahead.
going to want access to it, though.
Hmm. All right. Like, Joan has to, like. I don't know if anybody else cares. Joan fully, like, resets her mindset for a second. Like, she fully checks herself for a moment. All
Yeah,
right.
no, that's entirely fair.
Your order has the right to it through you. If you wish that information given to them, of
I
course
do.
we'll pass it along.
Assuming we can all survive them.
My problem, my concern, is twofold. One, this is a very heavy-handed method, and I expect that certain people will grab for more than they've earned.
Mm-hmm.
My greatest concern is that this information will, one, not be shared evenly, and two, that it will be abused because it is very easy to do. I've trained some people in some of the things that we learned, including those ancient teachings.
Mm-hmm.
There are not dangers per se, but concerns. People can grab power above what they can safely manage. And it is not without risk to reach higher than your grasp.
Mm. That's
tempering.
understood.
Sorry, go ahead.
And that's kind of understood.
Hmm. I intend for a demonstration of their abilities here in order to display the pros. Of what we have learned. I had intended, and some of you may disagree with this mindset, I had intended for us to share this information between our orders with the goal of advancing our own knowledge and then using it as a way to advance the order's interests in the hopes that the threats that we know to exist can be collectively addressed by introducing this information.
As I understand it, Joan,
Mm-hmm.
much to the case when our staffs, and sort of gestures that is, to the order that sort of discovered the thing that's being put into question here, can make a claim for it to be first understood once declared non-heretical,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's to be given freely amongst all.
And
My
the
order is still researching these staves in order us to make sure it's properly understood before presenting it to all the other orders.
mm-hmm. And the idea that our collective orders put forth such acquisitions as each holding a piece of the larger puzzle has not been far from my mind. But I would like to know everyone's thoughts on this, because it's not a decision I can make for all of you.
I say if it protects the books, let's do it.
Yeah, certainly fine by me.
I'm sorry, what was that last part that Lee said?
If it protects the books, let's do it.
Okay. Aurora agrees to this. And so does Pumpkin. Vincent says, fuck him.
I don't
Just bring the right
disagree.
energy.
I love the energy.
Mm-hmm. Also, Vincent, did you bring that smut to be examined by the General Assembly?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Well,
Tasteful in imaging. Tasteful
as
images.
a
Centaur girls gone wild.
as a side note, I'd hoped to make sure this introduction was done on more pleasant terms, but now seems best to make sure that we all have full transparency. And I was just going to try and wrestle Akira out from basically the hood of his cloaks.
Like, no, you can't. No.
If you come out now, I'll give you some meat in a minute.
You give me meat now, and maybe I'll come out.
How about you come out, and then I'll give you meat as soon as you're out.
How about you give me meat now, and maybe I come out? Yeah.
Just basically holding the meat on my shoulder is just the point of, come on.
Slowly, like a snout pokes out from underneath the cloak, sniffing towards it.
Come on. And just like progressively feeling it like little by little.
The tongue reaching out, trying to grab it before the fox just kind of flops out.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone, Akira, everyone. Akira is technically my familiar.
I see.
It's a fox. It has two tails.
And how did you acquire this familiar?
The same way everyone acquires their familiar.
Hmm.
I'm not lying. In order to get a familiar, in my order, you approach the familiar, you ask permission, they give you a quest, here's to prove your worth, and if you complete it, then both of you agree and familiar.
Well, we're not on trial for that, so.
Totally not heretical. Just order of
Nope.
recovery stuff.
Just order recovery.
Egg salad sandwiches or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. Akira's also been helping me out with figuring out how to talk better because this fox is better at talking to people than I am.
No, I'm just not incompetent.
Do you want more meat or not?
I mean, I'm just going to demand the meat anyways, and you'll be a good servant to give it to me.
Nope. We've already said this is not a master servant relationship.
No, you said it. I didn't.
Nope. I'm pretty sure you said it.
I don't remember this.
Regardless of that fact, that does remind me, Pumpkin, I don't see Mordred.
That's true.
Mordred?
Where is the little pain in the neck?
He's gonna take a moment and he's gonna hold his hand out. And Mordred's gonna pop out of his glove.
Oh. Alright. I was a bit concerned.
No, I learned to put her in my glove.
I'm just surprised we didn't have so much talk about stabbing.
And they're gonna look at you and go, because they're very clearly confused and their head spinning. And it's like, why the fuck did you put me in there? I'm gonna protect you. Fuck you.
Well, at
What are
least
you?
there's two people with problematic companions.
I'm not problematic. I am perfectly non-problematic.
Right, and my fox is not demanding.
Exactly.
Mordred, you don't know what sarcasm is, do you?
You don't know what stabbing is, do you?
Yeah, there it is. It's actually a new record.
Pretty objectively, I think everyone here knows what stabbing is.
And clearly, this one doesn't know what stabbing is.
Well, he is a virgin. Don't hold it against him too hard. He might pop.
Virgin. It'll only be funnier if your father was a whore.
Awkward silence ensues. But these are the means available to us now. These are the means available to us now. Vincent, when you say fuck 'em, what is your opinion?
I mean, fuck them. Don't give them anything.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to
think-
be ostracized by the orders to do so?
He's gonna look at you for a moment and then make a very wide gesture at himself.
I mean, that's fair, but you're still under your order's protection.
Sure.
I think what Vincent is saying is that his order is already treated poorly by people that aren't us.
Mm.
And that he feels very little need to offer equitable trade or an exchange of information to people who have treated his order poorly. And he has a point.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Joan the Sacrificed was not allowed dignity when she was taken. And I have very little desire to be equitable to the people responsible for that. So I think that we
And
should
that is
decide.
entirely fair,
Thank you.
given that pretty much all of us, either us directly, or our order heads, or at least someone we're close to, kind of has been fucked over by all the other orders.
Then let us decide our approach.
All right, consideration then. If we say fuck them, then what happens?
We leverage
There,
political assets to force them to back down and drive the beginning of a rift between the orders of the Night Watch and the righteous versus those of us who present a unified front here.
there is also the possibility of doing it a bit more subtly.
Go on.
As Rose pointed out, an order can request that they properly examine the material until they are entirely certain and that it is safe.
That would require.
That's not what was said.
Yeah, essentially what happens is they present the material, and then these guys sort of get to run claim on it until it can be properly disseminated, until it's fully understood, and then they're expected to give it up to everybody else.
Right. But the main thing is that with that, there is a possible workaround for it. Because, as you already know, there's only certain books that they are most interested in. Obviously, they are curious about all of them, but that handful that they are most interested in, maybe we can try and skew the dot on it somehow. Make it difficult for a decision to be reached as to if it is something that it could be shared.
You're suggesting highlighting and focusing on the difficulties.
Point out their uses, but highlight the difficulties he's in ensuring that it's, well, safe. Hey, without proper guidance.
Joan, you'll know that's going to be hard.
It would be a hard sell. Not impossible, but very difficult.
No, it'd be a hard sell. Like, almost an impossible sell. Want to know why?
Why?
You've taught people already. You taught kids.
Right. with proper guidance and a full understanding of the dangers in the process.
And also, she made a point of
Mm.
redirecting a child when it got to a dangerous point.
And you still taught kids. That's gonna be your fundamental flaw in that entire argument.
Right, but at the same time, Arthur doesn't know about this, so had to be brought up.
I'm informing Joan.
Right. Joan will say, that would be a hard sell. Not impossible, but close to it. I did teach a collection of acolytes.
Yeah, once you manage to at least teach some, always gonna be difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I taught a lot of people already.
Yeah,
Granted, it was in big groups, but
Capability.
It makes it even worse, though.
yeah.
Like you made it fundamentally worse because you're like, yes, I taught 40 people at one time how to do this.
Yeah, it's a point of like, if you can teach 40 people at once, then why is it such a big thing? Whereas if it was a point of like teaching 40 people one-on-one, then that's more of a point of like, yes, that is something we might want to be wary of.
Well, I mean, the point there is capabilities neither determined by age or origin, because an Order of Joan teaching another Order of a Joan is well proven, well easier than anything between different order, and the whole point of us bringing in young acolytes is to teach them, while the elders of our order have proven, well, if anything, to avoid new information. So
At the very least, if we request for that opportunity, it might slow them down.
I don't want to slow them down. I want to crush their throats.
But if we slow them down, we can work more towards the ultimate punchline, I guess.
No.
The final fuck you towards the Order of the Righteous and Nightwatch.
The problem with that is that this conclave will determine going forward what happens. There won't be another one later on. They will hear everything now, make their decisions now, and then we will move forward with them. We need to decide now whether we break their back or if we share this, however begrudgingly, or if, as Vincent says, we say, fuck them.
Pumpkin speaks up and is like, you can always ask for more time to understand the information.
Mm-hmm.
You just need, some time to think on it.
Mm-hmm. As we have been slowly dissecting and considering the nature of these staffs, for however long ago that trial was.
Only about 50 years ago.
Hey, that's plenty of time for us.
But as a note, it's very hard for you guys to even begin to try to replicate them because you don't have the necessary materials.
Yeah, but the other orders don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, for as you as a player.
Yeah. No,
All the ones you've gotten are ones found and then not maintained, repaired, refurbished.
Yeah. But that's the main thing, is that we're trying to make the argument case of like, these things take time to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore we can't release it to the general populace. Because understand.
All right. Then, again, what is our stance? Do we inherently believe as a group, as the people responsible for collecting this knowledge and its current possessors, do we believe that all of the orders at this time, without exception, have not only the right to this information, but that they will use it well? Yay or nay?
Aurora's gonna make a single comment here. Being like, here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
If we keep this information, if we say only you guys can have it or you guys can't have it, how are we better than got us here in this first place? And I'm sure every argument you're going to say here can be argued as I'm sure they said the same thing when they started going out and crusading. Why they should be the ones to do it, why they should be the ones to have it, why they can't have it. Nope.
The Order of the Righteous's
Nope.
predecessors.
Gotta start from the beginning.
All right. They didn't go out with care and concern. They didn't make considerations. The Order of the Righteous's predecessors decided that they should have everything.
Right. And I'm sure they use the same arguments, same willingness. We have to allow. We have to hope for the betterment of our man through their own actions, and hope that they themselves will use this righteously.
My count that thing that keeps me from
Nope.
agreeing with you. How about now?
Yep.
The thing that keeps me from agreeing with you is that we haven't been given a choice. We were not allowed to decide to put faith in them. They came, they took, they made demands.
Mm-hmm.
That's my argument against that. We're not the aggressors here.
And that's okay. Maybe we should still show some faith here.
I do.
Believe that they are going to be better. But then again, that's what the Order of the Servant has taught us. That even the aggressors should be shown faith.
And I have faith in you. I have faith
No.
in the people you believe in.
We're supposed to show faith in our aggressors. That when shown the truth, they will make the logical decision. And that's my opinion. Vincent's gonna be like, fuck them. Here's the thing, right? That order right there, that Silver Knight order, separated themselves from the Order of the Righteous because the Order of the Righteous was too zealous and not doing things correctly. Sure, there are some people within all the orders that are sane, rational people. It also rains on occasions, and the clock can strike midnight twice.
Lord Reginald threatened to have me declared a heretic.
See?
Because I told him that the people with their faces stolen when Clayton was attacked on the road might be something we didn't know about yet. Some new
Mm-hmm.
threat. I didn't mention anything other than that. And not only did he completely dismiss my claims, he threatened to have me declared a heretic for suggesting there might be a threat we didn't know about already. And he is a leader, was a leader in his order. He was a man given faith and responsibility by the order of the righteous. We know the history. We've read it. We've heard it firsthand. The order of the righteous has not meaningfully changed from what they were before. They do not believe they were wrong. They do not believe they did wrong, and they see no reason to fix themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I do not want this power in their hands. The Order of the Night Watch has long cleaved to them as steadfast allies. Am I wrong, Pumpkin?
And they are steadfast allies, and that is based on our religion.
If we put this power in their hands, they will leap to using its highest tiers. They will leap at the chance to reach further heights and oppress people further.
And on that note, I have a bit of a personal experience with the Order of the Righteous and their less than favorable treatment.
It wouldn't be the only story I've heard about the frontier being abused by that order.
Back when I was 5, the town that I stayed in was attacked. Vivian was the one that showed up and dealt with the issue. The Order of the Righteous showed up after it was dealt with and still demanded payment because they'd marched all the way out there. They did nothing to help, and yet they still wanted to be paid and treated like heroes. Part of the reason as to why I'm a little disappointed that I have to other in that order.
So my question again is this. Do we believe, as a group, truly believe, that if we give the Order of the Righteous and the Order of the Night Watch access to this power, that they won't abuse it? Do we believe that they will refrain from committing the same mistakes?
They won't commit the same mistakes. They'll change it just enough that it's not the same.
Pumpkin, do you believe your order is trustworthy to the degree that putting this in their hands won't make things worse? because I look at you all honestly now, and I tell you this. The most basic aspects of this power I can share with my order. But I have already had to steer one person away from a pitfall that they did not know to be afraid of. The most powerful of these abilities lock your mindset. They prevent you from being able to seek answers outside of your power. One of the children almost awakened wrath. She would not have been able to do anything but be angry and make decisions based on destroying and causing pain.
Then that is our way through this, I think. Because our biggest issue right now is we need time. Time to protect this information. Time to make sure that it's not misused. But only way we're going to get anywhere near that is if we try and make sure they understand that we, all of us, need to understand what we're dealing with. If you highlight the fact of stuff like that, I have no doubt that the Order of the Righteous will side with it. But some of the more cautious ones, they will definitely agree to give us that time. And hopefully that can at least help us just this little bit.
We can't afford half measures here. Ross has been real quiet while we fucking dish on the Order of the Righteous. What's his opinion here?
I mean, that's the sort of thing on it, right? Right. To all honesty, the stuff in these books is too strong to deny, but by the same notion to allow. There's a great level of responsibility that is required for the things that are taught in these books, and I do not feel like it is on the basis of orders to make that determination. Sure, there's some really shitty people in the Order of the Righteous. There's good men and women too.
Actually, there's no women.
Well, yeah, no, that's fair. There's good men too.
Joan herself had to disguise herself as a man to join the Order of the Righteous because they were like, women folk don't get to fight.
That's
like
that's fair.
The fact that the Order of the Righteous didn't want women is the whole reason of the Order of Joan.
Yes, that's fair.
My
and thank God for that
exists.
too. You would have that order if it wasn't for bigotry. Anyway,
right? So yes, bigotry, yet another thing wrong with the Order of the Righteous, and we're trying that we have to deal with.
But
so as a note, the argument at the time was, we're trying to rebuild our civilization. We can't have the ones responsible for bearing children going out and dying when there's still only a handful of us on the brink of extinction.
That's real thin. That's a real thin argument, though.
It's a real thin argument.
reason.
I'm not saying it's not.
Right.
Yeah.
I would like to point out that a fascist government
it's
made the
fair.
same decision, and they
Mhm.
opened facilities called nurseries where soldiers would come and randomly impregnate women in order to make more children.
Mhm.
This was not a decision
Right.
made by a people who cared what the opinions of their women were.
Right, but it's
That's also
also
true.
it's a point of it. It's a thing that's there. You have to acknowledge at least the fact that they had their reasons. We don't like it,
It was a
but
shitty reason.
yeah,
You cut your number
it
of
was.
troops in half so you could entirely just have one like 50% of your population as baby makers. We don't care what your
Yeah,
talents
and
are, we don't care what your skills are, you're going to fulfill your biological duty and that's it.
yeah, and as much as it is a case of like, yes, that is an absolute shit reason for it. It's also just kind of a point of yes, it's a shit reason, but it's not a reason that's gonna get us out of this situation.
I'm
Like
confused.
we can't bring that up as an example of like, and here's another reason why we can't give them this info.
Right, but we can highlight that they have been like very discriminatory bigots from their inception and they haven't changed since then. The Order of Jones
Right.
successfully proved that their opinion was fucking wrong and they still didn't change their order, which is highlighting the idea that we can't trust them with new information yet.
Right. And like that's something that we've already known because of the information that us as a group have collected with the whole thing of how they were previously called this and now they've been switched over to be called this. And they literally started the whole fucking war bullshit.
Yeah. Literally
So,
point at them and go, the whole reason we're in this mess is because of you fuckers.
or at the very least, the people that started your order way back.
I mean, that's
Speaking
fair.
of
What's that?
which, alarms are going off.
Why are
Yeah,
alarms
what
going
happened?
off?
Because alarms are going off.
Okay, can we open the door and go see why alarms are going off?
Mm-hmm. And people are running and moving.
What's going on?
And there's an army.
What?
Hold up.
There's an army marching towards us.
Vampires? Briars?
You don't know.
All right, let's go take a look.
Yeah.
What you see, what you guys end up seeing marching towards you is a group of mechanical skeletons wielding some truly outrageous tech.
Clayton, is this your people?
Clayton looks at you like, no, this isn't my people. We don't have that kind of technology.
I had to double check.
All right. Well, shit. All right. Then we're in. This is a problem. Yeah,
That's an understatement.
let's go check this the fuck out. How far away are they? What do they look like? Is it literally just an endless tide of Skellermen, or is there like other vehicles and stuff?
There's vehicles here as well. Well, you're pretty sure they're vehicles. You've seen some of them in your ancient books.
So this is a proper army.
As
Hey,
a note,
Joan?
as a note, some of them are even wielding staffs of the Order of the Ones Who Remember.
Oh,
Fuck.
no. Well, shit.
By the way, out of character, a question here. Farah,
What?
I have a thing that allows me to see shit really well for my perception bonus times 10 in meters for anything touching the ground or touching something that is touching the ground.
Okay.
Do you want me to use that real quick so we can get an idea as to what the fuck we're looking at?
Are they
They
within
are
range?
too far away.
Fuck.
Balls. All right. So Joan's gonna look at this. She's gonna collate some data. Fuck. All right. She's gonna turn. She's gonna spend some authority, and she's gonna dedicate some rolls.
Mhm.
All right. First thing we're doing, we're going to go. Boom. Let me come over here, take a little looky-loo at the list. I am
Now,
chosen.
I would
Yes?
like to pause you before you do that.
Okay.
They are waving a flag.
A flag?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's way different than there's an army marching up to you.
I mean, there is an army marching up to you. They're
What-
still waving a
What's
flag.
the color of the flag? What's the
They
color of
just
the
have
flag?
battle standards.
It is a white flag that is being held at the front.
Alrighty.
But that still being said, there's still about 1,000 people out there.
Okay,
Right.
so it's not. All right. When you say an army, I picture like 10 to 20,000 individuals or more.
Mm-mm.
This is a brigade or a
This
battalion.
isn't. Well, this is also an ancient army. This is still a lot of people.
It is way worse than a normal 1,000 people in the modern day. It's still only 1,000 people. I say only. That's a lot of dudes, Eddie.
Yeah, that's a lot of bodies.
It's the difference between 1,000 people versus 1,000 giants.
That's the difference
Especially,
between 1,000 guardsmen and 1,000 Necrons.
yeah. That and the fact that, like, literally, like, sure, we got the order heads here, and then us. So we're.
And not to mention whoever else is here,
Hmm.
because again, we were told people are running back and forth, which means there's
Yeah.
more people than just.
As a note, there's only about 500 people here.
Yep.
Okay, so we're super
Yeah.
outnumbered. All right.
We're at number like 2 to 1.
All right. We
Yeah.
need a bed sheet, and I need to find the order heads.
Or would you like to go down there yourself?
I would love to go down there myself. I don't have bargaining power for the entire General Conclave.
Fair. We just don't know what they want yet.
Fair enough. Get us a bed sheet and a stick, then.
Can manage that. Just gonna dive into a room.
I'm still gonna do that ability, DM.
Mhm.
Or I'm still gonna cast that spell.
All right.
So your girl Joan casts Asura, and each of my subordinates gets a cool thing, and I get up to 7 people that I can designate. So that means I should be able to hit everybody, including Jimmy.
Yeah.
Does anybody use magic except Ross?
I don't think so.
Okay.
The only other one would be my familiar, in which case, don't worry too much about my familiar.
Your familiar does magic?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Better
fucking
question.
familiar does
Is
there, man.
Jimmy here? Did Clayton bring him, DM?
Jimmy is here. He is not with you guys.
Okay.
He's not in range for Urasura right now.
That's fair. So, what I'm going to do is Ross.
Yep.
You get Mage. You get an extra 7d10 to all magic damage. And you
Spicy.
lose 7d10 on all non-magic damage.
Yeah, that's all right.
I don't have a wise man. Unless Clayton counts.
Clayton can be your wise man.
All right. I'm going to look at Clayton. Wise man. So Clayton gets da 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 plus 20s on all non-combat rolls, but a minus 20 on all combat rolls. Arthur, you get healer. You get plus 7 d10 to all healing and minus 7 d10 to all damage. It's a new ability. I have to pay off the penalties. Fucking bear with me.
No worries. I'll put up with it.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5. Vincent and Aurora will both get the soldier bonus. They add plus 7 d10 to all martial damage and lose 7 d10 from all non-martial damage.
Understood.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have 2 more. Who am I missing? Pumpkin. What would be the appropriate bonus for Pumpkin? Soldier again?
Probably soldier.
Alrighty. Then we will do that. I typed in soldier again instead of pumpkin. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then who else do we have? You know what? We're going to lap mage onto your fox again. Alright. So Joan looks at you guys, like, casts this authority thing, and goes, mage, wise man, healer, soldier, 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 and then boops the fox. Mage.
Akira doesn't like touching.
That's nice for him. He's very cute. He's going to have to learn to live with that.
I think Akira's a her.
She's very cute. She's going to have to learn to live with that. Bwom. And it's not like, as far as I know, Authority doesn't have like a huge like spray of energy and flash of light kind of nonsense that rolls down.
It can, yeah. So the Asura one is actually very showy.
Oh, okay. Cool. Then yeah, I'm gonna clap everybody with Asura, and I guess if people are watching, they see it. Boom, 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 boom. Ross, find us a white flag.
On it. I'm
Pumpkin,
just gonna.
We need to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Pumpkin, we need to find the order heads.
And he's going to point down below you guys where you see the order heads gathering at the front of the hall.
Okay. All right. Let's get there.
Yeah.
And I'm going to turn to look at everybody and go, all right, stay tight, look out for each other, and if worst comes to worst... And she just sort of doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to give everybody a command boost of 220. And she is going to run off.
Sure, just in case, to make sure that I've done the rough math for this correctly, can you double check that I've sorted out my familiar's armor and soak properly?
Yeah.
It's all fine?
Yeah.
Great.
All right. So you guys head down.
Yep. Let's floop the pig, people.
No, my Husker warriors.
As you guys make your way down, you guys are gonna find yourselves near the order heads. And I don't know, Joan the Sacrifice is here.
Oh, good. Joan rolls right up to her, like visible relief on her face.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got an hour before I lose my PC.
Damn.
Yeah. So, um, you guys walk up. You see this. And Joan looks at you guys and goes, "You guys here?"
Yes.
All right.
Where else would we be?
Wanted to make sure.
Running in with a broken off, like, frame of a cot and a bed sheet.
Ross, you could have just has used your staff.
No. That's disrespectful to my staff.
The 20 people behind him are like, "Oh yes, and that'd be very disrespectful to us." Mm-hmm. Anyways, um, it's about a solid 10 minutes before these two arrive. Oops, wrong there.
Oh,
Oh,
interesting art.
Oh,
hello.
fun. And they have
There.
eyeballs?
Mm-hmm.
Lovely.
Well, it looks like one of them does.
This is true. Looks like one of them does.
The lady has eyeballs. The other guy does not appear to have eyeballs.
Mm-hmm. I feel like these
Also,
guys might
it's
be
just
necromancers.
yeah, but also it's just as a weird side note. Can I please point out that even though the lady is supposed to just be like a skeletal figure and whatnot, they still have made the point to make it like look like she has breasts.
They've defined a bust in her skeletal structure. Yeah.
Mhm.
Someone put titties on that skeleton.
Ah, don't you love artists?
Girls are pretty, man. That's why there's so many fucking OC female character arts on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all things being equal, girls are pretty.
But yes, no, they walk up. Joan,
Yep.
still have pulse of light.
Oh, wonderful. That's not concerning at
That's
all.
that's weird.
Oh no.
I feel the need to
No.
ask. I feel the need to ask. What other pools do they have aside from light?
None.
None?
Just light?
Just have light, as far as you can tell.
We found him.
We found whom?
Eh.
And they walk up
The missing order.
Oh, shit. I didn't even think of
Yeah.
that.
and the two of them speak in unison and say, "Greeting, fellow order heads. We are here for the General Assembly. Archmage Mithra walks forward and goes, "Ah, I see you two are still alive. Come, my dear friend." She walks up to the girl and gives her a kiss on both her cheeks. Everyone else here is kind of stunned in silence here.
Like, aha, this is a totally normal thing that has happened.
I have the
Out of
intelligence
character.
score for this.
Out of character. Maybe we're not completely fucked?
Maybe we're not completely fucked.
Also, as a note, Aaron the Silent walks up to the man and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
There's just a lot of kissing going on here, and I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with it.
I feel like Charles implying some form of relation, either familial or other.
Or romantic, yes. That was my thought as well.
And Aaron and Mithra brought these two people inside.
Joan's just gonna go, oh, this went way better than I thought it would.
Considerably.
Yeah, this was 10 times better than what I was expecting.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, head inside.
Seems that way, yeah.
Yeah.
I am following, because the alternative is to be left out, and no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very much just point, like, we are all intrigued now.
There's a buzz in the place wondering who these people are, what the fuck's going on.
No.
Yeah,
Given our current information, they would appear to be the Order of Nazareth.
Yeah, can I attempt to try and grab Vivian so I can at least get a name for these two?
Vivian's gonna give you a shrug.
Okay. I thought you might know.
No. He's like, I want you to remind you that they disappeared a while ago before I was the Order head.
Some sort of record must have been kept, and the Archmage seems to know them.
Well, they have
Yes.
light.
Mm-hmm.
You have to remember, the oldest people here is the Archmage and Aaron.
And they're about 150 years old.
I don't know how old Aaron is. I know the Archmage is about
Ross?
150 years old, yeah.
Yeah, Ross, you might want to go and ask your Order head how we're supposed to address them properly.
That's a fair enough point. And Ross is just going to move up to keep up with Mithra, but keep silent for the time being.
Look at all these delightful coattails.
Mm-hmm.
You hear Mithra reminiscing with the woman. Very happy.
Yeah.
As a note, though, Aaron is just hanging on to the man, like arm through arm, head on shoulder.
So we found out who's probably familial and who's probably romantic.
I mean, I don't know. Given the way the Order of the Righteous runs things, it could be a little bit of both.
¿Por qué no los dos?
And so, yeah. They are you guys following them, or how are you wanting to do this? I'm just curious.
I'm absolutely following Mithra.
All right. After a certain point, Mithra will invite you into her chambers with a little woman, and then tell everyone else to get the fuck lost.
Oh, I was following the collective Order heads, not her specifically.
No, she's telling the collective Order heads are still following to get the fuck lost.
Stuff it, bitches.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I guess that's how this is gonna go today. All right.
The main thing that am I sure I want to do that?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't be a bitch.
Because I was curious about following Aaron and the guy, but I was also just having a point of, am I sure about that?
Your father's a whore. You know what you want.
Right, I
Listen
want
to
to
your
live.
heart.
My heart is telling me walk in the opposite direction.
Listen to your head.
My head is
Listen
also
to your
saying
inner
that.
cat.
No, not that head.
That's it. Yes, the inner cat is the one that's having a point of like,
And listen to your cat when he's calling to you.
Yeah.
Right.
Meow, bitch.
Wow.
Meow, bitch. Meow.
Right, but again, curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, but
And
satisfaction brought it
satisfaction
back.
brought it back.
uh,
What you gonna do?
I will try and follow until I feel that it is unsafe for me to continue.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, most
And I'm
people
also
don't
very
feel unsafe until the trap is sprung.
Savage.
because I also imagine that I'm probably not the only person that's also having a point of curiosity in this direction.
No, that's true. There are several people following him.
Great. Can I just like blend in with the crowd, basically?
Yeah. Aaron leads this man to his private office. And begins to get frisky with him. Would you like to say?
I would like to say.
I paid my half silver.
No, I feel like once it gets to a point of frisky, it's the point of okay, and this is when we leave.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep, and they get frisky.
Yep. Though as a player, I'm somewhat curious as to with what she's getting frisky with, because that is, I'm seeing a lot of metal and not a lot of flesh. But I'm not going to
Second.
satisfy that curiosity.
1 second. We're good. We're calm.
Char has to go into that folder.
All right. So Lee, I know you know what these are. You enjoy yours very much.
No, it's fine. I'm joking.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they get frisky. Um. Um. Any other? They're going. So we're gonna go back to what's their name? Ross.
Mithra and me.
Yeah, Mithra and Ross.
Mithra, Ross, and what's her name? Good old what's her
Mhm.
name? You know.
Mm-hmm.
What's her name? Mr. Jacobs. You know, the farmer.
Yeah. Um. You guys, they're sitting in there, and she's just gonna look at you like you have questions.
Goddamn right I do.
I was gonna say so many.
Yes, apprentice.
I guess first, I'm Ross Crosby. How may I address you?
I am the first adjutant. Sin.
Some
No, Sin.
sin.
Yeah.
Like Cindy, or I've committed a crime of the soul.
Like, I committed a crime of soul.
Copy.
First Adjutant Sin. Got it. Right. I guess. Where have you been?
We've been where we've always been.
I mean, fair answer. Uh, Maybe for the uninitiated?
Mm. You're smart. Have you ever looked into dimensionals?
It's expensive.
Exactly.
I see. I mean, it's certainly one way to keep an entire order secure,
Mm-hmm.
though passing of information must be difficult.
It is. We do not.
Makes sense.
The only one who
Then
had to get it to us was Mithra.
I see. And are you here purely for this assembly?
Yes.
I see. Is there something? I guess, is it generally, or do one of the articles particularly spark your interest?
We are here to make sure there is fairness.
I appreciate that.
Mithra, he owed a favor, and we are now returning the favor.
Just sort of give Mithra like an appreciative nod. Well, we are all grateful for that. But I guess to that end, then. Hmm. Is there anything that I can assist you with?
No.
Okay. Then that is all the questions I will have for now.
I see. For a member of this order, you're very less nosy than others.
That's fair. I found that, hmm, given my given my relation with my previous order and how, well, more importantly, other people's relation with my previous order, I found that being the person that you are is necessary to not be, uh, well, judged by your order.
I see.
Plus, I don't have to be nosy in order to find things to come to me eventually.
And you
So
have
long
some
as you're
wisdom
not a,
to you.
well, thank you. And of course, assuming that you're not opposed to future talks.
We will talk if there is time.
Very well. Is there anything you require of me, Mithra?
No.
Very well.
I'm
Then
assuming
I.
you're gonna go gossip.
Mm, no, I would not gossip, but it is best that I report to my squad leader. I'm sure they
Okay.
are concerned to where I am at.
That is fair. Go gossip, young one.
He's
Smile
like,
and
ah, you
nod.
gonna go drop answers. We get it.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna fucking get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go find Joan.
Right. Go find Joan.
Girl, I got tea. Nah.
Oh, all right, shit.
uh, right. So, thoughts confirmed,
Oh, okay.
and well, first adjutant sin, as it were. Um,
Can you guys see the names?
yes.
Yep.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Give me the
Oh,
deeds, bitch. Tell me
first
everything.
adjutant sin, first adjudicator, also sin, unless they prefer $ in.
Nope, it's first adjudicator sin.
Oh, okay. Uh, yeah, no, first adjutant sin has come here. Well, them and the rest of them have come on a favor owed to the Archmage Mithra
Oh,
to make
delightful.
sure, yes, to make sure that the General Assembly is treated fairly.
In whose favor?
Well, given my understanding, uh, the general favor, but I imagine that they probably think very likewise to that of my order. Or at least
And
here's hoping.
and what is your order's stance?
My order stance is education first. Knowledge is knowledge, but I mean, granted, we still hold on to these staves after the last heretical General Assembly, so you know.
Well, it seems one of us had a better experience than the other.
Oh, what happened with you?
I followed the other one and Aaron to try and see what was going on that side and see if I could get anything additional.
They started fucking, didn't they?
Pretty much exactly that, almost on the spot.
Oh, delightful.
Okay, so what did you find out after that?
I didn't want to stick around.
Oh,
I'm not.
why not? Are you sure your father was a whore? You weren't adopted?
Joan, I'd like to point out that your sister sniffed me and then said that my father was clearly a manhole.
Right. I have known sometimes in the world that some of my siblings just miss a beat.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'd like to point out that then my sister, who's also technically another sister of yours, also pointed out that he was also a whore.
Right. And that's why I'm not asking about him. I'm asking about you. We need to take you to a house of lady favors and see if you just absolutely like turn into a puddle or if you come into your true self.
No,
No, you don't think you'll come into your true self?
no, we don't need to do that.
I feel like we do need to do that though.
Yeah.
There's a whole aspect of
No,
your life that you're just repressing, and I feel like it's because your father was a whore. And I
I
want.
am still comprehending the fact that he was a whore.
It's been 13 years. Get over it.
I only learned a month ago.
It's been over a month ago. It's been 2 months. We walked for a
Mhm.
month.
Yeah, and when you're walking, you have so much time to consider those things.
Yes.
And not when you hear screaming all the time. Trust me.
I
I don't
mean,
know what you're talking about. I hear screaming all the time.
Joan, I'd like to remind you that for that entire month while walking, I was stuck reliving the Archdruid's kid's death
Right. So you'd think you'd be
every
over the
waking hour.
problematic portion. It would seem like the part of your father being a person who just absolutely dipped his wick in a slew of people, probably not even just limiting it to women, considering. Just absolutely spread his seed as far across the fields as he could, would be a lot less concerning and something that you needed to spend so much time to process.
I
I am concerned for humanity. And she says this and slaps the table when she does. Why does everyone continue to need time?
don't need time. I just don't want to end up being like him.
Why not? What parts of him
Vincent's
being
like,
a whore were bad for you?
Vincent's gonna be like, I think I just need time to process this.
I
About
think you're a bitch, and I love you for that. But also, go fuck yourself. Unlike Arthur. Arthur, have you ever even engaged in onanism?
Hedonism?
I'm
No,
sorry.
onanism. It's
No,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
asking
I
you
can't
about
stop laughing now.
hedonism.
I'm sorry. As a player, I'm trying not to laugh too much now.
like, is that why you're so stressed all the time? I think
No,
Lee
I'm
knows what
stressed.
onanism is and nobody else does, and that's why it's funny.
Oh, my soul. Oh, okay. But in any case, firstly, that is inappropriate for a commanding officer and the squad to know about. First and
No,
foremost.
it's not.
Look, all I'm saying is we've been in the shower together. I haven't seen it happen.
I know, that's. I'm concerned. If you haven't been taking time for
I
yourself, how
just
can you expect to heal other people?
Mm-hmm.
must learn the
Joan.
multifaceted aspects of Hands of Healing.
Joan.
Yes,
Part of the
Arthur.
reason why I want to avoid becoming like my father is because one thing that came to my father was that because of his, shall we say, prolific activities at brothels,
Uh huh.
my mother and I could barely afford 3 bowls of rice.
Uh huh. I'm curious how many times your father paid for a half silver whore that you ran out of money so much.
Boy, that's deafening.
Right? Like, holy shit.
Like, I don't know if this is just paused or Lee lost their power.
Lee,
Oh, am I alive again?
You're alive
little,
again.
little Lee.
Okay,
There was a
great.
full moment there.
Okay, it's stable now. Fuck's sake. My Wi-Fi acting fucking goofy.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So, I am sorry, Frog, but can you please repeat whatever you were saying?
Fuck, I even forgot it now. All right, where were we at, gents?
About a half silver. That was the
Oh,
last thing I heard.
how many times did your father partake of half silver horrors that you were that poor all the time?
I don't know. Apparently, it was enough that I have 6 other siblings.
That's a lot of siblings. Except not really, because I have 25.
From the same parent?
From the same Joan. Like,
So I feel like having a fragment of a person implanted in your soul doesn't count.
It absolutely does. Do you know how I know?
By all means.
Because all of those people, I can reach out to them. I can connect to them. I know all of them.
Right, I don't know all my half siblings yet. And there's one that only you and, well, correct, not even you, that only Ross has met.
Right. I fail to see the problem here. Are you bothered by the amount of siblings you have?
I'm bothered by the fact that I never got the chance to know them.
All right, so go find them, and we can prioritize
That's what I'm
that
trying to do.
when the end of the world isn't pressing.
Again, that's what I've been trying to do.
Right. So why is it a problem that your father was a whore?
Because thanks to him being a whore, that's why I didn't get to know my own siblings.
I don't think that's how that works. You have siblings because he was a whore. If he weren't a whore, you wouldn't have any siblings to know. By all accounts,
Moving
to the
on.
people who knew her, living and otherwise, Joan was a whore and a slut. And I'm not sure how to feel about that. But you know what? I have many siblings because of it. And I'm glad for
Look,
them.
right. And with that, I don't want to become like my father.
So take care of the children you have. How much do you get paid a month?
That's a very good question. DM.
What's getting paid? As an adult, you've never been paid because all your needs are taken care of because your community just gives you stuff.
Right,
Get paid
thank
in
you.
acorn flour.
Yeah, no, that's I want a confirmation there. It's just so Arthur will actually just look at you or look at Joe at her point of paid.
Paid. How much do you get paid a month?
What? Why? What are you? What are you talking about?
You don't get paid?
My order provides all the needs that I
So
might have
does
need for.
mine. We still get paid. We're still doing a vital service for humanity. Oh my god.
Why would we need? If all your needs are provided for, why would you still need further payment?
So that you can secure the future of the people that come after you, in case you need to spend money in places that your order doesn't have a strong presence and you need something. Like, I don't know, why does economics work? That's why you get paid, because money is problem solving.
Right, my
Here,
order
and she's going to pull out 2,000 monies and put them in your hand. Here is 4,000. No, excuse me, 4 million half silver. Here is 4 million half silver. Now you can secure the future of your children. Now go get laid, or at least jerk one out.
I think I'll do that as soon as we're done and dealing with that's more of a pressing matter. An order we thought was missing has returned.
That's great news. And in 2 hours, I'm going to be hungry again. All this changes is the number of people that we have to explain this shit to. Go take a bath and work yourself over. Just really figure out what makes you smile. We'll wait. A new order has shown up. Everyone is going to work on the idea of what does this mean? What do we do? Are they heretical? The answer is probably. The answer is probably. And what are they going to do about it? Fucking nothing. Because these guys brought a goddamn 1,000 people to the front door. Go take a bath. Go play with yourself.
I need to know if that's an order.
That is a goddamn order.
Is that a thing for you, Arthur, or is that just purely professionalism?
Purely professionalism.
Okay.
Because I can say it in a sexier voice if you need me to.
By no means that a requirement. But with that being said, I will take my leave, and Arthur will fuck off.
Yeah,
Arthur
no
will
worries.
literally
We'll see you in
fuck
5
off.
minutes.
Go
And
take
if
a bath
anyone
and jerk
asks
off.
what
It's an
it-
order from your direct superior.
Yeah, it's never gonna be a point of like my direct superior ordered me to go and just go have a bath.
And
I'm
And
you ain't getting away with half this order, because if you come back and you don't look like somebody uncorked a wine bottle,
you're not relieved private until you relieve those privates.
How has this just progressed like this? How has the whole point of us just melted?
Oh, as a note, if you disobey an order, you take 1 true damage every turn.
No, you take 1 true damage.
Oh, so Joan will
Joan.
know.
Joan will
actually
know.
fucking know.
Yeah.
If you don't jerk off, I will know, and I'll come do it myself. And it's gonna be as uncomfortable for you as it is for me. I promise.
Yeah. Just a last minute thought. Can I arrange for Akira to basically be taken care of by Ross while I'm gone?
Oh, you don't want your pet to watch. I see.
That always makes it more awkward.
Right.
That just feels wrong.
There.
Gotta lock
There's a
your
plus
cat out of the
210 to crank it.
Jesus Christ. Gonna paint the goddamn ceiling with a spot.
It's gonna sound like a Robin Williams sketch in here.
You're gonna look like a Pollock Jackson.
I think it's a Jackson Pollock.
But yeah, can we just basically arrange for Ross to have a small fennec fox deposited on his shoulders?
Yes, you can deposit that on Ross's shoulders.
Got to go
Ross.
deposit something else somewhere.
Jesus.
This fox very quickly then climbs up onto your head.
Oh. Hello up there.
Hello, tiny mortal.
Perspective is relative, I suppose.
It is. That's why you're beneath me.
That's fair. I have a hood if you prefer.
No.
Alright. Just
It's up there with like its nose slightly raised and its chest puffed out.
But yeah, if someone else take care of the fox, Arthur will go and fuck off.
Yes.
Tell me when I'm allowed to return.
When it is done.
You know, I'm not going to go there right now. Anyways, where were we? Oh, yes.
How much downtime do we have until the orders come for us?
Not long.
How many books can I speed read in the meantime?
Do you have speed reading the talent?
By speed reading the talent.
Is that a talent?
Yes, it is a mind talent. It's called speed reading. Congratulations. You can speed read.
How much does that cost?
How many mind talents have you bought?
That's a good fucking question. Let me go on a sheet. I have 35.
Right, but how many mind talents have you bought?
Oh, how many mind talents have I bought? I don't think technically I bought any mind talents. They've all been
Then it's going to
select.
cost you 5.
Oh, well, fuck. All right. Cool. Hell yeah. Cool. I now have mind talent for speed reading.
Nice.
You just have to make a logic test. You rate success, determine how fast you can read it.
All right. Sounds good.
As someone who knows how to speed read, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, it does. But that's the other thing is that, like, at the very least, I mean, I can't speak for you, Chair. I don't got a fucking memory palace, but, you know,
Mhm.
it probably fucking helped. All right. You said logic tests?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Up. All right. That's 14. With a 14.
Cool. You're able to get through one of the books.
Nice.
Which book are you trying to get through?
I feel like, I mean,
Or
Joan,
I should say, that might be able to get you through one of the books. It depends on the book you're trying to get through.
it depends on the book that, well, because that's the main thing. I was going to focus on the big ones.
Oh, no. That will not get you through anywhere near the big ones.
Fuck. Well, all right.
The small ones, yes. Not the big ones.
Hmm. Well, how many small ones?
You threw a small one.
Hmm. Oh, wait. No, isn't the power one technically one of the smaller ones?
It is and it isn't. So the first 30 pages are like the disclaimers and how-to part of it.
Yeah.
The rest of the book is every known power source out there.
Gotcha. So, like, this majority of the book is more like dictionary encyclopedic type
Yeah.
documentation.
And
Okay.
also tells you how to. So, at the beginning part of the book, there's also instructions on how to activate it, with everything going like, here's your general rules for activating something, right?
Mm-hmm.
The finite details into activating it are found in these other areas.
Gotcha.
Because there's a general principle behind it, and then they're like, and then everything else is depending on which kind of source you're trying to activate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good to know. Now is 14 enough to get through that?
14 enough is to get through the 30 pages of explaining.
Yeah, okay.
But not enough to get through like the book itself.
Okay, fair enough.
Out of character, don't forget you do have a plus 220 that you can use somewhere.
Why do I have a 220? Oh, because of Jones' command from before.
Yes.
That's fair.
Also, I think I'll let that shit fade. Let the Asura fade because people are not in combat right now, so it seems ill-advised to keep them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Since we're not at war at this current time.
Yeah, wrong.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
That being said, let's take a small break here.
Nice.
Relax, stretch,
Go and crank one out.
rub one out. Apparently,
Yeah. I was like, God damn it, you don't have to be not like you don't have to be a whore, but for God's sake, just like explore an aspect of being an adult.
You don't have to be a whore. You just can't be an incel.
Right? Technically, Arthur would just be a cell, but
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, he's working way too hard to end up as perfect cell. Fun fact, perfect cell never got laid.
No, fair, but he fucked enough people over.
All right. Should we go ahead and pause the recording here?
Yeah.
All right. We'll go ahead and pause the recording. Ah, my fucking toes!
Why'd you hit the recording with a fucking hellhound?
All right. We're back. Been a short break.
Stroking their chicken.
Yep. Well, it seems last night you caught me cranking it. Shout out
So,
Stephen Lynch. Hashtag not sponsored.
so Arthur is out doing naughty things
Yep.
and like a
Living
perv. And
perv on
Joan
soul.
and Ross and the rest
Right,
of
I'm just
the
following
squad.
orders.
Yep.
I'm just following orders.
You know, that excuse didn't work for the Nazis. Why would it work for the perverts?
So there is Joan, there is Ross, there is Pumpkin, Vincent, Clayton, and Aurora here.
Yep.
What are you guys wanting to do?
Right. I mean, unless we want to discuss our plan and/or defense for this General Assembly.
Yeah. That's kind of
Yeah,
what we were doing before everything went to shit.
yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I can share what I know about the last General Assembly that had to do with heretical items.
Yeah.
And then we can help devise a strategy from there if a defense is required. Otherwise, I think honestly, that's the main thing. I can at least speak for what I've read, and none of it is, well, heretical. But, you know, to assuage other minds is a different thing.
Yeah.
And from what I can tell about your Book of Powers, probably about the same thing. It's only to be judged by the hands that it's in.
Right.
Honestly, that seems to be a case for most books in general. But
A big portion of the problem is that the well, how do I describe this thoroughly? A big portion of concern is that this seemed to be one of those things that allowed them so much effort or so much uh, opportunity in the previous iteration, if that makes sense.
I mean, I get what you're saying. But then our case is to prove that new times, new minds, and all that business.
Right, but we know that isn't true.
No, but you're trying to make it so. Right. Do you know how to lead a horse to water?
Yes.
There you go. Sure, you can't force it to drink, but at least it's closer to the lake now.
Well, I mean, you can. That's kind of. I would like to
Jones like, I'll
iterate that you
fucking
can
drown it.
do that.
I'll absolutely drown that fucking horse if I need to. Yes, but we're trying to avoid that, Joan.
Hmm.
That's the point.
Joan's like, I don't think this is a very good analogy. Because the problem is you're trying to lead a herd of horses, and a couple of them just like to bite.
I mean, that's fair. I'm just trying.
Yeah, don't like to bite. We all know this.
I mean, 100% she does. You know she's a big biter.
Mm.
The point being is that we're trying to deal with what's currently at hand. We can't address each individual person within each order because good people exist. We have to handle things now as a general assembly and the general opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to play the safe option when it comes to everybody.
God, I sound like a saw. All right. No, maybe. We're still kind of right back where we were.
I mean,
Vincent
are we?
believes. Vincent believes. Fuck these guys.
Yeah.
Right? He says that our opinion is that, or his opinion is that this is um well, how do I explain? Vincent, why don't you explain it then? So I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Fuck 'em.
Fuck him. Couldn't have said it better
Not that hard
myself.
to explain.
Yeah.
I'm not the hugest fan of the orders in general.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like me generally, so generally I don't like them.
Which is a real shame because I think you're wonderful.
I will concede one point to Aurora that there are some
Mm-hmm.
good people within each order that can be helped. The Lord Hunter is a very good man.
Who's he referring to when he says the Lord Hunter?
Lord Hunter Matthias.
Oh, okay. All right. So what does that mean for us?
I guess the main thing is consideration of if there is enough good people to make it worthwhile to overlook the bad.
Yes. Because we're going to end up with the bad.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the sort of notion of it, right? When it comes down to it, is it better to educate all, even if it falls into the bad hands, or keep that knowledge from everyone and no one betters themselves?
And thus breeding resentment and division in the orders.
Ding ding.
I don't want to keep it from everyone forever. I want to be discerning in who I share it with.
Well, unfortunately, in order to make that call now, you have to cut off everyone. Or at least as far as this assembly is concerned. Because though as much of handpicking as there's going to be allowed, it only extends as much as within our order's sake.
Here's a catch, though.
Mm-hmm.
If any of the orders find out that you're sharing with other orders, there will be retribution. Words will be said.
Exactly. It'll be a civil war.
Not quite, I don't think.
I do think.
Do you? Explain your reasoning.
I mean, the Order of the Righteous might not be the Order of Zeal anymore, but I feel a lot of those initial thoughts put into its foundations have far from left. And like I said before, there are good people in there, and there is people who can learn to do better, and there is a hope and a chance of it. It's sort of an unavoidable truth that the ones that are higher up are torn away from that line of thinking. Not by necessarily by their own choice, but due to their position.
So what you're saying is that the bad are forcing things on the good, and we should accept that.
No, not accept it by any means. That's what I'm saying, is because of that fact. That's why I think it'll breed a civil war. I don't think the Order of the Righteous is on a fucking edge right now. They're looking for a reason to get rid of non-compliance. They already have, well, how to put it, uphill battle worth of consideration just for the Order of the Flame and their god. With the nature of more gods coming, that's a problem in of itself. And now other orders start excluding them from information that they deem heretical. They're outright going to try to purge everyone.
These guys wanted to accuse me. One of their members wanted to accuse me of being heretical because I told him that he needed to look for a new threat.
Exactly. And it's that kind of thinking that's going to cause all of this to just set off.
Then we pull the trigger now.
You pull the trigger now.
Better to do it now when we can minimize their influence, minimize the damage and chaos that comes, rather than give them more power in capitulation and decide in some wayward, far-off, nebulous future that we will rise up against them with the understanding that somehow it's going to be less of a problem later?
No, I'm not saying that by any means. I'm saying do not swing at them at the weight of your order. If they think it's just a small band of people, sure, then we deserve whatever punishment, right? You swing at them as the Order of Joan, they have no other means than to fight back. As Joan loses her fucking lungs.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's all good. I just heard that wheeze there, and I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, I'm really bad today, and I apologize for everyone for that.
It's all right.
Again, it just sounds like there's a fucking like a wood saw in my chest when I breathe.
Yeah. But yeah, what I'm saying is that
if you're talking about not escalating. You don't want to escalate. But the problem with that is if we are a band of 7 merry chuckle fucks, then we are in a position of having no ability to oppose an entire order or two orders. If we assume that the Order of the Night Watch and the Order of the Righteous are going to side with each other on this problem.
And they will.
DM, do I have an idea of who would side with them on that? Like, who's definitively just going to be like, yeah, no, we're on their side?
Oh, if you're okay, depends. What are you talking about here specifically? Who's going to side with them no matter what?
Like, what's the power block that the Order of the Righteous can draw on?
Again, it very much is dependent on so many things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are alliances, but the alliances will only because everyone here is going to also be looking for self-interest.
Yeah.
If you, for example, what's the best way of putting it? Everyone's going to be interested in this. If you at any point, or take the route of, we're not going to share this until it is fully researched, and then share it with any other order, like you already have.
But we haven't, though.
But you have.
No order
Well, okay, you
has shared
haven't.
this. Yeah.
You haven't, but you've produced a debt drop.
Yes.
That will be seen as sharing with other people
If they find out about it.
if they find out about it.
Now, here's the question, DM, and I'm asking you this out of character. Do they already fucking know about it?
I'm not telling you.
Okay.
But if it's ever found out that you're sharing this with other orders outside of the Order of Joan,
Mm-hmm.
there will be a fight.
Right. Now, my concept is this. Could we argue for the orders that are connected to this squad to have this information, as it is piecemeal? Each one of us got a part of the information, and we need to collaborate, figure out how that information comes together, and if that is dangerous.
No. They're going to declare it to one order. And most likely it's going to be the Order of Joan.
Why is that?
Because you're the one already teaching.
Right. So because I've taught anything, I would have my hand on everything?
Yes. I should say, you should be on the note of powers and magic. Yes, that would be your order. And if it found out that any of them, including other members of your squad, had this information, there would be a fight. It would very quickly become everyone versus the Order of Joan.
Right.
And the Order of Joan would probably throw you under the bus.
Sure they would. Makes sense. Most of the people at the top of the Order of the Joan are don't make waves sort of people.
And not even that, they would have to. Because either they would support you and there would be a war, or they throw you under the bus and they avoid a war.
Right. Everyone's so caught up on avoiding war.
They're caught up on avoiding the conflict between the orders, yes.
I was gonna say, Ross isn't out of line for this point of thinking.
Right. No, you're not. And I'm like, so the thing is that the difference between Ross and Joan's opinions here is that, like, Joan is like, cool, let's have a war between orders. Let's settle it right now while we have the advantage and there is a massive group of people we could call on to deal with a problem. The Order of the Righteous is the most populous, but if we can fundamentally prove that they're acting out of greed and that they are responsible for literally the way the world is now, and that they haven't fundamentally changed from the nature of the Order of Zeal, and that giving them this power will mean that they will go on to make the same kinds of mistakes, and they go, we have a right to this, we have a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Joan is fully of the opinion that, like, we can win that fight.
Okay. I have
And
two
that's the
questions
big
then.
difference. What's up?
Okay, so does Joan believe that the Order of the Righteous is just going to, like, roll over and then basically disperse into the different orders, no power loss whatsoever?
No.
Okay. And what do you think the, followers of darkness, the master's apprentices, are waiting for? Why
Teasing.
haven't they
Go ahead.
why haven't they come in? Because we've seen the sort of scale of their power, right? Why haven't they just come in and just sort of wept the floor with us?
Well, that's an interesting question. Let me throw a different question at you.
Okay.
Why didn't they kill us when they had the chance?
Because they're waiting.
For what?
They're waiting for chinks in our armor to get at our biggest
Nope.
ones.
No. Stop right there.
Hmm.
We don't have armor. One apprentice and a couple of dozen like expendable mooks rolled on an entire fortress and damn near destroyed us.
Yeah.
And they did that as a consequence of us finding and attempting to transport a single item of value.
Well, I don't think that was really. I think that's a different issue altogether. But
I honestly think that was the opportunity. You have a bunch of faceless people. Cool. Let's draw up a bunch of fucking mummies, swap them around with them, and then go. And just sow a little chaos. These guys, the thing that you have to recognize, these guys don't view us as a threat. We're not a threat. We're a starving people on the end of a fucking desert that have been cribbing shit together, and it's taken us 1,500, 2,000 plus years just to get a fucking pie piece of our own previous territory back. They're not waiting for us. They're waiting for their own ascension. They're playing their own games. We're beneath their notice. They literally did not care enough to kill everybody that knew they were there at that fortress. Yes. Yes. He was like, this thing, kind of interesting. That dude was there to watch his apprentice burn shit. And then when there was a potential, not even a real threat, a potential threat, he flew away and tugged her behind him on a wire, pulled the baby leash tight, and fucking got in the car and left.
But I thought we weren't a threat.
We're not.
Then what is this potential threat?
The apprentice. The apprentice is what matters. These guys gather their power in the apprentices to multiply it.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, right?
The only
They can
reason.
cultivate that power, right, in their apprentices in order to claim later, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to lose that.
Mm-hmm.
Then why, like, sure, they could go and do that safely within their own area, but why did they bring them out to our area, to our turf, to go do things, right, to fuck up that base, and then leave through an observed potential threat that you admitted to, if there wasn't a reason?
Because he's bored.
I don't think it's because they were bored, Farak.
Right. That's the thing, is we don't have the answer. We don't have the insight into their minds. But the thing is that one guy alone could roll the entire fucking place up. If that dude were to break bad, because we know that they're controlling the Briars, the Beasts, and the Vampires.
Mm-hmm.
If that one dude were to decide to come down here and roll up on an order hall, there wouldn't be shit we could do about it.
Then why haven't they?
That's the thing. They don't care.
They do.
The only reason that they would leave something like that is if it doesn't matter. At best, at absolute best, we are a thing for their apprentices to cut their teeth on. We are a non-threat to the masters, and we're something that their minions can use to get stronger.
That's the thing. Like, Go ahead.
Well, stop doing that. these guys inherently aren't threatened by us. They're threatened by the loss of the darkness in their apprentices. The first thing we did was we rolled up and shot the tree, not the apprentice, the tree. We prioritized the thing that was the most danger. And we dealt enough to set it back long enough we could have potentially rallied. That master wasn't going to lose. But the light that his little minion has, or the darkness his little minion has, is vast. That is a deeply cultivated asset. And these guys are inherently cowards. Anybody with that much power is. You don't accumulate power unless you intend to use it, even if it's just power as a means to an end, or power unto an end itself. So the process here, the only thing that I can determine from this is that we're not a threat to them. Because any loss that they accrue, short of losing an apprentice, is a recoverable loss. Joan the Lustful goes and burns whole fields of crops and shit. Destroys mines and tears down huge swaths of territory. And these guys don't give a shit. The only time she got cornered was when she decided to throw down against a master, and we asked an apprentice to go stop her. Up till that, she wasn't worth our notice. And she feels like she's killed apprentices. I feel like she's killed aspirants.
But that's the sort of nature of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if that's the case, we're a non-threat,
Uh-huh.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Why not just clean up the table, get rid of us already,
What do we have that
right?
they want?
Land, space.
They have it, though. Their land is flourishing. They
But
have
that's
incredible amounts of food. They have plenty of water, raw materials. There's nothing this space has that they want because it's a fucking desert.
the thing of it, though, right? No one is ever right. It might be like a generalized human nature thing, but no one is ever happy with enough, right?
Right. But enough of what?
Well, that's the thing of it. They have so many things. He's nearly near ascension in and of himself. Do you think he's going to reach ascension, right? Apotheosis, and just sit there, right?
No.
Why do they send drones? Why do they send the beasts? Why do they send the briars, right?
They don't. Or at least they
They
didn't. The whole setup with those things is that the god of darkness made those deals with them.
Well, yeah, that's the thing though. Like at first, wholeheartedly agree. We started an offensive war, right?
Mm-hmm.
We started purging and doing all that stuff, and then all that shit happened in the past, and now we're at where we're at now. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think we're fighting an offensive war anymore.
We're not. We're
And
literally fighting dross to take back shit we already had.
that's the thing of it, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've claimed that. They're claiming more. Why would they just sit by idly if they perceive us not a threat? They want something.
Right. They want apotheosis.
Yes.
That's we can all agree, if you can be a god, be a god, unless you can be Batman and then be Batman because Batman kills gods.
Theosis is not the only goal they have.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What other goal matters in the face of infinity?
Maybe when they were invading, they took something important. Other way around. Maybe when we initially invaded, something important was taken.
Okay. But in that case, these guys have vast amounts of powers and an army that we essentially can't kill because they can spawn them faster than we can kill them. Why
What
wouldn't
if
they
it's
just take
something
it
that they
already?
can't just replace?
Right.
What if it's something that they can't replace? What if it's something that's got unique stuff with it? Remember,
That's what I'm saying.
when it came to getting Rapunzel's kid back, that was something that had to just be left happen by Gaia. What if it's something similar to that? Something that they can only get if there's no one left to protect it, or something like that.
Then in that case, they would have killed us already. Because at that juncture, we're a threat.
But what if they can't?
But they can. They've shown that.
They've shown that they are very strong. They have been able to take out 2 co-base commanders with an apprentice.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
But there's got to be something. I'm not saying I know what, but there is some reason why they haven't just fucking purged us out already, right? And
Right.
that something I think is part and due with our level of organization right now. And if
Go ahead.
that falls apart because of orders fighting, even if it's us turning around and spanking the Order of the Righteous, right? That might just be enough for them to step in and be like, cool, now we run this place.
All right. So, as a note,
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be something that pops out.
Oh no, I don't like it when our discussion breeds new gods.
No.
And I can't see shit.
You can be coming back from the shower at this point.
I figured by this point that's part of why
All right.
I decided to cut in.
I want to see that roll.
Fucking stamina plus 210. Go.
Something. Yeah, can someone please just share the art with me, please?
Oh, that's fair. It
I
just
haven't
popped
even
in
Thank
for
you.
us.
yet, so
Yeah.
who's popped in where?
Frontier World.
Okay, in the chat.
Yeah.
All right. Because I was looking on the screen like, what the fuck am I seeing?
No, I put
Oh,
it in
what's
chat.
this beast?
It's floating there looking at you guys.
Well, hello.
Where have you come from?
As a note, essentially it went from being invisible to visible.
Gotcha.
Oh, perfect.
I think a better question is, what are you?
Do I have any idea what this might be, DM?
Not a clue.
Do I?
Not a clue.
Do any of us?
Not a clue.
Really?
Vincent's
Even
just
with someone
like,
that's
I know
studying
what
the
that is.
ancient history?
Not a clue.
The...
Right.
It
Secondary
has a
question.
single eyeball that's darting between you guys.
Second question. Can I use a sigil of identify to see if it has any blessings going on it?
You may use a sigil of identify. Yes.
Okay. How much does it cost?
It's gonna cost you 1.
Oh, okay. So what's going on with it?
There's no blessings on it.
Oh, okay.
Can we help you?
This is
I'm gonna put 2 pictures in chat as a holographic projection appears of this person looking like this.
He's so tiny.
Oh, he's so cute and weirdly dateable.
Before a female voice comes out. I see you guys have been arguing for a moment. The orders truly don't know much, do they?
We don't. We really don't. We're just starting to learn how much we don't know, and we're really trying to catch up.
It's unfortunate, but the majority of the orders seem to breed a level of ignorance in order to have compliance.
It is in order to make sure there is protection. I do not agree with it, but I understand why.
From what?
Despair.
Oh, God. Not this again.
Yes, because it seems you do not understand. One of the masters, when there is more despair in the area, they become stronger.
All right.
They are drawn to it like a moth to a flame in order to breed more despair. As as to your inane idea of starting a war, that is a bad idea.
Yes, I'm sure all of my ideas are bad ideas. Please explain why this one is bad.
They will come. The masters will.
All right.
They will see a moment not to destroy your orders. They truly do not care about you. They will take the time to destroy the gods.
Right.
The gods will hatch, and because the gods have hatched early, they'll be weakened. Because the gods will hatch in order to defend you.
So it is once again a question of, oh, we all need time.
I never said that. I just pointed out your flaw when it comes to war.
And also point out exactly why they haven't already just squished us.
I don't understand how that correlates. Please explain that to me.
One man fighting a god or a weak god one on one, they can win. Fighting against our order and a god, they will lose.
Mm-hmm.
When there's a war, they would wait until they're at each other's citadels. When the war is at the Shard of Light itself, they will then wait for that moment in the middle of the chaos to strike.
So we're literally at each other's throats and can't take any reaction to try and defend our own, or what's actually important,
Joan's gonna pick
before
up
they
a
take it
whole
away.
table and smash it into pieces.
That's the level-headed response I expect from my leader.
Just a whole table, and she just sunders it into pieces right there.
So the best thing for us to do is to try, and as much as we don't like certain orders, still try and play nice as it would be.
Because humanity is stronger together.
No.
Indeed.
John's like, no, fuck you.
No. She looks at you when you say that and she goes, no. That is the method the darkness uses. That is their decision.
Not entirely true.
Yes.
That is not entirely
Everything
true.
we have learned about the God of Darkness is that it is the community acting together to prop up one great pillar.
That's the thing.
Yes, but that is also not the only thing. That's not the point of what's being said.
Yeah.
Because what Gaia's point is that if you have the strong should give back to the community, and so everyone can progressively grow at their own paces.
It's a difference from coming from the point to the base as opposed to the base to the point.
I'm pretty sure you guys have fucked that philosophy up. Right? Like, out of character, I'm pretty sure y'all fucked that philosophy up.
No, it's not, because I sat and made a fucking diagram for this fucking bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
No.
the God of Light had a point of, there's the strong. The strong must become strong and continue becoming stronger. The darkness, or the dark god, whatever we're going to call him, had a point of bring up the community as a whole. No one person within a community, however you're going to divide it, is going to be stronger than the rest of the community. They're all going to be seen as equals. Whereas with Gaia, it's a point of you will still have people that are stronger and weaker, but those who can give up something to help someone else should.
Okay, because I got a totally different philosophy when I talked to like a Gaia avatar.
So, some clarification, because some of that was wrong. For the God of Darkness believes that everyone in the community should be propping up one person.
Mm-hmm.
The God of Light believes that everyone should strive to be the person on top, improving themselves beyond what they can do.
Personal growth and strength.
Gaia believes that the ones on top should be supporting the ones on bottom, and the ones on bottom should be supporting the ones on top. The ones on top protect the ones below. The ones below help the ones on top survive.
Yeah.
Right.
There,
So basically, sort of switch things around there.
yeah, because Gaia is like a synergy. It's like up goes down, down goes up.
Mm-hmm. 100
Yes.
people plant
And
crops and harvest them in order to feed 10 warriors who can protect the entire group.
yes. And personally, if we're going to survive, we're gonna need to use a bit more Gaia's way of thinking with this.
I agree. The problem with that is that that's not what we're dealing with. And Joan, completely as though she had not just smashed a heavy table to pieces, just sort of like sits down, scratches at her chin for a second. The problem is the Order of the Righteous does not act like that. They treat the community, the people they're supposed to be looking out for, as though they were an order of darkness. They expect those people to prop them up no matter what. And when that was the case, or when we were at the brink of extinction and difficult choices needed to be made, that was a crude but successful system. The problem is they have not improved, changed, or altered that system in any meaningful capacity. If we give them power, they will abuse it.
We don't, it's going to cause a war.
Only if we don't share it with anyone. And that's the problem. We are being held hostage to give people who are unworthy of it something that will make them too strong to oppose successfully. They are holding a knife to our throat and telling us, if you don't do this, everyone suffers.
Yes, but now from my understanding, it's a point of we have to share it with everyone, or no one knows about this.
Mm-hmm. That means you. That means we can't teach you, or Vincent, or Aurora. Aurora's
Right?
whole
You can't
order is
teach
giving up
us.
their light in order to try and birth their god.
Yes, you can't teach us. That doesn't stop us from figuring it out on our own.
And in the event that happens, what do you think will occur?
Considering there would be the equivalent of a small group, at the very least for the start, nothing. No one will be able to pinpoint it properly.
It will look very suspicious, though.
The minute any of you figures it out, the Order of the Night Watch will be back in here, dragging people away in chains, saying that we have violated the compact. And it will be war.
The
Right.
voice is gonna, little hologram's gonna chip up. Then it's like, question becomes, are you willing to risk the entire compact and all the orders to make it so the Order of the Righteous does not receive it?
I'm going to turn and look at the little hologram. You seem far more knowledgeable on this matter. Do you believe that with this power, the Order of the Righteous will be complacent, satisfied? That they won't begin to demand more? That they won't expect more?
I believe you're fundamentally asking the wrong question.
Joan, here's a question. Will anyone else even be able to read it?
Yes.
Objectively, it will be translated by the fact that it has to be made accessible to all the orders.
Right. But even that, the case of translating it, Ross, you tried to teach us this stuff, and it still took a month.
Mm-hmm. Why do you believe that that month is going to matter? Do you believe that in a
Because that was
month?
for him to.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
That month was just for us to grasp the basic understanding.
No.
I'm not sure about you, but I have still been trying to practice as that just so that I can actually read the stuff. And even then, it's been a struggle.
No, we learned the language. And then once I understood the language, I read the book. And when I read the book, I understood the book. And then I reinforced that understanding by teaching it. It's not complicated. It took me 2 weeks once we got back to the Order to teach 60 people how to use this power. That's part of the problem.
Also, who's got a barking dog in the background?
Me. I don't know. He's outside too. He's not even in the same building as me. He's just loud.
Yeah, no, it's just it's a point whereby like I'm trying to focus on what you're saying, and yet I'm just hearing dog barking.
Bork, 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 bork. Yeah.
I hear that too when Frog talks.
Fuck you.
But the point is, at the very least, that is a fragment of time that we can use to prepare.
Prepare for what? What is your priority?
Based on the fact that, according to you, it took you 2 weeks to teach 60 people.
Mm-hmm.
That means that before any members of the Order of the Righteous can figure this shit out, we've got a month and a half.
Mm-hmm. Assuming they're not smarter than me and they're not capable of leveraging their
Oh,
abilities
please,
to enhance their strength. They're many
to
things.
be
They're not
entirely...
all dumb.
Yes, but a great many of them have been taught to stop thinking.
Yes. Ironically, it makes the process simpler. Some of my stupid students grasped it faster than the more intellectual ones.
But I think with this, it's less so a question of picking a fight with the Order of the Righteous, and it's more so a question of risking our society.
Yes.
So
So,
would we rather risk it in the hands of the Order of the Righteous, or risk it in the hands of the masters and apprentices?
we put it in the hands of the Order of the Righteous. We know what will happen. We know what will happen if they gain more power and achieve more ascendancy. They already have the ability to threaten 6 orders. This action right here.
I'm
This.
gonna chime up like, well,
Who
that's
is?
their pumpkin.
Okay.
When you talk about how, I'm sorry, did you say the Order of the Righteous or the Order of
I said the Order of the Righteous.
Okay, never mind. I thought you said the Order of the Night Watch.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Night Watch is kind
No,
of included in this.
objectively, plus also objectively, the Order of the Righteous is the biggest problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Night Watch, I feel like the Night Watch primarily are sticking with the Order of the Righteous because of the fact that they seem to be the strongest at this point in time.
Yes and no. It's a religious thing. The Order of the Righteous have defined what zealotry or what heretical actions are, and the Night Watch was created in order to police people from within to prevent society's collapse.
They're also meant to police the orders as well.
Yeah, but we've seen how well that goes for the Order of the Righteous. They've done some really screwy shit. Would that Inquisitor Wrath were alive. Also,
Either way,
real quick, DM,
Hmm?
who among our NPCs does not have a fate currency?
Aurora, Pumpkin, and actually that's it. Just Aurora and Pumpkin.
Okay. Um. So I'm going to, while we're sitting here, I'm going to take a bone coin. She's going to pull it out of a pocket and just set it down in front of Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to take a fate point and set it down in front of Pumpkin while we're sort of like in closed doors.
Okay.
These are for you. I've collected them. Figure out which one of you wants which
we're
one.
having to. Right now, we're having to pick between which is better for us, a devil that we know or a devil that we don't.
The devil that we know caused the end of civilization. The devil that we don't would subvert us to it. There's no good options here. And the options that we have involve allowing ourselves to be weak because we can't train in a thing that will allow us to reach a greater plateau of strength. Sharing it with people who will abuse it. Or causing a conflict that will see newborn gods dead. in at least an opportunity to fight our enemies. I would.
Wait a minute.
Hmm.
This would definitely be a stretch. It would definitely be a stretch. It would definitely be risky. And if we get caught, it will definitely get us most likely in deeper shit.
Okay. Give it
But
to
it
me.
just might also help us out. What if we make it into a what if we turn all of this into a trick?
How so? You want to trigger a fake
I'm
war in order to draw the masters out.
that is a vague thought, but I've already set that aside as a point of it most likely will not be worth it. But what if it's believed that the books that were brought here today were all destroyed? Because as far as I'm aware, and I'm pretty sure as far as everyone else is aware, these are currently the only copies.
All right. Now, how do we get them all?
First, we have to find out where they're being held. If they're being held together, it'd be preferable. And then from there, we can figure out something that could potentially assist in it. Just, Joan, you developed an ability that allowed you to restore the books.
Mm-hmm.
Could you potentially reverse it?
Probably. It would take time. The initial blessing requires 10 light, and it only restores them by 100 years.
What if we... Because if we can potentially set up such that the moment the books are opened, they appear to disintegrate, that would leave no question in anyone's mind as to where the information had gone.
You want to replace them with false books and then cause them to be destroyed.
I doubt replacing them with false books would work.
There's a
I have a feeling
in
they've...
the room
Uh-huh. It's the
from the
little
little
probe.
hologram.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. This is a private meeting now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we got your name.
You don't need to worry about it.
It seems like a thing that I would worry about, but all right. If you
You
say so.
should.
At least a way for us to address you.
If I wished to give you my name, I would have. Here's the catch. How should I say? Problem with that. These books are going to be brought forth in front of everyone. If they dissolve after it's been told that people have learned from these books, it's going to look mighty suspicious.
It's magic. A wizard did it.
And there's no magic, there are no wizards.
We're all aware of the fundamental disposability of certain items that are crafted, yes?
Yes.
Could we leave a residue? First of all, I have to ask, are you on our side here? Like,
No.
whose side are you on? Who are you endorsing?
Common sense.
All right. And so this plan that we are hatching in front of you, is it doomed to failure because you're here?
Yes.
Okay. See, that's the information. That's why I would be concerned about your presence.
So
Yes.
what does common sense dictate?
Just put them in front of people and let them decide. Ultimately, for anything to be considered heretical here, you still need a 3/4 majority vote. Win by politics. Winning by deceit gets this immediately banned and receives you with more problems. Dishonesty is here, which is one of the greatest sins of humanity, and why our whole war got started in the first place, because people were deceiving each other as to why they were doing it.
Hmm.
That's what's gonna get this war started again.
Right. So, what do you see as a successful win by politics?
It's not being declared heretical.
Right. Let me be perfectly clear with you. I don't care if it's declared heretical.
You
That is
should,
not part of my win state. Because if
and
they
that is why
declare
you.
it heretical, fine, it gets destroyed. They can't undo what learning has occurred.
Right. Here's the thing: no one else will be able to learn it. You
Right.
will completely weaken humanity at this point.
Humanity is weakening itself. I don't
Yes, and you'll be adding to it. That's the thing.
you seem to be an intellectual. I would
Mhm.
I would like you to give me the numbers on humanity's chance. I say humanity because like it or not, the other side is humanity as well. What are the supplicants of light's percentage odds of surviving any extended conflict with the supplicants of darkness?
As of right now, 45%.
That is way better odds than I gave us.
I know.
Way better odds.
If you,
How are you aware how close to apotheosis some of the masters are?
yes, the Order of Nazareth is keeping an eye on them.
Okay, because I am also aware of at least one of them. He has one
Mm,
apprentice that will fill 25% of the needed darkness to get him to apotheosis.
So, we are aware of all 12 masters.
All right.
We are aware of what these things can help, what these powers can help bring forth for us as followers of light
You're
and
trying
the new
to.
god.
All right. So I would ask this information, just a clarification from you.
Mhm.
We agree, or at least no, not we agree. You are aware that the God of Light is dead, right?
Yes, everyone is keenly aware of this. Yes.
Okay, and he's not
We
coming
are,
back.
yes, we are aware of this because the god of flame was born.
Yes. All right. The Order of the Righteous. Are they aware of that information?
Some of them are.
Right.
Some of them have, others have guessed very heavily on it.
Are they
It's,
aware that the only way to get their God of Light back is to kill the God of Flame, and smother the other gods in their cribs?
here's the catch there. Something to consider. We don't know what their god is going to be born from. They may have a god of light born from them.
War.
Hmm?
Correct me if I'm wrong, DM. That was told to me in character, right?
Yes,
There was a
also to
statement
you
of
in character.
irony. Yeah, it was like an
Hmm.
ironic thing. War.
Yeah.
The Order of the Righteous as God will be war.
Hmm. I don't know.
I do.
But no matter what, it is a needed god.
Yes. So, my priorities at this time, and people may have other ones, but these are mine. My priorities are to prevent the ascension of a new God of Darkness. It is to prevent the mistakes of the past, and it is to attempt to undo some of the suffering that the supplicants of light performed, perpetrated in the past. I
So,
want my people to have strength and power and I want them to have wisdom and intellect. My priorities do not require my my good standing. If I am declared heretical, I will continue to pursue my agendas regardless of that moniker. And if I am to be executed or excommunicated, I will seek out alternative means. Because this information gives us the option to do that. And the problem with this is that if we share some of this information, it will be out of our hands and we will lose the opportunity to do anything with it.
Why do you think it'd be out of your hands?
Because it will need to be shared equitably if it is released and is not heretical.
Yes.
If
And are you saying you have not started making copies of it?
I didn't say that. I would never make copies of things if I wasn't sure about their nature.
Exactly. So since I'm going to assume you're as half as smart as you look, I'm going to assume you've already made copies. So your worry and fear is one not warranted.
No. I feel like that's the opposite, because if it is decided that this is not heretical, would my squad be willing, or my squad be able to keep this information? Or would we be expected to hand over these things so they can be disseminated for the greater good of the wider orders?
Depends on the order, depends on the rolling. Probably be expected to be handed over so they can be copied.
Exactly. And there are books that were made available to us through our efforts that we don't have copies of.
Then copies should be made.
They should be.
So don't give them up until copies are made. For a leader, you're very unpolitical.
I'm not Joan the politician. We got
Right,
pieces, not the whole thing. And I'm not the head of my order. I'm not even the next person in charge. How much power I wield is dependent entirely on how much they're willing to suffer my existence.
So be slow. Take your time.
We don't have time.
You do. You have more time than you think.
A year? Maybe 2?
You have more time than you think. And less than what you hope for.
That's incredibly vague and not at all helpful.
And we are the Order of Nazareth. We went missing for a reason. So we can be mysterious, come in and make swoops and grand gestures like this. Make sure certain events play out the way we think is the best for them.
And that whole mastermind thing that you've got going on is very mysterious and cool. Do I have a year? Do I have 2 years? Do I have 5 years? Do I have 10 years?
You have enough time, but not as much as you want.
Right. So, what do you qualify as enough time? I just need a straight answer here. This is going to bother me.
Joan trying desperately to get hard facts out of the Washington mystery woman, like, oh, right, riddle me this. Give me a goddamn date, motherfucker.
Right? It's like, I know about the aspirants that are going to be tested soon. Those who succeed become apprentices. or get eaten by the apprentices.
No, you don't know what's going on there, do you?
I have
Then,
tidbits in hearsay. Please tell me.
all right. So here's what happens when a master,
Mm-hmm.
goes out and starts making new aspirants. That master then has the games called. The games are for all aspirants of that master, just that master. The winner of the aspirant games becomes an apprentice.
All right. Cool. That's a piece of information that I only had half of, and now I can formulate processes off of that. I'm really good at turning hard facts into workable action.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, with
No,
that
not
knowledge.
everyone gets a new apprentice. It's only the master that does.
Okay. So there could be several of these games occurring concurrently, and no, that would just be a normal day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And it stands to reason that masters prey on each other's apprentices when they can.
Mm-hmm.
So at that juncture, more apprentices, another apprentice being taken, assume in a certain amount of time, how long would it take them to cultivate? Do you know the master who killed the original Joan, right?
Yes, we are aware of them.
His apprentice's current power, you're aware of it?
Yes, we are.
As of 2 months ago?
As long as we are. We know it as of 3 days ago.
Perfect. So, how much more is it now than it was then?
Not much more.
Okay.
It's going to take at least 50 years to cultivate what is considered an appropriate apprentice.
Okay. So that number is a good number to know. Because that guy, we assume that he has contemporaries. Some orders are grander than others, and we have to assume the same of our enemies until proven otherwise. That one has one apprentice that fills 25% of his needs to achieve apotheosis. If we assume, how many apprentices does he have in general? Or better question, how many apprentices are there in total?
12 apprentices.
12 apprentices, one for one.
Yes.
All right. I'm confused then.
How are you confused?
Because I was under the impression Ross was going to enter a game and someone who was an already established apprentice.
They're aspirants.
Right. You're entering an aspirant game to qualify to be an apprentice.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So then that means that person is in search of an apprentice, right?
Or will be.
Or will be. So my understanding then is that the apprentice who gave us that information is either going to get eaten in short order, or that person is
No.
attempting to break that rule. Because that person said that they were going to have to kill Ross.
So, here's how it works. The apprentice is probably going to be eaten soon. And so he's preparing his aspirants.
Right. So the apprentice we talked to, the nice apprentice who saved my sister's life.
Nope.
No?
That is not his apprentice.
Okay. So that is another piece of information. Why did that person say he was going to have to kill Ross?
They did it? I don't think they did. Why
I could
would
have
they have said
sworn
that,
they
Ross?
did, Ross.
Yeah, they objectively did say that.
Yeah.
No, because you all are talking about different apprentices here.
No, we're not. We're talking about
Okay.
Butterfly Apprentice.
Yeah, we're talking about Arthur's brother.
Yeah.
Right, he didn't say that he was going to have to kill you.
Objectively, he did.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, sorry. Yes, he did. He said he was going to have to kill you, and he's going to be very sad about it.
Yes.
He didn't want to. But not because of the reasons you're talking about. Because
Okay.
y'all aren't understanding why.
We're not. That's why we're trying to get information from the mysterious wizard.
Oh, they don't know why he said it. They just know that he's not an aspirant of the master that made Ross.
Okay. So that would Ross, do you have any basis for understanding for why that man is going to have to murder you?
Presumably because we're at ends ideologically. They seem very devoted to their master.
Right. And I don't care about masters that aren't trying to reach godhood. I don't. That's not my problem. Does that make sense? In so much as they are not causing botheration, I don't really care.
They're not an immediate threat.
Exactly. They are a tomorrow problem. So, all things being equal, that apprentice is not the apprentice of the master that you're that is trying to convert you. Is that what I'm hearing, Ross?
Correct.
All right. So that is a mystery we will have to unpack at a later date. Right now, kind of dragging us back on track.
Oh, we can't even see the train station anymore.
Right. We have a problem. That problem is we brought back a bunch of ancient knowledge. Some of that knowledge is a direct application of power and growth of the person. The problem with this is that there are bad elements in our society. And if this information is shared freely and openly, those people will gain access to it. And they will use it in ways that are bad. And we are possessed of a strong theory that this is correct because of past evidence compared to current behavior. This is correct for everyone? We all know this? We all accept this? Am I wrong in any way?
I mean, that was a long-winded way to put it, but yes.
Fun, wonderful. I'm trying to be scientific
Yeah,
about
no, that's
this.
fair. Yeah. Get everything.
That information we want to withhold from the negative elements of our society, partially because they are threatening us sociologically with a conflict that will destroy our civilization. And they are okay with threatening us with that conflict because they have chosen to refuse to believe in a greater threat. Is that accurate as well?
Yes.
No, but go on.
All right, then what is inaccurate?
They're doing this so there won't be a threat to your humanity before it's ready.
They are doing this to prevent a greater threat to humanity.
Mm-hmm.
You are speaking of this despair user, right?
Yes.
Right. So, the simple answer then is, first of all, for people in general to have some fucking fortitude and to be galvanized instead of demoralized.
Would you like to put that to the test?
If I can do it, they can do it. They
Would you like to
think
put that to the
themselves
test?
so great. What do they mean when they say that?
They are willing to test you right now if you can do that.
If I can do what?
They're telling you to put your mouth.
Put your money in your fucking mouth.
Okay.
Exactly.
What do you propose?
I can simulate. I can stimulate the powers on you.
Okay.
We have recorded enough data on it. Would you like to see?
Yes.
If you cannot withstand this despair, then you will understand why the rest of the Order members who know about it refuse to allow people to know about it.
Very well.
All
Pull
right.
the trigger.
They're going to emulate this god's despair powers by showing you a video clip.
So
Okay.
Joan has a fucking seizure in front of us.
Nope.
Nope.
Joan's fine.
Joan.
Fuck you. Yes.
Go ahead and make me 3 tests.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to need you to make me a influence test.
All right.
It is going to be add a minus 500.
Okay.
Roll a 1.
All right. So, I have a couple of questions before we get into these chicaneries.
Mhm.
I have an ability that very specifically says I am immune to mundane and supernatural horror.
This is not a mundane or supernatural horror.
Okay. What is the nature of this ability then?
This is despair.
Okay. So, what is the difference then between despair and horror?
The amounting depression and not necessarily fear it puts you under,
Uh-huh.
but your willingness to do anything in front of it.
Okay. So, abraca-failure. We're going to go ahead and spend a fate point. Abraca-failure. We're going to go
Right.
ahead and spend a fate point. Abraca-failure. Cool. So there's no visible fucking way in any conceivable hellscape that I could possibly pass that.
Go ahead and then roll me a toughness check.
All
At the
right.
same negative.
Same negative. Okay. Now, here's the thing. I am curious as to why my immunity doesn't apply here.
Because it is not a mundane or supernatural horror.
Okay. What you said it's despair, that doesn't tell me anything in
It
terms
is
of Go ahead.
it is an overwhelming and crushing despair. Not a horror. Because a horror would be like seeing your friend's head blown off.
Uh-huh.
It would be like seeing some Cthulhian monster. Those
Alrighty.
are not this.
Okay. So, raw stat
As a note,
test. Yeah.
Lee, are you still here?
Yes, I am still here.
Awesome. You're going to be needed here in a moment.
Ah, great. I'll start drinking that energy drink then.
All right. Joan double overs in fear and sorrow, unable to do anything as your body begins to freeze up physically, including your process to think, your neurons firing, and your ability to breathe.
Boom. All right. Follow up here.
Mhm.
At this juncture, am I capable of doing anything reaction-wise or otherwise?
No.
Cool. So, at that juncture, understanding occurs. Gotcha. Go ahead.
As you now
It
begin
kind
to
of
suffocate because your lungs refuse to breathe.
Cool.
I believe I do have a reaction built blessing on my sheet to help fix this shit.
Yes. Which
Cool.
one are you going to be using, Arthur?
I'm sorry, what?
Which one are you going to be using?
There should only be one main one.
All right, I don't know which one that is.
Right. I'm trying to remember the name now. Note to self. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm an idiot. I made a document copy of my stuff, and I should be able to access that from my phone. Why am I trying to remember the stuff? I made a copy.
Why use brain when technology?
Shadow, I don't think you realize how much I had so many fucking blessings planned, and I can't remember which ones were okayed and which ones weren't.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, here we go. Give me the thing I just selected. Right here. So we have the guidance, the briar band, gift of Gaia, which I don't think gift of Gaia is gonna help out right now.
Mm-mm.
Here. Replenish vitality should help out with this one.
And what does
At
it
least
do?
if I'm following it correctly. Spend 1 blessing point to restore an ally's stamina and vitality to the description. Immediately remove 1 fatigue or grant them a +10 to a toughness test.
All right. You may make that toughness test again with a +10, so a -490.
Alrighty.
Could I also potentially mix in? You're at 490, so can I mix in some guidance in there as well?
You can.
Great. So get 10 points of guidance. So you go up to a +10 instead. You're making your toughness with +10 instead of a minus.
You can whip
And you have a
somebody with a
+500.
480 or
Yeah.
490. All right, fucking. I
Yeah,
guess.
because
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, because my guidance is up to a +50
Boom.
for every 1 point.
Mhm.
This is
You're
bear in
able
mind,
to.
this is an expensive thing because I'm spending 11 points of light on you right here.
Right?
All right. You're able to snap
But
out
actually,
of
no,
it.
it needs to be 10.
You're able to snap out of it, and your lungs will start breathing again. Your brain still is not processing, though,
Okay.
as it is now trying to cower and run away. But your body is refusing to move.
Okay.
But
So,
you are no longer suffocating to death.
how does the cowering part work? That doesn't fall under fear either?
Right. The stuff that I have currently only works for fatigue and the toughness part of thing. I don't think it really works for mental.
Right. But that's the thing is I
No.
have a solid mental defense.
Yeah, because you have immunity to mundane and supernatural fears.
Yes.
Yeah. So essentially, what it is, I don't think fear is the right way to use this. It's the ability to look at something and realize there's just no hope in surviving.
Right.
Not necessarily just fear.
I
It's
think
the
what you're
realization
thinking
of
of is resignation.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like Rorschach, but for humans.
Hmm. Eh? Okay, so I can't do anything. I'm just alive now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At least we kept you alive.
You kept me
Just
alive.
think about that.
Right.
And
I would love to
then
be able to do
Also-
stuff soon, though, because I have ideas on how to deal with this, but I have been told you're not allowed to do things.
Right.
Mhm.
But also, remember, the plus 500 I gave you with the guidance stuff applies for 2 rolls.
Cool.
which means you can now try and take back another control of your body.
Okay. What am I
Which this will
making
be
now?
your.
And you still have. Go ahead, Joe.
This would still be a toughness test
Okay.
at the plus 10.
Plus 500.
Yep. Gotcha.
All right, you're able to begin to gather your brain back together,
Okay. and
and it's at that moment where the hologram will stop emulating this.
No!
They're only gonna let you use 2 rolls off it.
God fucking damn it!
Pop me back in!
Yes!
Joan, wait, that was expensive just to keep you alive.
Right. Joan is going to stand up. She's going to have a very loud breath.
As a note,
Uh-huh.
they're gonna like, sorry, before you can really say anything here, they're gonna speak up with a key part of information. Because that was just me focusing it on.
We lost you at the end there.
That was just me focusing it on one person.
Yes.
It can be focused. Theirs does not focus it on one person.
I didn't assume it did. I assumed it was over vast, miles-wide swaths of area. All right. DM,
Hmm?
would my authority pool, could I make or use abilities that would allow me to counteract that?
If you're given the ability to react, yes.
Cool.
You notice one of the first things it does, it cripples your ability to react.
Right. Gotta have a thing up. And I'm going to go, all right.
Have something up beforehand.
Give me a moment. And I'm going to attempt to use a point of authority, or as many points of authority as sort of needed, to make, oh gosh, what was that ability called? I want to essentially manifest an ability that would allow me to resist either despair specifically or mind affecting stuff in general.
It'll give you bonuses to resist, but it won't let you to straight out be immune to it.
Okay.
As a note, you don't really know how his works specifically, so it's gonna be harder for you.
Say that again.
You don't know how his works specifically,
Mm-hmm.
so it's going to be hard to negate it. You can do a more generalized
Okay.
form of it.
All right. So I would like to, if I can.
Also, as a note,
Mm-hmm.
pop, pop, pop. Because this is what was put in front of you guys.
Boop, bop, bibbidi bop, biddy beep boppity boop. How horrifying. Props to the artist, though. Hey, that's a person down there for scale. Alrighty. So DM.
Mhm.
Joan is thinking.
Mhm.
So I have an ability to issue commands and proclamations, right?
Mhm.
And it provides a very sturdy bonus.
Mhm.
I would like to build a power that lets me essentially invest that bonus
Mhm.
and apply more points to create an iterative of that bonus
Mhm.
in order to essentially create a mantle
Mhm.
that would guard me against something like this effect.
So the thing here is you're going to need to be able to um you're gonna have to be able to don you're gonna have to don the mantle.
Right. And that's fine. I have further ideas, but I need to test my
Mm.
hypothesis.
2,
Mm-hmm.
this is gonna take you a while to research and formulate this
Right.
power.
Okay. Hmm. All right. Then
Um
go ahead.
as a final note, uh in order to form this power, because it's still a good idea. Um you're going to still need something more. You're gonna need another exposure to that in order to even fine tune it.
Right.
And you're gonna need exposure to the real thing to really fine tune it. Because what they did was a copy of it,
Right.
not a and probably an imperfect copy.
So we assume half power, quarter power,
Hence,
tenth. Okay. So the actual guy is going to drop a minus 5,000 or you lay down and die.
mhm.
Okay. We can work
Like
with that.
as a note, they will inform you that the Master Spare is one of the 3 chasing apotheosis, and it's the closest.
He's the closest?
Hmm.
All right.
And this is his passive aura that he produces
Mm-hmm.
at
Mm-hmm.
any given time.
Right.
And no one has been able to see what any of his powers actually are.
Because nobody's survived the initial passive. Right.
Hmm. And then what they do know is that those who have come upon the scene also get infected with this spare and start dying.
Oh. I'm going to look at the sword for a minute. Did this guy make you sad?
Hmm.
Gotcha. So she's just gonna sort of like look at her sword that she got from the Lonely King and be like, ah, gotcha, bitch. Alrighty. So Joan sits down in a corner for a second and is thinking about it.
They will point to like this little hologram will point to Aurora though.
Mm-hmm.
She's the important one for that one.
How so?
Oh, her goddess.
I see.
At least that's what we believe.
of hope?
Mm-mm. Their god will be the king.
Oh, I see.
So he's going to have the ability to inspire people. So, yeah. Anyone hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So she's like, all right, I can do that. I'm going to take a moment.
As a note,
Yep.
also, you're going to gain a little flaw here.
Okay.
Known despair.
Okay.
You're going to be taking negatives when it comes to despair and despair-like attributes.
Okay. Cool. So that is something I will absolutely not tolerate in any form. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be very hard to work off. Um,
All right. DM?
mhm.
I would like to turn and look at somebody and go, all right, I need a volunteer.
Aurora pushes Arthur forward.
He's the healer. We need him in case someone dies.
All right. Aurora pushes Ross forward.
Thank you for
I count.
volunteering.
I counter.
I maybe before we get into someone volunteering, can we discuss as to what they are volunteering for?
To endure that, I think I have a method. It requires preempting, but I think I have an answer for that too, but it will take time.
I'll get ready to spend another 10 points of light.
You're a champion, Arthur.
Can I at least go and put on my armor so that way I can maybe get away with only spending 9?
I'll reimburse you the light if you're that worried about it.
It's a point of if you want to do this for a prolonged period of time, it'll be easier with the armor because then the armor makes all my blessings count as being 1 rating higher.
Right. I know what your armor does.
Right. So
I'm going.
again, if you want to do this for a prolonged,
straightforward experiment.
okay, if you're only expecting to do it once, then sure.
All right. What would we define as the opposite of despair?
Open question there.
Yep.
Hope.
Mm-hmm. See, that's what I thought too.
It wouldn't be hope.
What would it be then?
Brock not breathing into his mic.
I'm not breathing into my mic.
Is it just me or is he breathing into the mic
We're
for everyone
getting a
else?
lot of wind.
Okay.
We're
I'm
getting a
storming
lot
through
of
my
wind
house
coming
because
through
you've
your side.
agitated me. I am pacing in my cage.
Ah.
Or it is not breathing, it is storming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hope, joy, optimism,
Hope is
cheer.
hope, joy, and optimism aren't. They all work for parts of despair, but they aren't the. They on their own are not the perfect opposite of despair.
I see. I have the answer. It's not like despair literally means loss of hope or anything, but okay.
But when a person is in despair, it's not simple enough to just give them hope.
Right. We're not talking about psychological, we're talking about conceptual. Anyway, who's my volunteer?
Take 2 steps back.
Yep.
If it has to be done, so be it.
All right. DM.
Yeah.
I'm going to lay a hand on Ross's shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say, with all of the power of my authority, resist. Have faith. I'm going to use 2 points of authority to give him 2 separate commands.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go abraca boop. I'm going to go, you've got this, Ross. Try it now. And I will look to the little probie.
And looks at you. All right, fine. We'll try again. Ross,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead and roll me a influence test at minus 500.
You get these bonuses.
Also, as a note, you're going to need to subtract 50 from each of those.
Got it.
So minus 150 from that.
610.
610. So we're still in the positive.
We're still in the positive.
And then 610 minus 500.
Yeah. So what am I rolling?
Influence.
Yeah, influence with 110.
Yep.
Okay. 6 degrees.
Congratulations. You passed the roll. Go ahead and make me a toughness test at a minus 500.
Now, I don't have those bonuses anymore.
I think you do for the authority ones. Because you're still following my order.
Oh.
But you wouldn't get the extra 290 at the end. So you're looking at a 470. So
minus
you're looking
100.
at a minus 30.
Minus 30 toughness.
And I can, as a reaction, give you an additional plus 10.
I would say dump that on him because with an additional minus 100, it becomes a 370. So he's at a minus 130. If you can clear up that difference.
The main thing is that the guidance is still a half action. I can't drop that any further than where it is. But the replenish vitality, that is a reaction.
Could you use it as a reaction to the first roll?
I'm not entirely sure what you're asking there.
So you can use a reaction in response to basically anything. You could use it as in response to the first roll in order to provide him the bonus on the second roll.
Okay, yeah, no, that now stuff makes sense in my brain.
Right.
But yeah, the main thing with that is that I spend 1 point of light and I can give him a +10.
Right. So
I can spend 3 points and make it be that he's basically sitting with a flat roll.
Right, but do you have enough reactions for that?
Well, he only needs the one.
No, he needs the 3, the flat roll.
Oh, I think I see what. Okay, yeah, no. Basically, long story short, to get it to that point, I'm gonna sit and work on this particular one a little bit more still.
Fair. But we can give him a chance on this toughness score. Because you said 3 of them, you would have to use 3 reactions to get him to how much of a bonus? A flat roll?
Yeah.
Out of a minus 130? Okay.
No, because you're giving him a +470, aren't you?
I'm giving him a plus 370.
Oh, 370. I heard 470 for some reason.
Right. No, you were right. And then Char reminded us that we just passively lose 50 off of any bonus we use. Which I feel like is a sub-power connected to that one. That guy might not have a lot besides his passive because he's invested fucking everything from the dirt to the sky into it. Fucking dicks.
But it is a badass of a passive.
Right? Like, here, eat a minus 5,000 or you just die. Yeah, I guess. All right, shit.
Yeah.
Fine.
So, best case scenario right now, I think, because you get 2 reactions.
Mm-hmm.
You get 1 for dodge and 1 for parry, correct? So, I can at best drop it to a minus 120, 110, which is still.
Well, it's a minus 130 right now.
Yeah. So minus 110 is what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Just roll a 1 right now. Do it.
Well, I was going to say, I'll just spend 6 inspiration, and now I have a +10.
There you go. Abraca that.
Because math. Alright, +10, toughness, 3.
Awesome. You do not die here. You still getting that. You still getting that talent though.
What talent?
Oh,
Or negative quality.
What's it called again?
Known despair.
Great.
Taking my $50 despair related things.
Wait, was that why we were eating the penalty?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he hadn't actually suffered that effect yet. Why was he eating that penalty?
It was you.
But I wasn't doing a despair-related thing. I was empowering him.
And against the despair-related thing.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No. That is
Yep.
real shirty, my guy.
Nope.
That's real shirty.
Nope.
Yup.
That's how that works.
I have to sit and squint at this one.
You can squint all you want. Squint all you want is related to despair.
All right.
Right.
Telltale Games will remember this.
I know they will.
Yeah, because I mean, it's related to despair the same way that
cookies are related to your freezer.
I mean, that's the thing. We need related base powers, and then give us a fucking hour to explain the connection, and we're golden.
Fucking mage. We're doing mage now, bitches.
It's related. No, it's related to despair the same way eggs are related to baking. Because it's a point.
They are.
Yes,
Congratulations.
you use eggs to bake. No.
And you can bake an egg
Let me
too.
finish my point. Yes, but let me finish my point with this one. Because yes, you can use an egg for baking, but you can also bake a cake or whatever else you want with it.
Yep.
Just
I'm
because it's a
still
plan, I'm
informing
giving you
you.
power to resist something.
I'm still informing you how it works.
All right,
Okay.
guys. All right. This is
I
what the
gotta
DM
keep
has
that.
set in front of us, and I'm
Yep.
just gonna let you know some of this pocket or some of this bacon is going in my pocket. We're gonna do some shit
Oh
with
yeah.
this
Oh
later,
yeah.
and it's
No.
going to be a case of
Oh
he
yeah.
did, he did, we did.
Yep.
We're gonna pocket this and
Yeah.
walk away with it, motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. You can. This
Yeah.
is still. I'm going to clarify here. This is still the upper ends of power, though.
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't getting this anytime soon.
I
Because you guys ain't
mean,
fighting gods yet.
Yep.
I know what you're
Well,
about. I am divine.
I mean, egos aside. So I body this.
Mm-hmm. Round 2.
No, no round 2. Go away.
Round 2. Influence. Minus 550.
Okay.
Right.
Now, hold up.
Mm-hmm.
If they do, if the fucking drone is still yeeting that shit, I'm just gonna wave my hand like, cut it.
Okay. Yeah, no. It was going to give you 2 rounds, just like it gave Joan.
Oh, I thought I got 1 round.
You got 2 rounds.
Well, okay then. Ah, fuck me in the hairstyler. All right. But yeah, we're gonna cut it and be like, all right, we've learned. And Joan's gonna look at this. She's gonna pull out a little notebook and write some more shit down. And she's like, all right. We can solve that. That is a thing we can fix. And the thing is I will retract my initial point. No one else has the resources at their disposal, except perhaps the heads of the order, to do anything about that. My answer is, what did they intend to do if he showed up anyway? Except watch our people die.
Hope he shows up at the Order of the Silver Knights.
So your whole plan is to hope that a Hope Eater will show up in the one place that is least likely to draw him in order to fight the one enemy that is most capable of opposing him.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me, or does that sound stupid when I say it out loud?
Yes, but what is the other plans that we have for it? Hope he comes near one of the other gods and births them early, and then we lose them.
No. No. The plan is anything but doing nothing. Joe
Well,
just
also our plan is
sits down for a
the
minute and
plan
the
is to
chair
also
creaks.
make sure they don't come here.
Right. And how are you managing that?
They're not coming here, are they?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Oh, they're not.
Yes, they are. There was an apprentice in one of the order halls a month ago. 2 months ago, a master and an apprentice showed up at a fortress.
Right. But they didn't come to our Hearts of Power. Well,
Yes,
except for
yes,
that
they
one.
did. That an apprentice showed up at an order hall.
We don't know how we got past the defenses there, honestly.
He
And it does
walked.
raise. That's the thing. It raises a concern because they shouldn't be able to find us.
He used the railway.
No, even then, they should not be able to find us.
Why not?
Because the shards of light create a barrier that prevents them from entering in without a solid hammer against a shield.
That. Okay. I'd like you to walk that sentence back and try it again, please.
All right. The shards of light
Yes.
create a barrier.
Mm-hmm.
So those of darkness cannot get in.
Right.
In order to get in, they would have to try and crack a, an orb of granite
I
with a sledgehammer.
I would like to give you some bad news. People with darkness pools have been coming and going from order halls regularly.
No, we know what happens when somebody of darkness tries to get in,
I,
or at least maybe it requires a certain size of darkness. We're not sure.
I
It provides us a lot of fusions and things without context.
My sister had 40 darkness, and we
It's not
brought
that
her
much.
right into our home. It doesn't have to be.
And then
200 people with
aside
40
from
darkness could ruin. Sorry, go ahead.
aside from your sister, you have the fact that apparently my brother showed up at my order's place, and as far as I'm aware, nothing happened to our light shard there.
I know. It's something that confuses us that your brother would be able to get in. Joan makes sense.
Mean any harm. Maybe it's an intention thing.
We don't know.
So, all right. That's a thing. Okay. This shield is not obvious or visible?
Not to us.
But it is to people with darkness.
Mm, I'm not sure. From what we can tell, no. It'd be like running into a pane of glass.
All right. All right. So,
We do know light's sentient, though. Or at least the shards are.
I assume so. Yes. They're capable of manifesting avatars before they're fully realized as gods.
Well, even before that,
Mm-hmm.
they can have thoughts. It's confusing. We're not particularly sure on all of the specifics.
Right. How do I put this? I assumed that they were always capable of that. They just did not have a fully manifested identity with which to establish preference until they reached a certain threshold. I thought that was
Maybe.
something that we had achieved we'd learned several weeks ago. How much, perhaps this is a bit pretentious, but how much do you know about what we've been doing?
What we've received from the reports from Archmage Mithra and Aaron the Silent.
All right. So, we've cleansed a Briarheart.
Yes.
You know about that.
Yes.
Do you know what the identity of the Briarheart was originally?
Yes.
All right. We spoke to the avatar of the Mechanized Order's shard.
Mm-hmm.
She's very nice and improbably attractive.
That was an uncomfortable case for me.
Why?
Remember, got branded from that whole ordeal.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, you seem to have gone through quite an ordeal. A patch of your flesh is metal, and your feet are wood.
We should do something about that,
Yes.
I think. Maybe get you some nice hooves or
Yeah.
something?
My biggest question at this point is, how am I the one that's getting the most augmentation, yet Ross is the one that keeps on getting signed up to test shit out?
Because I'm good at what I do?
You just had the opportunity to have something tested out and you actively refused. That's why.
Also, Ross is scared of being sad now, so the alteration was internal and not external.
Mm-hmm. And then the fact that I might not like the methods, Joan does have our best interests in mind.
Always. So, at the very least, the Order heads should be made aware of these things. How many of
And the
them
order?
don't know about the Masters?
They take a moment as they're like considering how to answer this,
Right?
and they're like, all of them know about the masters
All right.
and the apprentices.
And what have they done to prepare for inevitable conflict?
As far as we know, not much.
Right, that. That right there. That's the problem.
But at the same time, we've been missing for several years.
Yes. Why is it your responsibility to combat them? Why is that your responsibility?
And what do you mean? It's not our responsibility to combat them.
Well, you said, when I said that is a problem that they have not meaningfully prepared to combat this enemy, and you said,
Mm.
well, we've been missing for many years. Where's the correlation there?
No, I'm saying we've also been missing for many years, so we don't know what their plans have been laid in place.
Right. Presumably, Archmage Mithra and Aaron the Silent have spoken to you. What are
No,
their
they haven't.
preparations? They haven't spoken to you on this at all.
No,
All right. Then I would recommend.
we have not spoken to them until a few days ago.
Then I would recommend we have a closed door session amongst the order heads because they seem determined to keep this information from everyone. And that's fine. It's not okay, but I understand their reasoning. I just vehemently disagree with it. But we need to do something because the one thing everybody seems devoted to asking for is more time. And we have had 1,000 years where we were so far beneath our enemies' notice that they didn't bother to crush us. And then we birthed a god. And now more are on the way, and they are moving in force. There are several of them close to achieving apotheosis. From what you said. How many was it?
3.
3. When one of them achieves apotheosis, we can logically assume that they are going to try and kill the other bearers of darkness and consume all of the darkness in order to become the sole uncontested god thereof.
I'm unsure of that.
Okay. What makes you unsure?
There's not any information to go for that answer
Why not?
because there are those who have made pacts with each other.
Right. And how many of those are part of those 3?
3 out of 3 of 3.
So all 3 of those have agreed to share power.
No. That wasn't explained properly. No.
Each of them
3
has made 3 pacts.
With 3 others.
Right. So they all have 3 backers and are chasing Ascension. And presumably, when they get there, they're going to eat the ones who didn't pact with them then.
I don't know.
That, or they might try and use something similar to what we have started here. You have one that has speciality in despair. If they are more likely to become a god of despair rather than a god of darkness.
Right. Well, all right. And she's going to sort of like flip a chair around because she sundered the table earlier. And she's going to stack a couple chairs and then put one on top of it. That's one pyramid of the 3, right? The nature of the mentality of the supplicants of darkness, correct me if I'm wrong, has always been that, and she points at the chairs on the bottom, these don't matter. She points at the one at the top, just this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then by nature, it would mean that, and she puts another stack of chairs up, these are a threat because they're a competitor. And the nature of things in the Supplicants of Darkness's theology and mindset is that these chairs should be, and she puts one down, picks up the other 2, sets them on top of those 3, and then sets the previously top chair on top of the stack. That's how it should be. Right?
My understanding is yes. But that also does not necessarily mean that they're going to jump to killing. If all of them have that same understanding, they might quite literally just see whoever achieves it first.
If the Order of the Righteous gained power, if they suddenly gained the ability to turn 1 light into 100, and the orders of, say, Stone and the New Order of the Night Watch said, if you share in this power, we will acknowledge you as the superior as long as we get to take part in it. What would your order say when the Order of the Righteous went, all right, now everyone works for us?
There's one issue with that, though.
What's that?
That's amongst the orders.
Right.
Amongst our side, which has a completely different way of looking at this.
But it doesn't, though. That's the important part. The Order of the Righteous uses the methodology of Supplicants of Darkness. They are strong.
Right, the Order of the Righteous does, not the rest of us.
Right. But put yourself in the hypothetical.
There is a knock on the door.
God damn it. Char, we're discussing philosophy here.
I know. Guess what? You guys have run out of time.
This is what happens when you spend 3 in-game hours discussing ideologies amongst the players.
Damn it, we've spent 5.5 and you know it.
Yeah, fair.
Yep.
All right. We
So
open the door.
there's a knock on the door.
I guess I open the door.
You can. There is Someone from the Order of the Flame goes, "You've been summoned to the main chamber."
All right, thank you. We'll be along presently.
And they're staring at you.
I'm just going to hold up a finger. We need to get ourselves in order. And then I'm going to close the door. All right. So, final answer. Are we sharing this freely? Are we hiding it? Or are we keeping it to one group?
I believe, as common sense put it,
Let them deem whether it's heretical or not on their own.
That's not the question.
But
That's not the question at all. Carry on. You seem like
that's
you have
not
a
the
point.
question, but it's... If we leave it as is, they're going to decide whether or not it's heretical.
Mm-hmm. And then they're going to
From
decide
that
if it's to be
point,
shared.
yes. The sharing is our concern, and we might be able to... It's definitely going to hurt the rest of us, at least a fair bit, but it will at least keep it out of the Order of the Righteous his hands if the Order of Joan makes a point of asking to keep it for research before sharing.
All right. All four. Essentially, I'm calling for votes, DM. Who's for that plan?
Or what plan?
The plan is the Order of Joan is going to keep this, and it's going to be our new mage's stick.
Two of your PCs, sorry, two of your NPCs disagree with that plan.
Which ones?
Aurora and Pumpkin.
Right. Okay. And so we call a vote of 4 versus against, and it's a 5-2. We're going to look at the two of them and go, what would satisfy you?
Not that plan.
All right. What would satisfy you? Give me a solution, not a problem.
Hand it over. All of it. You don't? Sure.
It will inevitably get handed over. It's just a point of this way Joan at least has a chance of learning more about it first.
And they're gonna demand copies. Let them have the copies.
Right, but this way we can at least keep those copies out of their hands for a little bit longer so that we can try and understand what the fuck we've got here.
Mm-hmm.
honestly, we could solve them in other ways.
How so?
Well, they're going to demand copies. Somebody has to make those copies. Order of Joan could very
Also,
much.
Brock,
Yep.
all the noise from you.
Nothing but
How?
wind. Nothing but wind.
It's not even wind. It's just the creaking of my fucking hallway, I guess.
It's wind. I mean, we're right here, Shadow.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
it does sound like wind going past your mic. I don't know if it's at the pace that you are pacing, or if you have a
I pace
fan or
very
something.
pacily. I don't have any fans, no.
Okay, then it's probably the pace that you pacily pace.
Yep.
Yeah.
My feet are actually beginning to hurt.
Then yeah, that's probably
Then sit the fuck down.
But anyways, to the notion, we just hand it over. We can still stall them because somebody has to make copies. Order of Joan, since very much within the same right, could able to take the right to take them all together, could very much plead to make the right to be the ones to make the copies. That's a tongue twister. And then you just, hamstring it.
DM, I'm smartening up the party as much as I can.
You're playing a smart?
Yeah, you're playing smart.
No, I am literally just like making sure everybody's shit is the way it needs to be when we go before General Assembly. Everybody's collars are tucked and whatnot.
Oh, fair.
I am mothering the squad. Although I will fall short of like licking my hand and smoothing down their hair.
Okay.
Who took the fate point and who took the bone coin between Aurora and Pumpkin?
Aurora took the bone coin, and Pumpkin took the fate point.
All right. She's gonna look at them and be like, "Don't make a big deal of those. All right, they're for you, to keep you alive, because I have them. I found them, and I want to make sure everyone has them."
So,
You're both very precious. I am not going to marry you.
Aurora looks a little confused, but Pumpkin's like, "Oh no, that makes sense. I don't want to marry you either."
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this feels like a case scenario whereby Pumpkin and I are both having a case of like, yes, we can agree. We are marriage is a no on this particular one.
Marriage
And
is a
Aurora's
no
just
thank
having a
you
case
question.
and Aurora's just like, what? No. That is how this works.
That question wasn't even on the table. That would suggest Joan is a oh.
The little meter in her head goes from no clue to gets it. Does Aurora just have a moment here?
Yeah, kind of.
She's like, oh, I didn't know that about you. Oh.
I showered with you. Was that a oh?
This is why we lead with, I am not going to marry you.
Uh, and I'm going to reclaim my fox.
Aw, my head's gonna get cold.
All right. So, Vincent, do you still have your book?
Yeah.
Okay. And everyone brought their reading material?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
All right. Now, while this...
Again, I will repeat. I was just told we have questions. I was not told to bring shit.
That's fair. We will have to deal with that when it becomes relevant. All right. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to open up the door, look very dramatically if there is still a member of the Order of the Flame there.
Yep.
We're ready.
All right. You're escorted into General Assembly.
Ah! I don't do political stuff very well, guys.
Mm-hmm. You guys are trying to make the hardest, most difficult political part of the decision
Yeah, kind of.
And two of your NPCs are like, hey, look, if you want the easy political decision that's gonna give us the best results, just
Is
give
it
it.
though? Is it though?
It gives you the best political results.
The best political results, not the best results.
And I said that. I said the best political results.
You said the best results the first time.
Fair enough.
No, he said the best political.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck me, I guess.
Both times. Both times he said political.
All right, fine. You said that twice. Nah. Oh boy.
I just. Oh.
What?
Don't mind me. I need a message to or something.
Do you?
I just literally took this long for it to
Share the
click in my
wealth!
brain. Don't mind me.
No, I'm
Share the
curious
wealth!
now.
I'll let you know depending on the answer I get.
God damn it. Okay. I have to accept that.
We don't like it, but we have to take it.
Busty Bone Cyber Lady and Adam Smasher?
We smashed something.
Ha! This is what happens. Arthur jerks off one time, starts making dirty jokes. Progress. Next
All
thing
right,
you know, you'll
guys.
be spending downtimes in the brothels.
We've been over worrying. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
It'll be fine.
Which part?
About us having access to the materials.
Okay.
Would you like to explain why?
But I wanted to hold out the surprise for anticipation.
I will strangle your children.
Right. Okay. So we're well aware of Ross's ability to read material and then just fucking pull it from his brain later.
Yeah.
All this material is reviewed by the order heads, including Mithra, the head of my order, and my master. And
Yeah.
generally
So
good
you're gonna
person
leverage.
and well treated towards me.
You're going to leverage that as just a point of, hey, can we please get a copy of those?
I mean, if push comes to shove.
Okay, we can work with that.
So, you guys all head out. Maybe we should get that for Lee. Anyways. Where was I?
We head out.
Heading out.
We're going to General
Yes.
Assembly.
So you guys arrive at the General Assembly. In the General Assembly, it is just you guys and the heads of your, along with the heads of all the other orders, just in case there's confusion. What time is it actually? It is 3:38.
Yeah.
We're gonna stop here.
What?
No.
Why?
Because
You can't have
No,
us
this is
debate for
not-
3+ hours and then leave us like this. You fucking edging whore! Fuck you, Char.
I will
Finish
go
the
fuck
goddamn
my
job you
girlfriend right
started.
now. I swear to God.
My wife is out of the house. You finish this fucking job now.
but it's getting late for Lee.
Lee said no.
Lee is a consenting adult.
I still have a minimum of 20 minutes before we hit the point where I am going to be saying, okay, that's enough.
All right. So you're saying we have 20 minutes?
A minimum
Far
of 20.
minimum.
Plus, I
Minimum
still
of
have
20 minutes.
Sometimes you get lucky.
I still have
during
most
a
of my
cookie.
energy drink. I still have most of my
Alright.
energy drink, and that's starting to kick in now.
Okay,
So-
I'm just saying, I don't want a snappy partner.
Where's the fucking smash cut to like 2 in the morning for us?
Somebody clearly playing Civ.
So, just saying. All right.
I
hmm,
spent all my snappy points at the start of session.
sure.
To be fair, you were very snappy.
Like a green bean.
Oh no, Shadow, you missed the majority of it.
Oh.
Mm.
I literally threatened Blatt that I would have ripped out his tongue if he kept on using a thing.
Goddamn doctor's appointment, missing all the fun stuff.
Yeah.
But yes, no,
So,
Joe, you do not get to just drop things right there.
I'm pretty sure I could, but um, alrighty then. So the party wanders in. Is there anything? So how do I want to say? So the first part of the General Assembly meeting is going to be very slow, as it is a recounting of your guys' tale, actions, and generally what happened to lead to this moment. Um, as there are some people who clearly don't know what happened, haven't read the reports, and most people are at this point ignoring the fact that there is an order that's been missing.
There's an order
That's
that's been
sick.
missing for fucking 150 plus years. And they're like, no, no big deal. We have books to talk about.
Exactly. Um, the things that are firstly covered is just how did this happen? People began talking about uh, again, the most part of it is just a rebrief.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you guys are trying to hide from this?
Presumably the Lonely King and what we did with the Briarheart?
Okay.
Well,
Uh,
I think the better thing there would be more so the fact that the Lonely King is alive.
okay.
I feel like that might be a better thing than trying to hide his existence whatsoever.
As a note, the Lone King was not actually mentioned in Pumpkin's reports.
Yeah. So I would say we go up and we go, all right, cool. We proceeded to the top of the tower, dealt with the Briarheart,
Mm-hmm.
and then proceeded to loot the tower.
Mm-hmm.
Is sort of a
Okay, yeah,
deal
I can get
there.
behind with that.
Yeah, and don't answer any questions that haven't been asked.
Mm-hmm.
Is there um anything you guys are wanting to hide about this information? Are you guys trying to, I don't know, what's the word? Fuck around and like destroy some of these? I
Destroy
want to make
some
sure
of
that
what?
because there was originally planned to have it destroyed.
Have what
I think
destroyed?
he's talking about the
That
books.
was
Yeah.
that was early on in the planning.
I want to make sure that plan is no longer on the table.
That was the pink mohawk plan. We're doing the black trench coat plan.
Yep.
Okay.
We've
Want to make sure.
absolutely reformed ourselves.
Yeah.
Want to make sure what plan we're on here.
Yeah, no, we realized how much the Rigger's War Machine was going to cost. You're like, okay, we'll be sensible about it.
It's powered by an orphan heart, you guys. All right, so one spirit is going to utterly wreck that thing, and we're going up against Az technology. Yeah. No. Aww.
We never said you couldn't buy it with your own money, just not for this.
So, with that being said, the beginning of the meeting is a very simple process, mostly asking questions onto the nature of where you found the books,
Mm.
if there's any traps near the books, if, as there's been reading of the books, clearly.
What you mean clearly? They've been spying on me in my order hall?
No, but they know that it's not you've been reading them.
Mm-hmm.
Joan the Sacrifice ratted you out on that one.
Okay. What a hoe.
So you can't really hide it considering the fact that you taught 60 people and you're gonna have them come and show off.
I can absolutely hide that because it happened in our order hall and I brought 2 people with me.
Also, this is a fun fact. Aaron presented 3 books as well.
Yup. Pumpkins books, yeah?
No, Pumpkin presented his own books.
Oh.
No, these are Arthur's books.
Arthur's books.
There they went. We found them.
Oh, God damn it.
That fucking 100. I told you we'd find
Yeah,
out.
Yeah.
yeah, I knew.
You just
The
handed
worst part
it
yet
over your
is that
shoulder.
when. Yeah, the worst part yet is that when I saw that 100, I knew that was going to be a point of just handing. And when Shadow said handing them straight to Aaron, it was a point of like, yeah, no, that's what it's going to end up being.
Yeah, that's what
Just
happened.
Arthur going through the trunk, like handing it behind them. Make sure you get this to the Archdruid. And Aaron's just like, yeah, sure.
Sure. I'll take care of it. Oh, good, thanks. I'd hate for Aaron the Silent to get a hold of these.
Yeah, he looks like a fucking nerd. Ha.
Looks like exactly the
My
sort of person
only
who'd steal
point-
someone's books.
My only point with that is that it is a point of the way that can be covered up is actually surprisingly easy.
Yeah, the Archdruid's here.
Mm-hmm. Vivian, the head of your order.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Totes.
No, because there is a distinction made between Archdruid and
Quiet,
the head of the order.
We got this bucket,
Right, but at
but you
least have
keep
it-
letting the water into this sinking ship.
Yes, but you need to at least make it make sense because before you guys, like out of character, before you guys met him, Vivian in front of you said, "Do you mean to take stuff to the Archdruid
I know.
versus your order head?"
I know.
No, in fairness, there was books given to the Archdruid. Aaron also rolled a sleight of hand.
So she just stole
Right,
the
so
books
then
from the
that's
Archdruid?
so. Right,
No.
so then
No.
the main
So
thing
this is
that-
what happened, right?
Mhm.
the books were given to Aaron. Aaron saw the books. Aaron switched the books out of the sack that they were in, other books of appropriate size and weight, and then handed those off to the druid behind her.
She just
Behind them.
randomly keeps a collection
Right.
of books of various sizes and weights.
You
You
don't
need
get
to.
to the leader of an order without carrying a random
Right.
selection of books on you, all right? It's
Right, but
standard
my main
protocol.
thing,
Standard operating
my main
procedure.
thing with that is that can still get fucked with. That they can still be a decent defense to, as a point of that was supposed to go to the Archdruid for protection.
Yep. You
Mhm.
didn't tell me I needed books. You just said you wanted to talk to me, so I was safeguarding these books.
Yeah,
Right?
it won't get you too far, that argument, because it is ahead of the Order of the Night Watch.
Right. But again, it's a point of you said you wanted to ask me questions, so I wanted to make sure that these very important material didn't fall into the wrong hands.
Well, you
Mhm.
demanded my fucking attention.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. So the short answer is like we didn't find any traps, but
Yeah.
it's like there was some stuff that definitely happened. Short answer,
Right.
we didn't find any traps.
They're gonna ask you where you found the four big book.
Back
In the
in
library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Remember, they're in a special part of the library.
Right. We're
Yeah,
only giving them the information they ask for.
Yeah.
it's in the
Yeah, they asked
library.
me where did you find it? It was in the library.
Yeah. It's in the library.
Uh,
I don't know what you want from
they're
us.
gonna be like, were they hidden behind any special wall safes?
No, they were on a pedestal.
Clear as day.
Which they were. It was an open air wrought fence.
Hmm?
They don't know how long that fucker's been open.
Sure. Like, And then they're gonna be like, all right, let us look what's in the books. And then what's gonna happen is the viewing procession,
Okay.
which is gonna take several hours of each of the order heads standing up and examining the context of the books.
Do they all speak the language?
No.
Okay. So they're just looking at squiggles in the books?
Mhm. Looking at squiggles, examining art that is in certain books.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What
some of
about that
them
smut
not,
book, though?
but that's
I'm
my book.
sorry. I'm now just imagining a point. I'm sorry.
All the mail order heads are just stuck at the
Aside
one
from
end of the
smut,
table
I'm
with
just imagining a
Vincent's book,
point.
like, whoa, oh, what are you guys giggling about? Nothing, nothing heretical.
Definitely nothing heretical. Druids gone wild, I would never.
Uh, but the context of the books are being like read over, as well as the art. For those who actually can't read
That's
it,
from my.
what?
Oh no, Lee died.
All right, Lee's dead.
No, it's just. No, I'm not dead. I
Dead.
just.
Mm.
Can't you fucking hear me?
Yes,
Guess what?
yes, I could hear Lee.
Is it me?
I mean, they stopped speaking now.
Huh.
Mm,
I couldn't
I
hear them.
stopped talking because other people were talking.
Did you hear that, Char?
No.
Weird.
Oh,
One sec. We're back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Speak again, Lee.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, there we go. That was weird.
You can say that again. But it's just a point of, I guess, the botany book is the one that basically no one is really taking that long of a look at, because it's the point of like, there's a plant. Like, how do you exactly say that? That plant, that drawing of that plant is heretical.
Mm-hmm. You know one
There's
they
a
are
couple.
looking at though?
Druids Gone Wild?
No. Another one Lee took.
Theology.
Theology.
yeah.
And they're like, all of this is heretical.
And so yeah, that one's the one that gets a lot of scrutiny at it. Because there's very clearly drawings of the god of light and the god of darkness in there.
They're like, whole book's heretical now.
Gaia, the missing god. So yeah. Several hours later, this is going to be a long process of them just reviewing what they can.
Mm-hmm.
As a note, none of the books are allowed to be picked up once they're on the table. They are allowed to be flipped and examined thoroughly to each of the order heads' content. But none of them are allowed to leave the room. This process is honestly going to take about 24 to 48 hours.
Mm.
Um, and yeah. Go ahead and everyone make me a scrutiny test here. Also, Joan.
Yep.
Lord Gerald does not have his bolt of light anymore.
I see.
Well, didn't Aurora drop that on us, though?
Mm-hmm. Well, they said that Lord Gerald was getting his removed. Last she heard.
Yeah. Well, I thought she said he was the first.
Yes, but he still had the largest pull.
Yeah.
Like, the larger pools take time to do.
Yeah.
All right, Ross.
Mm-hmm.
You will notice the Archmage Mithra is being very slow and methodical here. You know she's a woman capable of speed reading.
Yep. She's trying to understand and
She's trying to memorize.
Yep.
Scrutiny. All right. I'm going to let you ask a few questions here, and I will answer them based on everything you have.
All right.
I will let you know the the three hardest order heads to read are going to be first adjudicator and first adjutant and Aaron.
Right.
These two required 18 degrees of success.
Ah.
He did require 30.
Fuck me. All right.
And oh yes, Aaron is a guy, by the way.
Oh, okay. I've been using he and she interchangeably on that fucko.
Yeah.
Yeah, toad in the line.
Yeah, but they don't really go by a gender.
I know.
Yeah. Anyways,
They go by a fucking threat.
I
that's
identify
not
as a
true.
threat. My pronouns are
That's
fucking run.
that's not true. They identify as not being here.
Their pronouns are who, where.
Exactly. Um, so these two are going to be the hardest for you to read.
Mm-hmm.
Are these two groups? Two groups. There we go.
Uh-huh.
Make it make sense in my brain.
These two units.
After that, you start asking questions.
Okay. Who do I believe can actually read these books?
All right. So that I'll give you. The ones that can read this are these two.
Uh-huh.
Um, Mithra,
Uh-huh.
Matthias,
Uh-huh.
Rihanna, Kira, Aaron.
Okay.
Seems like Vivian can read.
Just not super well.
Yeah, it's like somebody who can like read like first grade Spanish.
Uh-huh. So someone who's taken second
Ah,
grade Spanish.
Yeah. Can you hear us now?
okay, there we go. Yeah, no. Turns out I just ran out of data, so I had to go and heist my mom's phone so I could use her phone and hotspot my own.
Ah, fair.
Delightful.
So
All right.
I'm more surprised by how I got past the logs without them barking. So the last thing I heard was the for theology.
Okay.
I don't remember what I was saying there. Something about theology, book being the one that's being scrutinized the most because it has images of the god of light, Gaia, the god of darkness, and the god of secrets,
Mm-hmm.
also known as the missing god now.
Yeah.
Yep. Papa's got a brand new bag.
Yes. We're talking about the ones who could actually read this, and we're like, it's these two, Aaron, Mithra, Matthias, kind of Vivian, Rena, and Kira.
So over half the people here. How many of them don't seem surprised by this information? Actually, better question. Who here has pools besides blessing pools?
None of them.
None of them. They all only have light.
Yes.
Okay. Even the new kids.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's a point of as far as we know.
Well, one of the things that I learned is that you need an internal pool to be able to disguise your pools.
Yes.
Like the Lonely King, I only saw his pool of Gaia and his pool of Authority. He had two other pools, which means that bitch had 100 influence. But he could disguise the other ones with his first one.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
That being
So I
said,
think that
one moment. I do want to say this.
okay.
You do see certain pools being formed within people through natural progression.
Mm-hmm.
How to say? Like they're on the cusp of unlocking it, right?
Right.
Their own. And that's mostly just through probably aspects of self-discovery.
Right. Do I feel like them just reading these books would allow them to tip that difference?
Probably.
Okay. Who are those
Well, not
people? Go
necessarily
ahead.
not necessarily reading, but reading what's the word? Like this is going to give them the secrets that they were missing to unlock those pools.
Okay. Can I kind
Studying
of
it basically.
can I kind of eyeball who those people are?
Yes. So the ones who were missing it was Aaron the Silent, Mithra, Rena, and Kira.
Okay. Can I tell kind of what pools they're unlocking?
Aaron is actually unlocking a pool of silence.
Mm-hmm.
Mithra is unlocking a pool of secrets.
Mm.
Rena is unlocking a pool of progress. Kira is unlocking a pool of craftsmen.
Okay. Hmm. And there's not really a way to stop them from acquiring that information from these books, is there?
No.
So, win,
Not
lose,
right
or
now.
draw, those four are going to have a pool probably by the end of the week.
Probably.
God fucking damn it.
But as far as I understand, the only real problem amongst those four is Aaron.
Eh. Yeah, kind of. We don't know whose side Aaron is on.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
part of why
clearly,
we are so concerned. Because, like,
clearly she's on the side of the Robobone, but we don't know what side he's on. Robone? Robone. Roboner. Okay.
so aside from the theology book, what other ones are getting, like, special close attention?
All of them. I'd say so theology is getting close attention. Next is power, and then elements for all. Then honestly, a feast. Sorry, elements, and then a feast. And people haven't really looked over bone and sinew.
Is that because they took one look at it and were like, this is heretical as shit? Or were they just like, this is
No,
outside of our wheelhouse?
it's because it's written like the language it's written in is very hard to decipher.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because the language itself you can't speak with because you don't have the proper facial structure to speak it.
Yeah, you
I'm
gotta put two
sorry.
fingers into your jaw in order to get that language out.
It's a fucking bug people book.
No, it's a pig people book,
Yeah,
Oh, fair.
you gotta put two fingers in your jaw for them to be able to speak it properly.
and have a bit of a longer snout, but
Yeah, we'd have a terrible accent if we tried to use it that way.
but you have other questions.
Um, yeah. How's
Hmm.
Joan the Sacrificed doing?
Fine.
Okay.
What appear to be the reactions from, fuck, I can't remember, the Order of the Righteous Leader.
Hi, Lord Tarion.
Yeah.
He is looking at them, and he's very clearly looking at them. He can't read them,
Okay. But
but
does it appear to be positive or negative for us?
Gurn,
Stern? Did I hear that
it's
right?
definitely what?
Did you say stern?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's the idea of he hasn't made his mind up, but he will make his mind up, kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Let there be no doubt he will make his mind up, and then he will stick by that answer.
Mm-hmm. Um,
The one he is most uncomfortable with, though, is the theology book.
Hmm. Can I ask why? Like, what parts of it seem to bother him?
Mostly when he started getting to the section around the time the God of Darkness was being presented.
Okay.
He can't read it. He just has the iconography associated with it.
No, that's fair. What about when it comes to the history books? Because don't we have like 2 or 3 history books?
We have a history book. We have a civics book. Because I had like a current events book.
Yeah.
We also had like an old world compendium of like different creatures.
Right. I know that with my history book, it detailed basically the points of the order that they sort of the order of the righteous rooted up from.
The Order of Zeal.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. The Order of Zeal. I know that the history book I had detailed the case of like the Order of Zeal is the reason it is to blame for the war.
Yeah.
With is there any inclination that he has any form of understanding of that section?
No.
Do the others?
The ones who can read it, yes.
What's their reaction to that?
So the ones that you can read, Mithra is like, how to say? Mithra is like, yeah, no, I knew.
Yeah, it just
It's like,
confirms information she already had.
yeah. Matthias, Rena look a little surprised. Priya is, how to say? She's not shocked or surprised, but it's not wasn't like
Indifferent?
no. Because like Mithra's like, I already knew this. Priya's like, all right, this confirms some ideas we had.
She's like, yep, that about figures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does that come with like resignation or like affirmation? I guess is my
More of
question.
like, I guess resignation would be a good way of put it.
She's like, yep, those assholes. Is that the kind of vibe I'm getting from her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, next blessing I'm working on is a blessing thing to ensure shit can't be taken by unauthorized personnel.
I imbue a point of light in this. People can't fucking take it.
I put a point of light in it. Unless you're of this type of category, you don't touch it.
Right. Um, that being the case, does Shadow, do you have anything that you're thinking of here?
Not really, because like, I mean, if we already have like a general gauge on like how they're reading on it too, then we can kind of decide because they need 2/3, 3/4 to determine it heretical.
3/4.
Three
Yeah,
quarters,
3/4.
and I mean, generally, it seems like we're shy of that. Yeah, no, I mean,
Here's a question: how do the Order of Nazareth people appear to be? reacting to these.
I can't read them. I got one
Yeah.
degree of success, 2 less.
They're too unreadable. Oh, I guess, is there any
Can-
discussion between the order heads after observing the books?
Yes, there will be discussions after observing the books.
This is
So
just
full observation
what?
is. Let me say this real quick. Full observation is going to take 3 days.
Okay.
There's going to be 3 days of discussion.
Okay.
So that's
So
essentially 6 days of politics.
So the question that I would ask is what is the pairing of these talks together? Like, who is obviously spending more time talking to who, so we can identify like political sides.
All right. Before I get to that, Lee, what was your question?
To ask if I got the chance to roll insight with this because technical difficulties.
I will let you roll scrutiny on this, Arthur.
Great. There's a plus 100 going into that.
Un handle.
just had to show me
Go
off,
100.
huh? Nice.
No, you got 15 degrees of success.
And that's not enough. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn
Would
your
you like
poker
to
face
use a
then.
bone coin?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool. I don't remember if you have that thing.
I just have a normal roll it once for the bone coin. Shadow's the one with the special bone coin thing. I took Clever Savant instead of it.
You got a 7. That gives
That's a
us
narrative.
plus 10 with a minor narrative bonus. So you'll be able to notice one thing because of their anatomy. They're very hard to read.
Oh, so it's basically because they're mostly. I want to say machine, but that feels like the wrong word.
They're mechromancers.
They met your romance.
They romance your mechs. No! Stop fucking that atlas! Right now!
But in any case, so it's because of their anatomy that they're hard to read, and
You do know that they're at least not upset, not angry. They don't
okay,
think this
so
is
we're looking at
heretical.
okay.
They're not firing screeches of binary.
Okay, great. That means that they're not reacting negatively. It's neutral to positive,
Yes.
and neutral we can put up with.
At least we hope. This is the only thing we can infer. All of this information is suppository.
I can give it to you, suppository.
You can try.
But besides the point, I think with that being said, I personally cannot think of anything else to ask. Well, say for can we listen in on the conversations, but I feel like that's just going to be an automatic no.
That's not true. You can spy if you want to.
You can lean around corners. You can hide under tables. Because they don't want you to know, but you want to know, so you're gonna up and go.
Right. See, here's the thing. I don't think I can outstealth some of the other people's perception. But here's a question, actually. Sure. The one guy I think says that I'm aware of stuff on Earth. Or anything touching the Earth and all that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Is that purely as a point of like, there's a thing over there, and it's this? Or does that also extend to being able to basically listen in that way?
No, it just allows you to see. It doesn't allow you to listen in.
Okay, wait. Seeing can work.
What
Seeing can work.
doing?
Can I use it to see the conversations and try to lip read, basically?
You may try and lip read.
Hmm? Hmm?
Nothing.
I did not hear you, dear.
Okay, great.
Nothing.
No, I'm looking at these
Um,
Rex figures.
what role would you say be relevant for lip reading?
That would be a
Stupid
linguistics
internet.
check.
And then I found Commander Wolf for $25.
He's not Commander Rex.
No, but he's just
Okay,
as cool. He survives through the Clone Wars.
I'm pretty sure the only linguistics
Oh,
I have
very
on that
pretty.
sheet
Do you
is
feel
the
very
one
tough?
for
I mean, a little
the
bit,
old
yeah.
language.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Which you should have your
Um,
own language at least one check mark.
What the fuck? Why you say my card is empty?
I don't know.
yeah, no,
I don't know.
I know that I haven't put it actually on the sheet. Would this count as a intelligence or fellowship based?
This would be intelligent based.
Great, then that's and it does count as a social? Or
It
no?
does. No, not really.
Okay, then in that case it's only a plus 70.
All right. $11 degrees of success. I will let you know who is talking to who at certain times, and we'll let that 11 degrees of success carry into that. Russ, what were you wanting to do?
I mean,
Did you want to piggyback on my scrutiny a bit?
Well, that was the thing. My question was part to do like seeing who was pairing off to talk, but it sounds like Arthur's got that sort of covered now.
You can also do it because you're still going to have to. Because again, this is big, and Arthur can only spy so much.
I mean, fair. I guess yeah, that's the main thing because we're just trying to figure out political ties, allegiances, like who needs pushing in our direction.
Fair enough. I'll let you know who starts splitting off.
Okay.
Joan the Sacrifice has a private meeting with High Lord Tyrion.
Okay, that's fair.
Flame Lord Estra has a meeting with the Head Huntress 5. Aaron the Silent has a meeting with Lord Gerald.
Okay.
Archmage Mithra has a meeting with Kriya and Reyna.
Okay, she's got that covered. I don't gotta worry about that. Yeah.
And the first adjudicator, Sin, has a meeting with Vivian the Great Druid.
Okay. What about the first adjutant and Lord Hunter Matthias?
The first adjutant does not have a meeting with Lord Hunter Matthias.
Okay.
Just who
Are
are they
they?
meeting?
Yeah.
No one.
Oh, so they're just okay.
This is
Keeping
just the
council.
first round of meetings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think the ones to put a push on. I think I'll try to listen in on Flame Lord Estra and Headhunter V's buys.
Meet. Okay. What about Barack?
Hmm.
Are you willing to spy on anyone?
Yes, I would like to spy on everyone, please.
All right, you can pick one.
Okay. So we're pretty sure like Mithra, Kriya and Rena go and have a conversation. Lord Hunter Matthias wanders off. Vivian and Flame Lord Estra, I'd kind of like to listen in on. No. Yes. Because that was who you went. Okay. Never mind. What I want to listen in on is Joan the
Wasn't
Sacrificed and Tarian, because I think Vivian's kind of on our side here.
Yeah, because
I'm curious because wasn't Vivian meeting with the one of the sins?
Yes.
yeah, the first adjudicator. First adjudicator, yeah, not high.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So, go ahead.
well, yeah, I was gonna say because yeah, it's dit 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 dit
Mm-hmm.
that that and that. These and these are sitting off silent. So unless you want to strike up a conversation, there's nothing to listen into unless you can pick at their brain.
Right.
But personally, you do what you do. I'm not gonna theory craft.
DM, can I cheat a little bit here?
Define how you're going to try and cheat on this.
Can I quietly summon an air elemental? Or my air
Kind of.
elemental?
Yeah.
Like, so people won't notice and ask her to spy on one of these meetings for me?
They can spy on a meeting for you.
Bring me the things that they say, carried on a
Mm-hmm.
whisper of wind.
That, no.
Okay. She just sit in on the meeting and remember all the words.
To their best abilities, yes.
Alrighty. What would I consider her best ability after knowing her for a while?
Uh, Probably get you some of the information.
Alright. Do I need to use a higher tier?
Yeah, you probably have to use a higher tier than her.
Alright. Am I feeling my healing elemental or like my holy elemental?
Your holy elemental isn't good at stealth.
Okay. So probably the healing elemental, which is excellent at stealth. Because she persisted. Specifically, she was like, we live in places y'all don't want to go, and we're really hard to find.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will go ahead and spend the authority on that to call her and ask her to listen in on a meeting. Like, listen to what these people are saying, don't be seen, and then bring back what they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I will have her tailing Vivian and Flame Lord Estra, and I will listen to Joan the Sacrificed and High Lord Tarian.
Okay. Lee, who are you listening into first?
Uh, the Sacrificed and Tarian.
No, Lee.
Oh, sorry. I missed the name Lee there.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a real strain to try and keep everything straight in my head. I think we're gonna probably go with Aaron's conversation first because I feel like that's one of the more concerning ones.
Okay. Aaron was meeting with the hunter. Or no, who were they meeting with again?
Aaron was meeting with
Oh
Geralt.
yes,
Gerald.
Gerald.
Gerald of Bolivia.
Of Bolivia.
Yes. His name is Gerald of Bolivia, and he definitely only uses one sword.
Yeah.
He calls himself the Warlocker.
So, you followed them to their room, and
Me to follow them.
what? You need to follow close behind them.
I don't. No,
What's the
because
meter in
with the
that
blessing
again?
I plan on,
Right. What's the
it
range again?
is. I'm pulling it up. Give me a moment. Here, perception bonus times 10 in meters.
Right. You still got to be close to them.
Right, but I can be, if I recall correctly from my modifications, hence like 80 meters away. I can still be like down a corridor.
Yeah.
80 meters
But
is outside of rock throwing range.
it is. But you still have to be nearby.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, I fully acknowledge that.
Yes. You can't be on the other side of it. So you're gonna be down the hall, which is again relatively close by. It's not like outside their door though. The conversation they're basically having is the idea that Aaron knows uh that what he did. And that's very much
Aaron,
as I know what you did.
oh,
I don't know why you performed such a risky and stupid thing this close to the end.
Preach, sister.
Especially considering it's going to leave your daughter defenseless, and she is probably going to be going to the front because she can't stop herself. Um, his response follows as I cannot stop my daughter from doing the things that they want to do. I can only support her. She gave it up willingly, as did all of the other members.
Oh shit, is Aurora his kid?
We can and do believe that it is closer than ever. We believe that we will be able to birth the god by the time the last member is uh has given back their light. He looks at him and goes, if this gamble is how it is, your order's not going to be able to get back the light that they once had. They would be starting over. And he goes, I know, but it is what's needed. We need to at least try. The conversation kind of ends with him calling Aaron calling High Lord Geralt or the Geralt. Yeah. Geralt an idiot again. And that he better hope and pray that this risk of his pays off. And that he will
okay.
keep the fact that the pulls have been removed a secret.
Oh, okay, okay. So nothing particularly new, but definitely the juicy conversation, if you ask me.
Yes. Also, information.
Mhm.
You know that Aaron can probably see light poles.
Hmm.
That bitch.
Which
I
means
mean,
that she probably has a similar deal as to Joan.
she is called Aaron the Silent. Silent, silence, silent God, missing God.
Nah, that's a
But it's also
stretch.
just a point of like, it's also just a point of like, this is something new to take to bring back to you guys.
Mm, mm.
Mhm. That's that conversation, though.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow,
Mm-hmm.
you were spying on who?
Uh, Headhuntress V, Vi, and Flamelord Estra.
All right, go ahead and roll me a stealth and an awareness test here.
Yeah. I don't think I have anything to agility, so let's just straight. Hey, not bad. 4. Now, awareness. Let's see. Guess. And 2. 4 and 2.
All right. So with your 4 stealth, you'll be able to kind of sneak up on them, ever so stealth-alike,
The battle mage sneaks.
right? With your 2 awareness, you'll be able to kind of like put your head to the door and kind of hear what they're saying. And
Fuck you, Char.
what do you mean?
That
What?
first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, carry on.
Yeah. So it takes a few moments, but you're kind of able to hear them. They're actually talking about these um, alternative power sources and what it could mean for them and their order. They're talking about whether or not they should be trusting the Order of the Righteous with it.
Yeah.
They think that something is probably going to come up that's going to make it to where it's going to be harder to acknowledge these powers. And then they're hoping that if this is given to the Order of the Righteous, there won't be a war. But it is also generally considered there's not gonna be a war because if there was, everyone would have this. So what they needed at the very least make sure is that it's not scrolled away and hidden by any one order and it's given to everyone.
Gotcha. So they're for it on the basis that everyone should get it.
They're in favor of allowing Hitler's Germany to continue expanding into Poland for the sake of being fatigued from the last Great War.
I feel like somebody has opinions on this.
And they do.
All right. But it seems like they're generally in favor.
Yeah.
Okay.
They also do mention how they're pretty sure that they can tell that Joan, the leader, seems to be very agitated over this. And they're not sure if it means that Joan the leader was trying to keep this for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Or something else to set them off.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Noted.
But it is definitely part of the gossip.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, did they notice the table?
No, but they heard it.
Did they though?
Yeah,
This is not dry rock and or sheetrock and drywall in this place. Just saying.
fair enough. But I imagine the headhuntress has probably got a good set of ears on them.
You'd
So
assume
yeah.
so.
Okay, noted. I also love the fact that I don't need Vampy's stream up because I can hear Rose with their phone on full volume from the fucking kitchen playing it.
Um, that being said, is there any questions you want to see if you can catch them answering or asking?
Um, I guess since they are bringing up the topic of like the fact that like this will have to end up in the Order of the Righteous, do they speak of any sort of I guess plans or suggestions or like theories on how they're personally going to deal with the Order of the Righteous? Like, is their plan to just like placate away, or like, did they actually plan on doing something about that?
No, that is very much one of those things like, we don't talk about this at all outside our order halls.
Yeah, I figured, but you know, I figured between order heads, maybe they say something, or at least a
Mhm.
general coded statement about it.
Nah, they're not even gonna risk that here.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the main sort of thing is because Ross is just trying to get a feel on how this vote's going to swing out and people's general opinion of how it's going to be used, and kind of answered that already.
Mm-hmm. All right, Barack,
Yo.
killing the sacrificed.
Yep.
High Lord Tyrion.
Yep.
The conversation there is not one of what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
That conversation is one of love, romance.
What?
Yes,
They're a thing?
yes, they're
You didn't
married.
know that?
No,
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they're
Did you
married.
mention that before and I just completely flooped on it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
was gonna
it
say
was
that was
mentioned back
early
when
on.
you tossed me the fate points.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Back when you tossed me the fate
I
points,
didn't
it was a
remember
whole
that
thing
that
of
was
like
them.
the
I'm
last time it.
100% there.
Gosh, Rod, get up on the fucking
Yeah,
key. Fuck.
Gotcha, right?
yeah, because the last time it happened, High Lord Tyrion gave Jon the Sacrifice a fate point, and they got married and had a kid, but no one knows what happened to the kid.
What happened to the fucking kid?
It is not known. She was pregnant.
Sus. Did their baby die because it was part Ant Queen and part Quasar?
No.
Okay. Damn, that joke didn't land at all? Alright.
No, it did. It wasn't it.
Okay. Okay. So they're just sitting over there canoodling in the corner having a grand old time because they hardly ever get to see each other?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Does it look like anybody's gonna try and interrupt them?
As far as right now, no.
Okay. Sigh. I want my sister to be happy. But I might
Mm-hmm.
have to stab her husband in the face a bunch of times. All right. So I think I'm not gonna intrude on that. I think I'm just gonna kind of like hang out in the general area, see what else I can pick up, and like stop people from interrupting that moment.
Hmm?
Hmm.
All right.
If it looks like somebody just really needs to talk to one of them, I'll be like, hey, what can I do for you?
Mhm. Um, beyond that, um, the next round of meetings.
Not quite.
Hmm?
Air elemental.
Yes. He went to go.
Oh,
Who
excuse
did you
me,
have us
healing
around?
elemental.
Yeah.
Um, Flame Lord Estra and Vivian.
That correct? No.
No, it was Vivian and
Viv-
the hot Lord fucking
Sin.
yes, Sid.
Vivian and Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep
Okay.
on wanting to say high adjudicator, but it's first adjudicator.
Yep.
Yeah. First adjudicator sin.
Uh,
It's like
whoever Flame Lord Estra talked to.
that was Vi.
Okay.
Yeah, that was that first conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So who did
next
Vivian
round,
talk to?
who didn't talk to first adjudicator sin?
Okay.
So next round. Um, it is going to be Aaron
Mm-hmm.
is going to be talking to first adjudicator sin. Or sorry, first adjutant sin.
Yeah, I
Um,
feel like that's not going to be a lot of talking.
no, that's gonna be talking. The adjutant is the girl.
Yep.
Ah, okay.
So the first adjutant, then and Aaron the Silent are gonna be talking. High Lord Tyrion and Flame Lord Estra are gonna have a conversation. Rihanna is going to be having a conversation with uh, the Lord Hunter. Rhea will be having a conversation with Gerald. Mithra will be having a conversation with Joan the Sacrificed. And the first adjudicator will be having a meeting with Vi and Vivian.
Full dibs and eavesdropping on that conversation.
All right.
Say that basically at the end of each day we come and share the information that we find out.
Yeah, I mean that's at least Ross's plan. The sort of share general sentiments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Wanted to make sure we were all on the same page there.
Oh, real quick, DM. At the end of the day's deliberation, can I find Lord Gerald? Gerald?
Yes, you can find Lord Geralt.
Can I have a quick aside with him?
You could.
Would it be against etiquette to do so?
No.
Okay. Then I would like to get his attention at the end of day one.
Okay.
Does he have any sort of pool forming?
No.
Okay. All right. I would like to have a little conversation with him. Little step aside.
Understood. I'll let you know when the end of the first day is.
Okay. I thought that was the end of the first day. Because that was the first round of talks. And I thought we had talks for 3 days.
No. That was the first day of people going over the information.
Mmm.
It's before talks even happen.
Okay. So,
So would you still like to meet with him?
yes, I'd like to have a conversation with him.
All right. Yeah, you'd be able to pull him for an inside.
Lord Geralt.
And Lady Joan.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
And likewise. How may I help you?
Well, I'm aware that not everyone has the required linguistics experience to understand what's being covered here.
This is true. This is why we are having conversations with those who can.
Who did he talk to on the first day?
Um, he had a conversation with Aaron.
Okay. And we know Aaron can read it. I am in a difficult position, or at least I am irritated and it gives me a cloud to my thinking.
Irritation is one that clouds the mind often.
I've seen people peruse through the books of theology, through the books of growth and power. I am concerned that there seems to be little interest in the history, at least by the
Fear
people
not.
most capable of understanding it.
That is not true. We are having to parse together information from images,
In or out, Jeffers?
which is why we have to stop and then have conversations with those who can read it and hope that we have faith in those to translate it properly.
All right. My. Hmm. I have 2 things that I would like to speak to you on that are relevant to your interests. First, if you would be interested in meeting me before the deliberations begin tomorrow, I would offer you the ability to read the contents of these books yourself. As something of a demonstration of what the information inside is capable of.
What are you perchance talking about, Lady Joan?
Is he. Can I get a scrutiny on this guy right now? Is he not
Go
picking
ahead.
up what I'm putting down? Or is he playing dumb? Oh, yeah.
Roll scrutiny.
Give me, give me a screw. Give me a bottle. Is a 19?
Yeah, 19 degrees of success.
Yeah.
Um, he knows what you're putting down, but he is also wanting to see if you're admitting to essentially um having these copied, uh, and then having these translated and then copied and them not being presented.
Oh no. What she's like. All right. One of the things I've learned is the ability to disseminate knowledge, skill.
You
I
see,
can lend you my competency in this language.
that would be helpful indeed.
So yeah, no, 100% she's not fronting like, oh no, I have copies. She's like, I have a power.
Okay, because he did not catch what you were throwing down.
Okay. So yeah, she'll just sort of come out and explain that like, no, I have an ability that would allow me to that I'm offering to share with you that is like you can just use my knowledge of this language.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and she's sort of looking and going, I think some of the things on offer here would be of great use to your order in these trying times. Oh, excuse me.
You good there?
No, no, I was not. I fully hurt myself.
Ah,
Sorry. I don't want to know what that sounded like from the other side.
it sounded like you were trying to vomit.
No,
Yeah, it was
well,
no bueno.
maybe.
That
Maybe a
or
little
a
bit.
cut of chicken cluck.
Nope.
It was either someone trying to vomit or a cut of chicken cluck.
Yep, that might have been what it was. Chicken. I promise I'm not dying. I am dying, internet. Send help, please.
Remember to like and subscribe in order to keep Farak alive.
Liking and subscribing won't save me. Uh, but I mean, if you guys wanted to do that, you can. I fully. We're at 0 views for this entire series. I'm not pushing it.
That's a fucking line. You know
Like,
it.
no, it's not. I checked the
It is.
metrics.
Did you check them today?
I did not check them today. No, I checked them yesterday.
There you fuck. Go, punk
Oh,
ass bitch.
all right. I guess that's on me. Fuck me, I guess.
Yeah. Suck it, bitch.
Last time I
Anyways,
looked at these
Aside-
videos on my metrics, we
aside-
were at 0 fucking views. I haven't even seen them.
Okay, but besides the point.
Yeah, main character. She's like, essentially, she's like, I think that during this period, some of what these books have to offer would be very helpful to your order.
Mm-hmm.
My concern is I don't think sharing them evenly is going to benefit humanity as a whole. I would
I see.
pay attention to history lest it find a way to repeat. And remember that while zeal is admirable, zealotry is not.
I would agree to this. But I would say that you need to have a secret only to a few orders. It's just going to create the kind of zealotry that would cause an order to lash out, especially when they already have that history behind them. But we will see.
Thank you for your time and your insight.
And he'll give you kind of like a curt nod and walk away.
All right. So if he's down for it, I will meet him sort of like aside tomorrow morning
Mhm.
and use Pharaoh magic to give him the ability to read this, to let him borrow that
Yeah,
skill from me.
that can be done.
Cause I got 4 check marks in the language. I get nuance. I have context. Cultural ciphers. Eat shit, Prothean beacons.
The protein beacon smacks you upside the head.
That's right. I'm impervious to data. Sorry, that was weird. Forgive me a cruel chuckle.
You're not forgiven.
That's fair. I'm unforgiven. So I'll go on living, knowing that you've unforgiven me.
All right. So, who's
Yep.
wanting to find who?
I mean, I feel like a good sit-in is probably between Matthias and Reina.
Damn.
You.
Y'all taking all the good ones.
I mean, somebody else is welcome to take it, right? I'm just sorry. I got into fucking like Crusader Kings 3 mindset here, so like don't mind me.
No, you're good.
The Crusader 3 mindset.
Crusader Kings 3 mindset. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to figure out like where your political allies and adversaries are at, how people are thinking, who's going to side with you,
Who's going to try and murder the shit out of you later.
Who I need to sell my daughter to.
Which of your sisters you need to marry to secure the power of the throne.
Mm-hmm. It's a real problem.
Keeps you busy, certainly. All right, so Arthur wants to cover First Adjudicator Sins, conversation with Head Huntress Vi, and Vivian the Great Druid. And you wanted to cover Reyna and Lord Matthias.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I would like to hear what Aaron the Silent has to say to First Adjudicator Sin.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to see what Kriya and Gerald have. No, excuse me. Flame Lord Estra and High Lord Tarion have going on.
Sure. And that is first Adjutant Sin.
That's what I said, isn't it?
No, you said Adjudicator.
Oh, okay. Same thing, really.
All right. So, Elise was the first Adjudicator, and Vi and Vivian, they are. Are you going to use your blessing pool again?
Yes.
All right. I'll make that check for you. Yeah.
Floop the pig.
All right. So, this is going to be a weird conversation for you because you're only going to be able to get part of this conversation, which is going to be Vi and Vivian speaking.
Yeah, I figured that with um with the Sins not really having much of a mouth to read their lips from, it would probably be a little bit tricky, but we can work on inferring what they might have said based off the other two's reactions and their responses.
This is
Won't
true.
be perfect, but it'll give us something.
You'd also notice that the first Adjudicator Sin's jaws fused shut. Just a little fun note for you.
So she totally knows what's up.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, that broke up for me.
Oh, her jaws fuse shut. First Adjutant Sin.
No, first Adjudicator
First
Sin.
Adjudicator Sin. Well, they're both named the same thing, Char.
No, one's Adjudicator, one's an Adjutant.
Right? And I'm Adjutant.
Sounds like you need a adjutant to it up your ass.
Adjutant these nuts.
And
And you were complaining
Unicate
about me being
is
snappy
yeah.
earlier.
So
I would just like to point out Farouk was being complaining about me being snappy earlier.
yeah.
And
That's because I'm a bitch.
After liking and subscribing, leave a comment about who's the snappier bitch. Anyways, that's how you work the
bad
algorithm,
reason to
Brock.
be snappy.
Damn, you right.
So the first adjudicator
Well,
spin
okay, so
and
George
Vine.
sees shots.
Yes. Um,
Hmm.
what you can kind of make out here is that Vi and Vivian, they're talking about the fundamental nature of um, what some of those history books were talking about
Right.
and the theology books.
Yay, that's good.
Um, and for adjudicators actually giving more context behind this and expanding upon the books. Um, and what was missing from them, as he explains that these are books meant to be given to the equivalency of high schoolers.
Hmm.
It's meant to help them understand what's going on in the world around them.
Yeah, no,
And
that's entirely
why
fair. We did kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
most of them are going to be marching off to war within a few months.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That one I'm interested in. I need more details on that one.
Yeah, because there's a war happening.
Between where?
What do you mean?
Between the light and the dark. This
Yeah.
was during that time where the Great War was happening. This was when this was written.
Okay, okay. 'Cause with the way it was phrased, it was like there is a new war happening. It's like what?
No. Um, and a lot of the conversation becomes very like they're asking about who the Order of Zeal was, and who the Order of Zeal is kind of becoming, and what they became.
They're learning bad truths.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's the What seems to be the reaction to that conversation? Not so much what's said, the reaction, the
Um, how to say? It's a thing, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
not like a horrible thing. It's just this is a thing.
Okay, it's very much just sort of that like revelation point of like
Yeah.
this is a thing that has happened and this is how it has unfolded.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of just like a thing.
Hmm. That is entirely fair.
Um, they're very much mm, Shocked? No. Carefully considering. This is they've come here on the understanding of what's the word? They've come here with the understanding that there's going to be revelation.
They weren't quite ready for that one.
It to be that like there is new information they were not prepared for. Oh, and by the way, this order that's been kind of like the main de facto leader are basically the bad guys.
Yeah.
Yep. Ooh, can I redact a little thing that I said to Lord Gerald, please?
Nope.
Okay. Damn. Oh well. I pointed him in the right direction. It's up to him now.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
What
Is there
is
any
the move
inclination
speed of
as
an unladen swallow?
depends on the type of swallow? Now, is there any inclination as to which books they might be interested in looking into next?
There no. But you can tell or infer that there was books that they were recommended to look into.
Recommend to look into between each other?
What do you mean?
It sounded like you said that they were books that they were going to be recommending that each of them look into.
Yes.
If I misheard that,
No, that's correct. There, it
okay.
is implied that they're. You can tell that it's implied that they were told to investigate certain books.
Okay, so they were told by someone else that they should investigate certain books.
Yes, that person probably being um, the first adjudicator.
Yeah. Can I figure out which books those were, or is that going to be too far?
You can't figure it out.
Okay, that's entirely fair. Then in that case, that is the end of my little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Hey, Ross, were you going to talk to?
My plan was to listen in on Reyna and Lord Hunter Matthias's conversation.
All right, that's actually going to be one of the more interesting conversations because the Queen of Clockwork, Reyna, is going to give, and you're going to find this out, Lord Hunter Matthias a translated copy of a book.
Wait, say that again?
Oh. Reyna is giving Matthias a translated copy of one of the books.
Miss Scusi.
Yeah, I was going to say, does it look like they made it?
Yes.
I see.
Isn't that against the rules of this whole thing?
Oh yeah.
Oh god. Oh god, the urge to fucking crash their party for leverage. Fuck.
Fucking do it.
No, 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 no,
No homo.
no! Don't do it here.
Sorry. No balls.
Don't do it here. It would be so much better if we we just like drop in someone's lap that there's a rumor about it.
I mean, no. That's some high school shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So
No, the main thing. Listen, if we mention someone that it's a suspicion, then we can catch any other copies there might be.
Right. My only caveat to that, right? If we keep this behind closed doors, they don't go, "Oh, well then why did you just bring copies?" Because as a note, all the books that Joan had that she brought here, they're all copies.
right. So yeah, I was gonna say. Unfortunately, Lee, like if we play the gossip rumor mill, there's a chance that they'll get wind of it before action is done, and then they can get rid of evidence that way. Like, yeah, sure, it distances it from us and allows the people in authority to take care of it. But if we spring that hornet's nest now, they can't do anything about it without making a huge political misstep or giving us ammo.
Yeah, but it's a point of it's gonna highlight that you are eavesdropping.
I would be surprised if many other people aren't also eavesdropping. This is sort of
Yeah,
how
that's the
politics
thing.
is played, is behind closed doors.
Yeah, then the fact that like even if they point the finger at me for eavesdropping, it's gonna be like, well, damn good thing that he was, because look at the fucking shit you were doing,
Mm-hmm.
right? Most people don't how to put it.
That
Would
I
you
see what you're
like to
putting down.
hear? Hmm, would you like to roll something to see what book it is?
Sure, I'll roll to see what type of book it is. What would you like?
I'm going to need a awareness test and a logic test because you're not being able to see this head on.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so awareness test. I will drop one inspiration into. So plus 50. 3. And the logic test. Do, do, do. Yeah. And it's 15.
All right, so you're going to be able to figure out that the book that is being handed over to Lord Hunter Matthias is a recent history. Is He's actually getting two books: a recent history, and basically he's getting the civics book and history book.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm confused as to why his order would want those beyond as leverage.
I don't think. Hmm.
Because the Order of Matthias, correct me if I'm wrong, they're essentially the non-religious version of the Order of the Night Watch, right?
Mm-hmm. I'll also remind Ross here with that logic test that
Mhm.
Mithra reminded you of 3 alliance members of hers, which was the Clockwork Order and the Brotherhood of Light.
Brotherhood of Light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, because they're. Right. Their order name's different than my brain. My brain!
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So yeah, the Brotherhood of Light is different from the Order of Matthias, right?
Yes, and that's the thing. Lord Hunter Matthias is in charge of the Brotherhood of Light. It's Head Huntress V that's in charge of the Order of Matthias.
That's right.
Yeah, that's
Because
why my
fuck
brain was like,
you.
wait a second. Right.
Because Lord Hunter Matthias is basically Dante the Half-Blood.
Gotcha. So theoretically, this is in our benefit of spreading information.
I would just clock them as they come out that room, at the very
Yeah,
least.
I think it definitely comes to a moment of like make them know I know. So yeah, however, if they're in a separate room or whatever, just sort of loudly whistle past or something.
Right. That being said,
And before
no,
they fucking snipe me.
that's fair. My good sir, Ross,
Hmm.
you'll be summoned before Archmage Mithra.
Oh man, they tattled to my mom. Fuck.
Yup. Bet your ass they did.
Ah, fucking yeah. All right. Sit before.
And go, Ross, my dear Ross,
Yes.
my idiot apprentice.
Yes.
What did you do?
Uh,
What did I do? What did they do?
I was gonna say. More importantly, I'm sorry. Everything's a bit
One
tense.
second.
Oh.
She's gonna snap her fingers as she activates some light.
Oh. Okay.
What did you do?
I saw some people that were having a conversation. It looked like Reina and Matthias were having a conversation about the book on history and the book on the civics.
I see. And that's all you saw was a conversation?
Do I clock? Like, is she trying to get a confession on me or making sure I'm
She
staying
wants
quiet?
you to say yes. That's all I saw.
Yeah. I'm just making sure here on my read on it, though.
Um, as she's your master, you would know that she is trying to figure out what you saw, how much you're willing to blab right now. Um,
Yeah, if that's the case, that like, if she's just getting a read on me personally, then it's like, yes, that's all I saw.
good. Because I've been working very hard uh, with our fellow orders that we have an allegiance with to make sure that they could have a full and comprehensive understanding of what is going on.
Of course, I would not want to put your allies in any awkward positions.
Good. Do you have any questions here?
Hmm. Who do you believe is on the fence?
Our fence sitters?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually easier to point out than who's not.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yes. Rhea is a fence sitter.
Hmm.
The Flame Lord is a fence sitter.
Hmm.
Vivian is a fence sitter.
Okay.
Lord Matthias is one that, so long as we are honest to and give him all the information that he requests, he will side with us as long as we are transparent with him.
Honesty being the best policy.
This is true.
All right. In honesty's sake, I will say that I do believe previously I saw Flame Lord Estra and Headhunters V having a conversation They seem to regard the nature of the material being non-heretical, though concerns of the potential hands.
That is fair. I already know how this is going to end. I've
I,
been around long enough and am old enough.
fair enough. I imagine that you are quite the professional in many aspects.
Yes.
Then how best I serve this?
One, I'm going to give you some books. You're going to give those books to who I tell you to.
Gladly.
So, after that, you will be careful. Because while there is impropriety happening, the notions that it will be allowed to happen is not allowed.
We all know we're doing the fuckery, but we can't say we're doing the fuckery because then
Mm-hmm.
no one's paying attention to the rules anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And rules are meant to apply to people that aren't us. So we can't let them
So,
know we're not paying attention.
you will not tell your squad this.
I see. Very well. I will be on my best behavior.
And that is good. And she's going to hand you a package. She says, deliver this, and then come back here for the next round of meetings.
Very well. Who's it addressed to?
This is actually addressed to um High Lord Gerald.
Ah, okay. Very well.
All right. Next round of meetings, guys.
Oh wait, did we do frogs?
Yes.
No, we didn't.
No, I thought we did. Who are
No,
you
we
meeting?
did
Who
not.
are you singing with?
So I was spying on Doomaflachi. What? Real quick.
Dumaflachi?
I'm trying to figure out some additional things.
Yeah.
about
Also, I am going to have to dip right about now because I need to go and take my mom back her phone so that she can go and start her day and everything.
All right. Be safe.
Take
We'll
care.
cut here after this scene then.
Okay.
Be safe.
See y'all.
Bye.
I believe, if I remember correctly, you were spying on the first adjutant and Aaron the Silent.
Flame Lord Estra and High Lord Tarion, and I
Okay.
wanted to know what, what Aaron the Silent and First Adjutant Sin were doing.
All right. Um, First Adjutant Finn and Aaron the Silent sit and have tea in silence.
Sorry, one more time. I'm sorry.
Aaron and Sin have tea in silence.
Okay, so I can't understand what they're saying at all.
And not even that, you're the one who's recording them or is like watching it and then reporting back to you.
Uh-huh.
No idea what they're saying.
Okay. I was okay.
Because that's where you sent your healing spirit to.
Was it? All right. Fine.
Yes, and you wanted to watch High Lord Tyrion.
Fair.
At least that's what I'm remembering, or did you want to do it the other way?
Because I feel like High Lord Tarion and Flame Lord Estra are going to be way easier to eavesdrop on, and I would send
Mm-hmm.
the healing spirit to do that. Because I
Okay.
know that Aaron the Silent is trying to build a silence domain.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out, like, that would require a more personal touch.
Okay. You can go to them. You're still not going to be able to hear anything on that conversation, mostly because they're not talking.
Right. I assume they're fucking using telepathy or something. because that one earlier first adjutant sin was capable of like fusing her mouth shut in order to not give anything away.
No, she just doesn't have a mouth part.
Oh, okay.
They
Well,
speak through vocal audio processors.
okay.
Fucking Vox.
Essentially, they don't have a mouth. They just speak through a microphone, a speaker system that's located in their mouth. Both of them have it.
Fucking, of course they do. So, can I just abandon this as soon as it becomes immediately obvious that I have no way of finding out what they're communicating because they're way better than me?
Yes.
Okay. That being the case, then, I kind of want to know what my order head and Mithra are saying. Just cause.
Mm-hmm. They are talking about what it is like to have a young apprentice working together in the same squad, especially when both are young, full of life, and ignorant of the way how things are supposed to work.
There's a much better way to word that.
Right,
What do you
no, they're
mean?
making fun of me.
They're not making fun of you.
They're making fun of us.
Oh no, I
Exactly.
assumed that they totally knew I was there and they were making fun of me.
No.
Okay, that makes me feel slightly better. Nyeh.
Yes, then they're
Um,
like, fucking apprentices, young, dumb, and so full of fucking cum.
Especially that Arthur. Think he might have
God
jacked
damn!
off once in his whole life.
High Lord Tyrion, the Flame Lord Estra is going to be the easiest one. And it's going to be more insightful of this. As the Flame Lord Estra and High Lord Tyrion get into an argument.
Delightful.
High Lord Tyrion is very upset that the Order of Flame has taken over one of their strongholds,
Uh-huh.
as he puts it.
Is it because that stronghold was devoid of fucking people?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
He is angry that Karna is a thing.
Okay, he's angry that Karna is a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's just like, damn it, I fucking hate Karna, and this is an excuse to bitch about him.
And essentially it's like, and the Flame Lord Estra is like, well, this is the problem with your order. It's always been the problem with your order. Can't simply share things. You gotta learn to share. Why can't you just be like this? Why are you being stubborn? It is a very heated argument.
Heh. Heated.
Tracks.
Get it?
Do I have an idea of how bad it would go for me if I knock on that door?
Very bad.
Okay.
Nuclear, even.
That is not true. You will become the focus of it.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I almost want to see you DM that. Just two people just going the fuck off on somebody.
Two separate NPCs bitching you out.
as a note, you're not there though, because this is all heard through your familiar
It's true.
from your in this afterhand action report.
Yep.
But yeah, no. Theirs is mostly just this argument. Nonsensical at certain parts of it because they just don't know what they're wanting done.
Uh-huh. Because he's like, where did all my fucking people go? And she's like, I don't fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
Have you
He's
This
like,
checked
is the
your
report.
fucking
Why haven't you been
butthole?
reading the report? And this is why, and essentially, yeah, it goes like that. In here it is hinted that they both know the origin and subsequent problems of the Order of the Righteous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're dicks. What do you want us to do about it?
Stop being dicks.
Ah, you asked for the fucking world, why don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Here you go. This is for all of you guys. I'm gonna throw this in Meme Town. Oh, Loki already threw it in Meme Town. This was a delightful post that Loki made, and I was like, "This is fantastic."
Yep.
But yeah, that is essentially the entirety of that conversation.
Okay.
And we're gonna have to end here.
Fair.
I know, Rock. It's so hard.
It is. It's very frustrating because it seems like right now we're just like gathering a bunch of data,
Yes.
and I'm like, I have a plan. I have a couple of plans in the works that I'm planning around the plans that are being planned around my plan.
Hmm?
And I'm thinking of doing a skullduggery.
Yeah,
Yup.
just gonna steal some shit.
No, 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 no. That's a larceny. I'm thinking of doing a
That's
skullduggery.
that's also skullduggery.
Is it though? I don't think so.
I mean, there ain't no cemetery, so what other skullduggery are you gonna do?
I mean, gonna make some skulls, put them in the ground.
Skullduggery is dishonest, underhand, unscrupulous behavior.
Yes, I'm gonna do that.
Unscrupulous. I'm going to un all your screw, bitches.
All your scruples, I will un them. But all right, that's for next time, I suppose. Internet,
Mm.
thank you for sitting through this. There's been a lot of cursing, there's been a lot of laughing, there's been a lot of crying. But you know what?
And there's a lot of fornication.
There's been a lot of pornification. Stay tuned next time to find out what happens when the Order heads decide whether or not Dryads Gone Wild is heretical behavior or not. We'll see you next time.